What's up? Alrighty. All right, cool. Let me share. Let me share the live out for myself. How was that? Same. All right, I'm live. All right, we on Instagram. Live. Cool. All right, I'm live now. I know. I'm everywhere. All right, what's up, Venus? It's good, everybody. All right, cool. We here. We here. Like the live, yeah. Let's get the likes up to 1,000. Let's get up to 1,000 likes. I know we can hit that. Damn, where you been? I've been back on TikTok for at least a month now. A month or two now. It's been damn near 2 months, maybe. We were never okay. Prisons of Wars. All right. I've been on live at least like 2 months now. Why wouldn't I? What do you mean by Black Americans are indigenous? Oh gosh, I'm not accepting no guests right now. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't people get together to lie? I can't hear anything. Why? Hold on. I don't know. What's going on hello. Yo, why can't I? Oh, all right. Yeah, I mean I got audio on TikTok, so I don't know what's going on your end. Maybe it's Twitter, but not so. Is your live stream broken? No. My live stream is not broken. I can hear myself on my computer. Somebody's gonna have to leave and go to Twitter. Audio is fine. Audio should be fine. We got 12 people in here. Who is this? Jamal 90. What's going on?
Yo,
What's up?
so yeah, was the slave trade a hoax? Yes, it was. I mean, like, yeah, pretty much. It's not the same way. Like, people didn't really come like from Africa. Maybe some of them, like a little bit, but like people were already here, man. Like black people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You said where you from, Jamal?
I'm Nigerian.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, and I
Wow.
feel like, the whole thing going on between like Africans and like Black Americans like Africans are trying to force Black Americans to be African. I don't know. It's kind of lame. Like, I don't know why. Like, if they're not African, like them being African, it does not help. It does not help anybody. Like no, like it doesn't do anything for you if they say they're African. So I don't know.
Okay. That's interesting. What's up? Who we got? We got Patriot, we got Moo Chino.
Oh, what's up, yo?
What's going
Slave
on?
trade a hoax? No, there's facts, there's proof. I don't understand the question. Was it a hoax? No, it wasn't a hoax.
Okay,
Absolutely.
cool. All right. Uh, cool. So we got no. So
Well,
yeah.
I'm just saying there's receipts. There's what was it in Virginia? The first slave was sold in 1619, I think. There's receipts, there's documentation, there's ledgers. Um, I don't understand what Jamal is talking about.
Well, I'm gonna read the definition of a hoax. Just to give context, I'm gonna read like a couple definitions. So you got hoax from Merriam-Webster's, the definition, a trick into believing or accepting genuine as genuine something false or often preposterous, an act intended to trick or dupe, uh, something accepted or established by fraud or fabrication. That's like three definitions from Webster's. And let's look at Cambridge. A plan to deceive someone, such as telling the police, something like that. They gave an example. I can't say the example. And also to deceive, especially playing a trick on someone. And then a plan to deceive a larger group of people, a trick. Yeah, so basically playing a trick on people.
So when you say with slave trade a hoax, you're talking about they trick people into getting on the boats and coming over here thinking they were going to have a better life, and then they found out they were sold into slavery. Then I guess you consider that a hoax.
I'm a patriot. I don't really understand the question. Like, you're saying like that slaves didn't exist, or you saying like it was a hoax, or like what exactly you trying to say?
So does a hoax mean something that didn't happen, or is it something that's exaggerated?
It could be both.
Could be both. Mm.
I could tell you that a UFO landed in my backyard and green men walked out, and and then you come over to my house the next day and I have people dressed up like that and fancy lights and then they run away. That's a hoax, right? So
I feel like the hoax got like a negative connotation. I thought you was trying to say like it didn't happen. This.
Yeah, hoax usually has a negative connotation, but hoax doesn't mean something didn't happen. Hoax can mean something got exaggerated. Hoax to
That's what it
me,
means to me. I mean, like hoax to me means it didn't happen.
that's not the definition of what a hoax is.
Hoax, and if you look into the synonyms of hoax, right, some similar words that could refer to hoaxing, it will be a particular joke, prank, trick, deceptions, fraud, imposter, cheat. Another couple words, deceive with a hoax is playing a joke on, trick, fool. What's another one? They got bluff. They got sucker, have on, lead on. So it's those type of things. So basically, it's what's the word I'm looking for? Being a narcissist, manipulating, right? These are good words that I'm using, host.
Uh-huh.
Manipulating stuff like that. That would be more of an understanding. So if someone tell you that the forecast tomorrow is going to be raining, not rain. I don't want to say rain. Let's say the forecast says going to be snowing, right? So they're gonna make a joke saying like, oh, 9 times out of 10 it's gonna snow again because it's being spring. Sometimes it snows in spring, especially if you like living in the northern area. 9 times out of 10 it might snow in the springtime, right? But it could be in a joke, it could be in a trick to have that person think that it might be snowing tomorrow, especially if somebody had experienced that it snowed in spring. But if the next day followed in and it did not happen, therefore that person basically got tricked on or didn't understand the joke, the fact that it's gonna snow tomorrow. Basically, it's another thing, another saying being sarcastic in a sense.
I don't think that's a hoax. What you're saying with the weather, I don't think that's
No, I
considered.
was using it. I was using a example. I don't know if the example I gave was kind of understandable. I don't know, but if you understand what I mean, then shoot,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's a
yeah.
good analogy for a hoax. A hoax is um, trickery, like the moon landing. Did we land on the moon? They could have set up cameras and stuff. That I would consider
Right.
that a hoax.
Yeah, so you get what I mean then. Yeah.
Yeah, I get
So
what you
then
mean.
that's what basically what the host is trying to get at. Like the whole story that we grew up learning about in school is basically a joke. It's basically not accurate for a lot of people who supposedly have family members living in that time period and supposedly be involved with that slave trade that had happened.
Yeah,
Because go ahead.
yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I still would disagree with it though. I don't think the slave trade was exaggerated.
I don't. I think the host has a deeper meaning in there, which I'm trying to understand, but I totally don't understand where
I'm
he's going
posing.
with this.
I'm posing the question. I'm just gonna see because I've heard what people have said, and things like that. So the deeper meaning, like what Mumu was alluding to. Let's say there was a story of this massive blizzard, since she was talking about weather, right? And come to find out, this massive blizzard was just 1 to 2 inches of snow. Was it really a massive blizzard? No, that'd be a hoax or a trick into believing that something happened catastrophic
Right.
back in a certain time frame. Did I say? Am I saying the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen? No, I'm not saying it didn't happen. It happened. There's people that came about, but are the numbers as big as alluded to or has been said over the years? That has been yet to be proven in my eyes. So
Well, there's ledgers, there's document, there's boats. Boats have ships logs. They have accountability, and if you go by that, I mean, those are legal documents. So, I mean, I don't see that as a hoax. I think there's actual numbers, and there's probably more than what was there.
Yeah, there's Christopher Columbus Diaries 1 and 2 and 3. There's other resources about Indians and Africans already being here with the Ten Commandments being found in Nevada. And then also there's what's the other joint? The pyramid that just been found too, and in United States. That's even more proof. Wherever there's
Okay, I'll go
There are
ahead, Mr. Legit.
wherever there's pyramids,
there are pyramids in America.
legacy.
hold on, one mic, y'all. I know ER is kind of muffled. Like I can hear him, but it's gonna be like it's gonna be easy. He's gonna be easily overtalked. So
Oh, my bad, my bad. Now, I was saying that you can look at Christopher Columbus diaries 1 and 2, and there's also documents of the Ten Commandments being found in the U.S. as well as a pyramid being found in the Guatemala or something like that right now. So
mhm.
I don't know. It's just like they try to whitewash everything, and it's and now that people are waking up to the truth, it's crazy.
You talking about the Mayan pyramids, like that's on southern Mexico?
When you start peeling layers back and you start finding more details, and once you start going to more documentation and looking at geographics and all that other stuff, you can put 2 and 2 together that a lot of this stuff that they keep pushing in our schools and our faces is whitewashed.
But
Those are
Because look at Christianity. How is Christianity started from Europe, and Christianity was in Africa before, way before, 10,000 years before, maybe longer than that, in Ethiopia.
no,
Because Ethiopia is beside the Middle
not in the same
You better
way.
do your homework. That's all facts.
ER, let everybody know that you're laying your pain so Miss Legit can go ahead chime in and
Yeah.
Amelia can go ahead.
Go ahead, Mama. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, host, for letting me up. I just literally just came in and just saw the prompt. I was like, oh my goodness gracious, and then heard a couple of the things being said. I am well studied on this because I've debated this topic. Sadly, had to debate this topic for probably a decade now. There was kind of like a wave, and I think it's still going on, but it used to be a bigger wave of people who were saying they were abos or saying they were aboriginal to this land, and that they're saying they're the true American Indians or indigenous to this land, that kind of thing. And I've debated so many of these people, and I just think it's in one. But I just think it's ridiculous. I mean,
You said it won?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, for sure.
And to say like was a slave trade a hoax, it's actually, I think it's beyond disrespectful. It's beyond disrespectful to the plight of our ancestors. It's beyond disrespectful to what they endured. And to think about it being a hoax, there is literally a Mount Everest of evidence, of historical document, of historical record of the transatlantic slave trade. One of the reasons being that it was so lucrative for this world. I think it was still like the most lucrative industry, if you will, worldwide. It made so many people so much money. Like these things were well documented. So this idea that it's a hoax is ridiculous.
I got a question for you. One second. I got a question for you. How many of in your studies, how many people were documented coming over to the U.S.?
It was in the low millions because people didn't come directly here. They came up through the islands. And so it was kind of like from the western coast of Africa up through the islands. And then some of those people made their way up to the United States of America. So it wasn't a direct
So you said low millions came to the United States?
Yes.
Well, who said that?
I mean, that's what historical documentation supports.
Who?
I mean, all kind of things from ship.
I mean, every time she gives evidence.
Yeah, hold on one second. I was about to say, I'm gonna go somewhere, right? Because like she said, it's documented, right? We have slave manifests. Yeah, we have slave manifests. Go ahead.
Yeah. So everything from slave manifests to what was documented during that time there's all tons of records. And you have to understand that as the transatlantic slave trade continued, that the quote unquote technology, if you will, of the day and their recording of what was happening, the insurance policies that were out there, so many more of those things continue to develop throughout the transatlantic slave trade. And when you ask who's saying this, everything from tons of universities, tons of museums, tons of anthropologists and people that collect artifacts and do historical documentation. So yeah, it's a plethora. Yeah.
Okay.
It's only like 400,000.
Why does the move? All right, Chris, hold on one second. I got it, y'all. Yeah. So like Emory University says like 388,000. Yeah. Slave Voyages says like 93,000. Documented.
I was caught 400,000.
Yeah, I hear y'all, but the National Archives has this stuff documented, right? Slave Voyages that's ran by what's his name? I forgot his.
That white guy who got interviewed. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's ran by a professor, and then Henry Louis Gates also works with him on that, and they go around saying that it's 93,000 documented Africans that came to the United States.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
And it's like 36,000. It's like 36,000 voyages, right?
What do you think?
What do I think? Hold on one second. I'm gonna get to that. In the 1850 United States Census, right? They documented it's only like 10,000 Africans documented in the 1850s United States Census.
I got the 1920s right here for you.
1850 were documented, and 10,000 were documented. Something like that. Yeah. You need to rehab your claim if you're claiming it's 93,000. Argue with people that are actively studying the transatlantic. How about we actually argue with the people that? So, and this is updated. This is updated information. This is updated information, right? This is information. What's my point?
Yeah,
people need primary sources to prove that millions of people came to the United States.
Exactly. Let's move on to the next person, Amelia, because Amelia haven't gotten a chance, and we also have Cher, and then we got my big sis, Steve Goddess up here. Feel me? I definitely want her to cook as well. So, Amelia, go ahead. Sis, you can go ahead and mute your mic, so we can go ahead and hear you.
Yeah, tap the screen. Do I have any? What's up? We got receipt goddess. We got
Wait, what makes you guys think it's a hoax though? Like, what about the slave trade is a hoax?
It's an exaggeration. A hoax doesn't mean nothing happened. It doesn't mean something happened. If something is exaggerated,
An exaggeration of what? Of numbers, of like
numbers, narratives, right?
Like what?
Yeah, like a
That's
little further into that, like aside from numbers, because the same talking point is the same
one
point
second,
that
one second.
anti-Semites use. No, I'm
Anti-Semite, like who's talking about Semites right now?
I'm just saying that this is the
Who's talking
same.
about?
I'm saying this is the
It's
same
not
talking point.
it's not the
It's
same
almost like
talking point.
you're
It's not the same talking
diminishing
point
and
because we're
making it
not
seem
we're
like
talking about two different groups of people. So if I ask someone,
using the same argument.
where are you from, Shay? Before I get into this, right? Where are you from?
I'm from Florida, but I'm Haitian.
You're Haitian from Florida. All right. So where did your parents say they were from?
They're from Haiti.
Where did your grandparents say they were from?
One's French and one's German.
One's French and your grandparents. One's French and one's German.
Yes.
Ah, okay. What oral traditions have been passed down to your family?
What oral traditions?
Yes. Where did your people say they were from in your family?
They're from Haiti. They were born and raised in
What
Haiti.
did they say they were? Did they say they were African? Did they say they were Arawak, Taino? Like, what are we talking about?
I mean, we don't go that far back. I mean, to go back to the 1800s is ridiculous.
Going back to the 1800s. One second. Folks can go back past the 1800s doing their genealogy in the United States.
I'm sure.
There's not as much data. There's not as much data.
Yes, there is. Ma'am. How about ma'am?
Hold on.
Ma'am, you're talking to someone that has went to the National Archives just recently. You're talking to someone that's descends from the. Hold on, Can y'all let me finish?
One mic, please. One mic.
Are y'all gonna let me finish?
Hold on, Fairy. Hold on, Fairy.
Hey, Darvid. Hey, Darvid.
Yeah, what's
hey,
up?
Moo
What's up? How you
I
faring?
love
Yeah,
y'all.
what's up?
How you doing,
Much
sis?
love to you. Much love to you. Yeah. Someone that's been to the National Archives, someone that's been to the Maryland State Archives, someone that's from the first two colonies, Maryland and Virginia. Our history, the 13 colonies are well documented. We want to talk about the 1619 project. I can tell you names of people that. Hold on, one second. I can tell you names of people that got off the White Tiger in 1619. Named. These people are documented. I can tell you the first person that got sentenced to a lifetime of indentured servitude, aka what you would call the S word. So this stuff is documented. People can trace who they are. There's not rocket science.
But not everybody has that.
Yes, they. You're talking to someone that does this. Like, what are we talking about? Hold on, one second.
Some home training, Shay, please.
Yeah, 1 second. Just because you can't find nothing, right, doesn't mean everyone else can't. Or you haven't tried to find anything, right? So when people are saying they're indigenous, people have done the legwork to find out who they come from. There's plenty of Black people enrolled in tribes. I know plenty of them that have been able to find their ancestry. There's people that can find African in heritage in their bloodline.
Dave, when you finish, I want to jump right behind you to help provide some documents. And
Yeah,
I want to
I'm gonna land it real quick. You got it. I'm gonna land it right here.
What's your educational background, by the way?
Shay, hold on one second.
I dropped out. Hold on, I dropped out of grad school.
We don't do
I dropped out of grad school.
And I
know. I'm so sick of hearing that narrative.
Amita, I'm on your ass. Please.
Let me go ahead and land what I gotta say and receipt. Also got something to add to Shay as well. So as me is receipt. To Miss Legit, you asked about how there's not enough records. Well, here's records that's been updated from the past 2, 3 years, 4 years, right? So you got records that's coming from all United States of America, even with Central, Southern America, outside of America as well, right? If you want to look for some documentation about your family, all you have to do is this, right? So let's go back. All you got to do is put their first and last name in, put the place where they was born, the year, and then they give you more options. You can put down the marriage, the resident, the unalivement. You can add a family member, and if you got any type of record option, like if you have a batch number or an image or something like that, to help provide to get that exact information, that will help you find more records that you're looking for. So as you guys can see, you got Alabama, Let's go over to the next page. It's over 171 pages. The numbers shows how many documentation or people that was filed underneath the estate. You got 5,000 in the Southern Claims of Commission approved claims. There's 5,248 people. So 9 times 10, that 5,248 could be one of y'all family. Being if you have family living in Alabama, they got the same thing with state census. Sumptuary count circuit. That shit. You got the district court naturalization records. You got the vote registration and poll tax cards. You got the wells and deeds. You got WW1 service cards, WW2 drive registration. So let's say if any of your grand uncles or grandfathers was affiliated with those wars, you could definitely pull up their registration cards or their service cards from there. Same thing with alien rivals. You want to know if your family immigrated over to America. That could be one of those things. So there's a lot of documentation that's like that.
All right, you're just yapping at this point. Like,
I'm really not. I'm really not. So you said, hold on. You said you from Florida, right? You said you from Florida, right? So being how you from Florida, right? 9 times out of 10, you might have family that, like, say your grandparents, right? You might have family that was living in Florida, probably in Haiti too. You gotta understand that you got distant. Shay. You don't know everybody. You don't know everybody in your family. You got distant cousins.
Yeah,
you got
and we don't
distant
interrupt
uncles. You
our
got distant
goddesses.
auntie. Okay.
We allow
You have
our
to be-
women to speak. Stay in your place, please.
I'm trying to hurry up.
Wait, what you say? Hold on. What you say?
You better
take it back.
That's just awoken some part. Shay, shut your dumb ass up. You're not gonna say.
One second.
Fucking manners.
What did he
said
say?
What I said.
Hey, what? Hey, Shay, what you say? Hold on. What did he say? What you say?
BITCH word. Nah, that nigga goofy. Drop that dumbass nigga.
Yeah, I was on 1 sec. Yeah, I'm about to drop him too. Yeah, don't do that. Y'all expect me to think y'all are intellectuals? When y'all get emotional and call people ad hominem, y'all call people a bunch of ad hominems. Y'all think I'm supposed to respect y'all? After that, like she ain't even do nothing. Hold on, she ain't do nothing to be called that. Y'all IQ. Yeah, that's low IQ behavior. That's low IQ babble.
It really is.
And as a man, hold on 1 second. God damn, can y'all shut up while I'm talking? Like, damn, I'm trying to speak, get a point across. You've been talking the whole time. Yeah, I was about to say, as a man, you should have better emotional discipline and emotional intelligence. You have this call saying someone's yapping when they're presenting information to you that you're not even privy to. That's disrespectful. How old are you? Who raised you? I landed there.
Yeah.
Could I respond to her? Could I respond and specify what I was saying?
If she's done, you can.
I was in charge. I was trying to be done when I was finished. So if to the person who asked, where is this page coming from? This is coming from familysearch.org. I'm gonna give you guys another page where you can also get your information like Ancestry, which is like more open and you guys can legit see what you're like putting in. Let me go ahead and get to our collections. Because I have the subscription from all international records. So I can see my family records if they're coming from outside of America or in America. So you can explore by collections. You can look at for, like I said, the marriage, birth, the unaliving, the census voting list, the immigration, travel, the military, the school, dictionaries, church history, tax, criminal, land, and wills. For my people who is wanting to be curious if they had own land or anything like that from their family, here's the land records right here. All you have to do is put your people information in to see if your people 9 times 10 own any land. Here's a browse catalog where the land could be coming from. You got the 1600s going all the way down to the 1900s. As you can see here, some of the records that they have on file from those time periods. They have records coming from Australia, Canada, Europe, and United States of America, which is where we all at this current moment. And to quickly land my plane, here is the Explorer by location. This is where you guys can go to the vital records. As Dave was saying, the vital records is the only places for you guys to get all those information, right? This is only shown during the mid east, but as you can see, it's also all we're on the East Coast. every state will have a vital records where you can get your family genealogy records. But the thing is, you have to go to the state where your family's from. Just because you in, let's say, Florida, and all your family could be in North Carolina, you can't get records from your family in Florida. You got to go to North Carolina to get the records where your family is at to further prove your people's information and stuff like that. And I land my plane.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say, okay, this is all good. However, I have great grandparents that wrote wrote children's birth on trees.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, this still goes only, I would say, 1% of what it means to be a Black American in this land.
Come on now.
Everything is not documented. When you're running from war, when people are actually exactly when people are actually trying to unalive you and keep you from being able to document, this only goes so far. My great grandmother didn't know if she was 108 years old when she passed or 120 because her birth date was written on a tree, on the tree bark.
And with that, Media, let's go ahead and move on to Receipt because she had a question. Go ahead. Sis,
yeah, Receipt had a question before she goes. All right, cool. Everything isn't documented. That's fine. You know, 80%, maybe 70% of records are in person. You're not going to find everything on the internet.
There we go.
Most of the records are in person. If you visit these courthouses, if you visit these genealogical centers, these libraries, you'll find a plethora of information about people's families and things like that. But go ahead,
we were very well documented people. We kept very well receipts and documents. We took do y'all realize? See, I just came from a live. Apologies, Darvid. I just came from a live where I had to, they wanted to speak on the Underground Railroad. The Underground Railroad, our people, we had trains, dirigibles. We were very well established. What do you mean? You have to do legwork. You might have to just show up and act in person. You got to do some actual work. You might have to get above and beyond this computer and reach out to, it goes above and beyond. You got to take that adventure, take that trip, please. And Amita, forgive me. I mean no harm to have my foot on your neck, but I've seen you and I've heard you, and it's just come on now, goddess.
What do you mean? A lot of children were born through midwives. The midwives were prosecuted for helping indigenous people have their children. They couldn't even document it.
I thought you think
so what do you mean?
Think that they document. Your voice is very piercing. But you back away from the mic.
It should be. It's a sword.
Apologies. Okay. Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah.
And I rebuke
going straight through my goddamn ear.
I do. So do you not realize that those midwives, that whoever you're speaking of, those entities, they kept records. Our power, they made sure they kept our hair, our teeth, our bones. What you mean? They dig in earth to make sure that they got access to us. They keep our everything. They ate us. What you drop some fruits in the chat and like this live. It's 111 people in this month. Y'all better support. Come on.
But what is you? I don't get what you're saying.
To think that they are not keeping records, and apologies for raising and getting in my passion right now, but you out of pocket my foot on your neck.
My ex-husband, his mother just died at 90 years old.
You gotta say Johnson Fruits in the chat. Thank you for sharing. I was about to say, I need folks to stop being so obtuse, dude. Like, nobody said everyone was documented. There's people that didn't care to be documented, right? And things like that. But also, a lot of people were documented. Like, so to say that people have no chance of finding out who they are, who they people are, is asinine. It's 2025, dude. People have family Bibles. Hold on. People have family Bibles. People have all sorts of things that document themselves. 1 second. God damn. Like, can we stop being so obtuse and closed-minded for once? If it's the new information, hold on. If this is new information to you, then act like it. Take it in. Why do people have these such inflated egos just to be fucking right?
No,
we put it in stone. We put our documents.
Go ahead, receipt goddess. Go ahead, receipt goddess.
It went down to stone.
Yeah, receipt goddess been waiting to speak. Go ahead.
We put it in stone. Receipt goddess, love and light. Gratitude for inviting me. I love you, goddess.
Peace, peace. I'm not gonna be too long.
So put her on a big screen. Put her on a big screen. She needs
no,
to
I'm not. I
I
don't even feel like pulling up nothing right now. I'm gonna go to the store. But I just want to say this. Everybody has their own story, right? Speak for your own story. You can't implement everybody into your story. You get what I'm saying? Because we are the record keepers, period. People believe that the United States had a hold on us for so long. The United States is a corporation on our soil. 1776. Okay? So, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out who be telling people the things that they regurgitate, because all it takes, right, is dedication. It takes for you to understand what these words mean. It takes for you to actually do the footwork to find your people. You can find your people. When the Trail of Tears and stuff like that happened, yes. When the peoples were removing our people from their homes, or if your house ever caught, knocking on wood, FIRE, yes, we have had things destroyed, but we do exist. Do the due diligence. I mean, you should feel okay with leaving your heir the information. You get what I'm saying? Do the footwork. Your family left you breadcrumbs. There's breadcrumbs. You just don't just disappear, okay? Because when it comes to our ancestors, when it comes to our ancestors and everything that we did, just like what the goddess fairy was saying, that shit is real, okay? We kept things. I've never met my mother's mother. I've never met my mother's mother, and I have her hair. Okay, I have my mother's Bible and everything. So when people want to regurgitate, it's no way you could find this. We don't have that much documents, this and that and this and that. You are discouraging other people from going to do the footwork to do it themselves. If you are stuck on your genealogy, people can help you. So, I mean, I think we need to get our mind out of that mind frame when you're saying we can't do this, we can't do that. You can do anything you put your mind to. So I feel like if you got a personal a problem where you're stuck, okay, I understand that. You can get help, okay? I mean, it's not just going through records, it's going to the hospitals, cemeteries in your area, going to the county, the churches, and excuse me?
What I do know is my people were not slaves.
Do not interrupt her. Do not ace.
They were not slaves.
Let her finish.
I know that for sure.
Let her finish.
You said they weren't slaves?
They were not.
Yes. Okay,
right.
That's good.
Exactly. That's the point. Right.
That's good. Okay. Yeah. And you went and did the research, right? So
I want to show y'all my Bible, the bootleg.
Can you let her finish? Can you let her finish, dude? Like, come on.
Dude.
Like, damn. Why y'all yes, dude.
Yeah, and then
let her finish.
Yes, ma'am.
When I get done, if you have a question for me, I can answer it.
I know Mrs. Legit wanted to go after, so.
Okay, I'm gonna land in just about a minute. I was always told that I had airland by my mother. When she said airland, I thought she was talking about AIR. I ended up doing the research. I'm in the year 1123 now. I'm gonna say that again, 1123. I have found land patents. I have the deeds to my family's past homes and plantations and all of that. It's more and more and more things that I could say that I have about my family, but I'm gonna go ahead and land my plane. Anybody have any questions you can ask, but we want to get this moving so that we can talk.
Yeah, Mrs. Legit can go. Like, go ahead.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Yeah. I'm sorry. And I don't know you, but I don't believe that you have data that goes back into the 1100s. But if you say you do, then I can't disprove it. But I don't believe it.
So what makes you not believe it?
But can I just respond to something real quick, please? So earlier, I think y'all kind of got what I said misconstrued when I said you end up hitting a wall. What I mean is that, for instance, this is document. It's often more challenging, due to the historical context of enslavement and the lack of readily available records, it's often more challenging to trace the entire ancestral history of Black Americans beyond the 1800s. Some studies suggest that, And the other part was tracing family lines becomes easier starting in 1870 when the U.S. Census began recording African Americans by name. So I'm not saying that nobody. Let me just be very clear. I'm not saying that nobody can trace back further than that or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying in terms of our African ancestry, you will end up hitting a wall at some point, and that's because early on, those meticulous documentations were not kept of our people. They were just more like generalized documentation.
Right. Okay. I just started seeing people unmute. Let her finish, y'all.
Let her finish, please.
So if you're talking about like maybe your European side, sometimes those documents or whatever percentage European you have, you might be more apt to finding some of that information. But in terms of like our African lineage and ancestry, no, you're going to end up hitting a wall at some point.
Okay,
I just wanted to say was when people say,
and I want
they had a Bible. One second. When they say, they had a Bible and they wrote things down, a couple of things got to be understood. If you're talking about the mass production of Bibles to where people could have Bibles,
we had our own Bibles. We made our own.
Hold on, Barry. Let
her finish. Let her finish, please.
It's okay.
You're talking about much later in history, and then the other thing was the Bible was given to us. The Bible was not our original spiritual practices. That was not our original thing. So those things were given to us. And for a long time, we didn't necessarily speak the language. For a long time, we didn't necessarily read the language. There were so many different aspects to it. So when people start talking about what was documented in the Bible, you are not talking about going way back in history. You're talking about more recent history, where probably the 1800s, late 1800s, early 1900s time, where people were more able to write and document, and Bibles were more accessible to people.
Okay. I just wanted to respond, and then I know that Vashka been waiting.
Yeah.
So let me just say this, and I think Ferry.
I got something after you. Mine's just quick. I just want to show her a quick screenshot of what I got.
So hold on. So I wanted to address something. I understood what you were saying, right? But it's the terminologies that you're using. When you say African American history, we were not labeled African Americans until 1988. Okay. And hold on, let me finish. And in 1990, he got sued for that. I don't know if you knew that. Okay. So the term Black was applied to us around 1950s. Okay. Before that, they called us Negroes. But you have to go back and understand that those terminologies were placed on us, right? By someone, something. We know who we are. You can call us whatever you want. But one thing you can't call me is what you want to call me. You get what I'm saying? So when you say that you can't find these things, of course, African ancestry, don't go back over 200 years. And it's for a reason. Because we were not ever applied to African until 1988. Okay? That is actually a fact of what you're speaking of, But we are the record keepers. Okay, let me tell you this, and I'm gonna let somebody else go ahead and get it. I have found my family, right? I found my family with their name spellings being different. I found my family with white people faces on them. When you understand that we are the people who created everything, when I say everything, from Skippy peanut butter to granite countertops, right? So when you understand, since we are the people who created everything, how are we in a position to where Hindus, Mongolians, and white people are running these factories? Something has to be wrong with that. They didn't create those. They didn't create a wicker chair, okay? The language that you're speaking of, we're still speaking it today. And I'm going to tell you the reason why it is different. See, the language in the beginning was the angel or Anglo language that was changed to Ingo and then changed to English. If you understand what ish means at the end of a word, it means somewhat, kind of, sort of. When you say morning, you know what I'm saying? So they changed the ways of how we speak. So there's an origin to everything, because while everybody's saying we don't speak our language, why are they using our alphabets? We are the ones. Do you hear me? We are the ones. We are the descendants, the heir to the people who created everything. So something has to go on in your head and think, wow, since they weren't able to fight us in WAR, they did it on paper. That's why Walter Plecker went back into our records and started putting black and all of this stuff, because race on a birth certificate,
Facts.
it does not. Do y'all know? Y'all just got to look it up. Y'all don't have to believe nothing that I'm saying. Race was never put on birth certificates until 1989. Look it up. The fact that the story, hold on, I'm almost done. The fact that the story of the transatlantic slave trade, look up when that actual story was actually published. It didn't come into existence until 1997. And the reason why I'm going to say that is this. Hold on. The reason why I'm going to say that is this.
Yeah,
I was never taught. Hold on, let me finish. And then you can ask me.
You're giving a lot of misinformation.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Hold on, I got it.
I will clear the goddamn stage just to let people know. Like, come on, relax.
Oh my God. So
yeah, after receipt got it, it's gonna be me and Bass. I'm just putting everything in order because people don't know when is their turn and people's coming off their mic. So after receipt got it is me, it is Vaz, then we got Cage because we got 2 new guests, and then we got 4 Dre that also came up on the panel. Go ahead.
I'm only gonna be like 45 seconds, maybe 2 minutes.
It's okay. Let her finish her plane. Let her play. Let her land her plane real fast. Because we just need to have some order right now because a lot of people is just coming off the mic. Okay, so it's just me and you, Cage, and then for Dre. All
right. So I'm gonna say this. That was very rude because I could have literally came off of my mic and literally would have told you the truth. And the truth is, the information that you were spitting is actually the lie. You see what I'm saying? Everything that's going to come out of my mouth. What governmental school is going to teach you that? They white tea wash your whole history. They got you believing that these white tea people are these images that you see. You really believe that a people who never knew us and that discovered us was able to do that? They can't do that today. So I said what I said. You don't have to believe me, but do the research because your voice sounds so familiar. So many people on these apps benefit, y'all. I just want to let people know, don't be afraid of nothing about what these people up here saying. Don't be afraid to do the due diligence and do your own footwork. Don't get nobody control over telling you who the fuck you is. Because it's people like that literally benefit off of controlling the narrative and the talking points to try to tell you who you are. We all have different parents. You don't know me. So, out there, everybody, please do your genealogy. If you get stuck, follow me. I can help you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because the reason why we're in the position that we are in is because skin folk has been hiding their hands. They come up with all of these elites and these fraternities, these religions to benefit off of you being
What's
lost.
up, grandson?
Where do you think they get that money from? Every foreigner that comes to this land lives off of us. And it's so sad that people want to keep going with this narrative of being a Slave when you're not even a Slavic. Mm-hmm. You want to believe that we are just been done like this all our life. No, we were not. And the sad part about it is this. That's telling you, y'all, we as at the time of awakening, these people was telling on themselves and they're crashing the F out. Mm-hmm. These people have no respect. These people are not doing the due diligence. They already have their mind made up. They want everybody to get back to being asleep. They want everybody to get back to allowing someone to keep planting our crops who keeps unaliving us. Don't let that happen. Don't be afraid of none of this, because everything that she said off of her mute was to try to do what? Diffuse it. People have like that have an agenda, y'all. You know, people out here doing work, root work. They out here casting spells because they benefit. And I'm gonna tell you one thing: it's already gonna be returned to sender because y'all got us fucked up. So don't ever play with me.
Can I say something real quick? As far as the genealogy,
can I get the big screen real fast?
Mm-hmm, go ahead.
Why y'all switch?
All right,
with the
so
genealogy,
what Miss Legit,
and that's
fair, because we gotta go in order of how we said it, because right now we're trying to move. I'm trying to move fast.
I got you. I just wanted to say
for Dre, and then we're gonna have the open floor.
I just wanted 5 seconds. That was it, Momo.
So
my bad.
It's okay, family. I'm just gonna quickly say. So what Miss Legit was saying about how nobody can find their records, stuff like that. I'm currently working on my tree. I've been working on my tree for the past year, right? And so far I've been learning a lot by my people. This is my current tree. I'm not gonna show you my personal information. I'm gonna block my information out, of course. So here's my current tree right here. This is my row owner. I have over 900 people in my family tree, right? I'm working on my man's family tree next. Right now, I got 7 on his tree, right? But at the moment, I've been working on my line, and I got 900 people on my mom's side and on my father's side, right? Yeah, I see that. The next thing, right, is this is my 8th grandparent, right? My 8th grandparent was in Virginia. As you can see, this is a map of all my family that I've been working on. This is more of it. I'm gonna show y'all a little bit once I get out the screenshot. So this is my 8th grandparent. As you can see, 1750 passed when it was 1776 when United States of America became a thing. So my grandparent was born before that time, right? So understand that the maps change, right? So none of these places was called Virginia, North Carolina, none of that stuff back in the day. So let's understand that part, right? So let's get out of that screenshot. I'm gonna go ahead and show y'all the map. This is my family's map. This is my people that I've been working on. As you can see, all my family is in the Americas. All that 900 people that I just showed y'all that I've been working on is all in Americas. And I got some of my folk over here in England, Scotland, but that's all because of my my father's side. You feel me? Because I got a little Scottish in my lineage, but majority of my people's from the Americas. You feel me? So everybody can do exactly what I did. Is an opportunity. Don't be, don't be disingenuous to your family lineage. You feel me? Everybody got a story, just like how you got a story. You feel me? You gotta know what your people had to deal with back in the day. You was there living their struggle, so you need to understand everybody's struggle here in this situation. So let's go ahead and move on.
I was gonna tell you move your finger from the bottom of your mic.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He was a bit muffled, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying
but we did hear you though.
We heard you.
Yeah, and also it's not just only Americas. Like I have to get my records from the Caribbean as well, because my lineage really go directly to the Caribbeans. My people got dropped off. As you can see, it was a lot of people in North Carolina, Virginia. My people got dropped off in the borderline of North Carolina, Virginia. From Trinidad, Jamaica, and St. Kitts. The St. Kitts part is coming from my mother's mother's father's side. The Trinidadian is going back on my mother's side, so my maternal line. My Jamaican side is going down to my paternal side on my father's side. You understand? And then I also got a little Puerto Rican mix inside of that as well. So then how
further up north, and they were trying to screen themselves with the Shinnecock tribe, the Lepeche tribe. I think I'm pronouncing some of them wrong, but y'all understand what I mean. So a lot of people can see that information themselves. They have a lot of Indian brew records that you can see, who your people was dealing with. You can see if they was part of the Dawes Road. There's a lot of information like that.
All right, you got it. Yeah, you can go, boss.
Okay, I was just wondering what the name of. I got one of those sites that Osiris dropped down there. I'm wondering the name of those sites. If you don't mind.
What Mumu just showed us ancestry. What Mumu just showed us ancestry.
So you also have family tree as well. You could use both genealogy sites to do both your family tree, because there might be a site that have a little bit more records than the other site. So I recommend doing both. And also, yeah, ancestry.com and families research. I also took a DNA test as well, which is shocking, to get a little bit more information about my lineage as well. Just because I have documentation, I want to go a little bit further deeper into it, right? So once I have everything together, right, my family is already aware of that, of the fact I've been doing my genealogy. We currently working on going to this course, getting our land ownership back, getting everything that our family had owned back in the day back to us.
Land ownership back from who?
My people I got land patents. My family had owned acres of land in Carolina and Virginia, and same thing with Maryland and Baltimore. So we getting our land patents together to get those lands situated. Like I know one land that I was surprised seeing. My family owned like 4,000 acres of land right by Charlotte in North Carolina. So I found that pretty shocking.
That's the purpose of doing genealogy, because it was stolen.
I don't really want to get too much in.
It was stolen.
Don't tell her that. Yeah, don't tell her that. Don't tell her that.
So if it was stolen,
one second. Hold on, one mic. Yeah, don't give her all that information.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, Mr. J.
Tell me, but I just want to say this, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
If it was stolen from you, I mean, you don't have to respond or answer anything. But if it was stolen from you, I don't know how you think the same people who stole it from you is gonna give it back to you.
That's not how it works. You have to put
Are you not paying attention?
1 second.
Let her
get it off. Let her get it. 1 second. Yeah, let her answer it. Yeah.
And also, let me just say this.
It's not giving Black American. It's not giving Black American.
We all gonna take a time out now just because of that. We all gonna take a time out, dude. What is going on, bro? Y'all can request back up. It's not like y'all gotta chill, man. It's not.
This is crashing.
Dog, that one badass kid that get the whole class in trouble. Like, god damn.
I was over here laughing on mute.
One second, my bad. Request people. A moderator cover the request for me, please.
Okay, I got you. Hey, let me say something real quick. Okay. Y'all have to realize that these places were renamed too. Because where is Scotland? I mean, it's Nova Scotia. You know what I'm saying? Like, people have to realize that. And then I wanted to finish hearing what Miss said, because when you say that they were stolen, right? What it was gatekept behind your new identity. So how you gonna look up stuff when you already believe that you're African American? How you gonna look up anything when you believe that you're Black? See, these terms are social constructs. When you're labeled as Black, that means you're a POW. And another thing, keep hearing people.
No, it does not mean that. Y'all, you're just literally making stuff up.
Okay, hold on, man. What did I make up?
Black means POW. No, it does not. Black
No, I'm asking her a question, y'all. Can y'all hold on. Okay, so do you know what a social construct is?
Yes, I know what a construct is.
Okay, so what is a social construct?
It's constructed socially. It's something used within a society. A lot of times it's used for labels,
caste system.
or characters or character.
Okay, wait. Listen. Okay, so you believe that black means a skin color?
Yes, in the context of American race.
No,
yes.
it's a status.
Hold on.
No, it's
Alameda, you
not.
gotta
It's a
chill. You gotta chill, Alameda.
It's a race. So let me be.
So
very
wait. You said it's a race. So what is it? No, hold on. I asked you a question because you just confused me. Why everybody keep coming off that mute when I'm trying to talk? You just said that race, it means race. So do you know that race and ethnicity is a social construct that has nothing to do with skin color? You have to understand, racism is not the same as colorism. I mean, who in the world is literally black? See, so let me finish saying what I was saying while you rudely said that I was lying. All you gotta do is look
What's
it
up,
up.
Venus?
Because if you knew that race right now, still to this day, is a social construct, then you would have never regurgitated that out of your mouth. Can any one of y'all that is actually going to call me a liar, can you at least look it up while we on this app right now? Let's prove it. Because I can pull it. Do you want me to pull
You've
it
been
up?
paying attention, you would have definitely picked up on everything that we've been saying.
You got to pull up. Hey, look, I do want you to respond.
Y'all,
Let me
one
finish.
mic, y'all, one mic. I don't want to clear the stage again. Like, y'all gotta relax.
What I would appreciate, if you're gonna lash out allegations, basically trying to weaponize me, please pull up the document before you say I'm lying, because my name ain't Receipt Goddess for nothing. So if you want to finish talking, I would love for you to show proof of what I just said was cap and it was a liar.
Okay. Can I speak now?
And if you respond with the receipt, do you have the receipt, or do you want to go ahead and keep talking and then I just slap this receipt down?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and address what you said. First of all, when I said you were lying, I wasn't necessarily talking about that part. It was something you said earlier. But let me clarify with what you said. Race is a social construct, but race is based off of skin color and other phenotypical elements of someone's looks. So, for instance, a certain type of eyes, hair texture, things like that tend to go into what becomes a race. Now, here's the thing, right? Within the context, you said that black meant POW. That's what I said you were lying about. Black, within the context of the United States government, within the racial categorization, black means of African descent. That's what it means. Most namely, the group that has been named colored in the past has been named black, has been named Negro. That group is the group that's being referenced to, typically people who have dark skin. That is the group that's being referenced to when they discuss race, or
I want to get into this.
when they discuss the black race. That's who they're talking about. So let's be very clear. So it has nothing to do with POW.
Bet. All right, cool. I got a question then. Why were indigenous people classified as black? If it means African descent. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah.
You want me to answer it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and answer.
I don't know who muted you. I didn't do that. We're gonna answer it. I'll request you.
I want to go after her, but she's done.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I'm going after.
Okay. So they weren't necessarily classified as black. They were more classified as color. It's similar to in today's time when you hear people of color, that's typically referencing people who are non-white tea. Now, Walter Pleckert, the whole thing with Walter Pleckert, that happened in the 1920s. That's how recent historically that happened. And so that was based on eugenics. And it was based on the premise of either you're white tea or you in this other category. It did not reclassify. Can I just finish, please? It did not reclassify Native Americans. Okay. It did not reclassify Native Americans or Indians to black. That's not what it was.
Okay,
It was saying these people are not white tea. These are essentially colored people, people of color.
All right, bet. I got you.
And after him is me.
Oh, 1 second. All right, 1 second. I might be a little lengthy with this one. It's probably the most lengthy I'll probably ever be on the live. Hold on. I got you, Drake. Boom. That's what we looking at. We got the Tan family right here. I'm about to show court records. We got the Tan family right here. Right? We got Tan. We have this man named John Kickatan. He was born 1636. He was enslaved by the HOE family in Charles County, Virginia, and they got appealed, so he's given his freedom. What he was classified as was Negro. This is 1650, 1636. Now, if you look at the name Kickatan, Kickatan is a name of an indigenous tribe. It's the original name of Hampton, Virginia. This is in 1636. You got Kickatan, Virginia, originally named Kickatan or Kikowatan or Kikotan, name of the Algonquin Native Americans living there, led by Captain John Smith. So John Smith met these people. So how did this random Negro that was enslaved get the name of a tribe? They don't have any documentation of his parents, right? Nobody with the last name Kickatan came in 1619, and things like that. And also, I can go on. We're going to go to the Thomasine Jordan Act, right? The Thomasine Jordan Act. In Thomasine Jordan Act, I got the PDF. I'm sure I'm the first one that showed this shit on TikTok.
Sorry, host. Can you repeat the last name? I just want to know the last name.
Kickatan. Kickatan.
Can you spell it for me?
KEOKECOUGHTAN or CE. KETACAN. Kickatan. You can't find nobody else with the last name. It's not English. It's not African. It's indigenous. It's the original name of Hampton, Virginia.
The maps right now, like literally the maps of the 1750. The maps of the 1750 is completely different because they're not. You gotta understand how these colonials were colonies, the territories, right? These names of these states was starting to become named later on. So
Yeah, for sure.
Past 1772, 62, right? Is what these indigenous names were for these places in America.
One second. John. His name John Kickatan.
And the last name was spelled KECOUGHTAN.
That's the original spelling, or KECATAN. Also, we got the Thomasine Jordan Act. We got the Thomasine Jordan Act in Virginia. That we got the Thomasine Jordan Act right here. This is in Virginia, right? We're in Title 4, Section 54, right? Or 57, right? The Virginia Vital Statistics Bureau classified all non-reservation Indians as Negro. So if you weren't on a goddamn reservation in Virginia, you were classified as a Negro.
Right.
Right. One second. We gonna go through this. We gonna go through this layer by layer. We gonna take it. You can't debunk this. This is by the law. No, all right, cool. What does the law say? What does this section say right now? Directly. What does it say right now? Directly in the law. All non-reservation Indians in Virginia were classified as Negro. Now, if you want to see an example of this, I got you. This is the chief of the Chickahominy, or one of the chiefs of the Chickahominy, William Henry Atkins, right? We're going to look at him on the census right quick. First census, right here. The first census is 1860. Oh, I got to log into Family Search. Hold on. Log into Family Search. 1 second. Mulatto, 1808, mulatto. In 1860. In 1860 is mulatto. 1 second. 1870. 1870. We got 1 second
as well. That's I'm related to them too.
18. I'm not 18. Well, not directly. 1870 mulatto, right? Let's go to 1880. right? 1880 mulatto, cool. 1900, let's look at the 1900 census. 1900, he's classified as black. Excuse me. 1910. 1910, he's a fucking Indian. So how did he go through all these reclassifications? Oh, he's a mulatto. No, he's not. He's an Indian. He got reclassified starting out as mulatto. Mulatto, mulatto. This first three censuses he's on. 1900, he's black. 1910, he's Indian. Come on now. I can show you more chiefs. Hold on 1 second. I can show you more chiefs. And I'm related to one of them. William Sheridan Proctor. Well, I think I got it bookmarked on Twitter because I don't feel like typing all that shit up on Ancestry. This is literally someone I'm related to. We can be descent from the Proctors in Charles County, Maryland, right? Charles County. Now let's go. Let's keep going. Oh, one second. This is in Baltimore. The Johnson family, my kin, right? You have this man named Charles S. Johnson. This is in 1870. He's classified as black, right? In 1880, he's classified as an Indian. Then back in 1900, he's back to being classified as black. And this is my family. I'm related to the Johnsons in Baltimore, in Maryland. These are my cousins. Going on. This might take I don't hope this don't take too long. But yeah, when we talk about documentation, we talk about documentation for real. Folks were reclassified as Indian. So where does black meaning African descent come from?
Right. It doesn't
also Negro. Also the Negro Act in 1680, Negro Act in Virginia 1682. This is the Negro Act. It is an act that all servants which shall be imported into this country either sent by seal or by land, whether Negroes, Muslims, Moors, Muslim North Africans, mulattoes, or Indians, they were all grouped as one at one point. In Virginia, 1682, Indians, Negroes, it didn't say Africans, Moors, who are North African Muslims, mulattoes were all considered Negro at one point. I already showed the Thomasine Jordan Act, so I ain't gotta go too deep into that right now. I showed Chief Henry Atkins before. Oh, okay, cool. We got the Puckanoket in Rhode Island. They were classified as many different things. Their families are classified as colored, black, white, or mulatto. Also, going to Philip Sheridan Proctor, right? This is my cousin. He was classified as black. He was never classified as Indian, and he's a whole chief that resurrected the tribe. So what, and things like that. So what are we talking about? I'll land it right there.
Okay, can I
say something to that real quick?
I was at the
real quick. When it comes to the mixed races,
I was after him when he was done.
I know what you said, sweetheart, but you've been up here talking, and I've been up here waiting patiently. I want to say one thing.
I understand that, but it was already in order before you ever came up here.
So I didn't know it was in order. I think we were in class, but go right ahead, dear.
If it's that, okay,
go ahead.
It's just something quick. And I was gonna say after me, you can fall right behind me because we are on the same mind wave right now. No disrespect to your family, you already know the vibes. So to follow back up what your family was saying, about the Virginia Indians is definitely classified. Again, when you're talking about reclassification, you have to understand that your family come in multiple shades. You have a whole family album of your people, and you can see that your people come in all different type of shades, and you guys come in all different type of phenotypes, right? We're gonna look the same, but we're not gonna look identical to one another, right? So this whole reclassification was happening to confuse our people, to basically don't know who is who, right? Because they could say that, let's say your brother is light skin and you're brown skin. They could classify your brother as a white person, and they could classify you as black. And that right there could basically break each other, disconnect from one another, because you're going to have people in your family who's trying to look for your brother, thinking that your brother was a white man the whole entire time, going based off that ideology, right? Because if you say race is going based off the phenotype, right? People going to think of by liquorship of basic blue eyes, pale skin but straight hair, and that's not true because we know we got yellow bone in our family. So those type of instances happen. You have to understand that when it comes to reclassification, anybody in America who have their lineage passing 4 or 5 generations in America, your people literally has been reclassified. If it's not that, then somebody has stole your people's information. You feel me? Because you got a lot of people that was stealing people information, stealing people land, paying their way to steal somebody's information. Because this is when you hear about the $5 Indian information part. So it's a lot of those instances. If you're not going to be open-minded enough to understand that part, then you're going to be lost and you're going to be confused about what the hell was really happening to your peoples back in the day. Because nobody and as you can see, all the people that's the same color as you is not agreeing with what you've been saying that how African American is supposed to be tied to people that have African descendants. There's been no actual artifacts, no actual proof of people being so-called classified as Black or African American, Negro color having African descendants. There's no proof of that. So why does people keep trying to make it seem like this is the actual thing? What it seems like is you're going crazy. You don't know who you are and nothing about your people. I rest my case.
That was a whole lot of nothing.
What? Who's next?
Sister Star. I want to go ahead and then we got Fort J because Fort J didn't get the chance to really speak.
All right, for sure.
When we had KR and them up here.
I wanted to refute the host.
In that motherfucker. Oh yeah, Drake been waiting for a minute too. Yeah. I guess go ahead, Drake.
I'm gonna just show y'all this. You can look into the 1810 census behind the federal population, and you can see the random acts of the generals that have been happening. You can see what European colony was claiming what land. You see the Louisiana territory. You see majority of the 13 colonies aligning with Kentucky, Tennessee, and the Mississippi territory as well. So understand that there's always been a progress from the mid-late 1700s all the way up to the 19 today.
For sure. Appreciate it. Go. Somebody could fit in, right? Go ahead, Sister. I don't know what happened. Go ahead.
I came up after Dre, so I'll wait. I just wanted to make a comment on the mulatto thing. The mulatto could mean Indian nations. So just to clarify that, I wanted to make sure because she's mulatto, like you just proved her point. Just make sure you understand, darling. Maybe you need to do more research. Mulatto means they were mixed, different Indian tribes that mixed. So that
respectfully, you're preaching to the crier right now. You're preaching to the crier. I already knew that.
To hand the floor to Dre because he was up here before me. I didn't want to go out of order. I apologize. I just wanted to say that to what she was saying.
All love, family is all love. That's family right there, y'all. That's Sister Star. She the OG and shit. You feel me? She put me on a lot of information as well. Saying and receipt goddess and grandson. Grandson's out here too.
Go ahead, Dre. You got it. Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it, Big Creek. I was about to say I've been doing this for a while. I'll go ahead, Dre. If you're there, go ahead.
I need a second. Y'all go ahead.
God damn, you even made Dre wait too long.
Hey, show this John real quick while you wait for him, Big Dog.
Oh, take grandson up on the big panel, please.
Go ahead, grandson.
Where's she at? Well, I want her to see all these sites, right? They all on the Virginia.govs, right? From when you say Virginia, where's the other one at? Let me see. Hold on, let me go to the other one real quick. My bad, y'all. So
you good.
So from this website right here, right, I want to give her the source, right, where it says, Walter A. Plicker, the state registrar, like he was the head, the chief of vital statistics, like, you know what I'm saying, asserts that all Virginia Indians possess some Negro blood, all of them, all of them. You want to know how he did that? He did that with this, right? Let me show you. He did that with this, right? He said that Virginia Indians no longer existed, and you're going to see why right now. Give me a second. All right, Walter A. Plecker, in charge of the state vital statistic records, employed the law to classify all Virginia Indians as white or colored, and to classify the state Indians as colored Plecker believed that some African Americans were attempting to pass as Indians and feared that Indians would attempt to pass as white. He obsessively documented each and every birth and marriage registration submitted to his agency and manipulated and distorted records to show that the genealogical heritage of Virginia Indians was so intermixed with Virginia's African Americans that no real Indian existed anymore. That's what he did. So he did more than what you said. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I wanted to say.
For sure, appreciate it. Dre, you there, Dre?
Drop down.
He dropped? Damn. Oh, you dropped. Yeah. You there, Dre? Well, shit, I'm about to, since we talking about Africa. Oh, no, she said she was going to debunk me. Go ahead.
I was gonna chime in to what he said.
I didn't get the chance to speak. I just wanted to let the brother go. I wanted to let the brother go because
relax. I know how to be open-minded and know what's going on. You don't gotta be an input.
Go ahead, sister. You got it.
Yes, I wanted to show this real quick.
Go there, Alameda. Relax.
It's okay, sister. It's okay. She getting excited. Let's get you more excited. Right here it shows, right here, sweetheart, come on. Right here it shows right here. I'm just going to show you this real quick. I wish I could just give you the whole book, all of the information. This says right here, right? The Aboriginal races, just to clarify, the Aboriginal races of North America. We're going to show now. We know about all these so-called natives, the government citizens that are indigenous to the United States corporation. Let's be very clear. They're not indigenous to the lands. Okay, that's a big difference. So the Aboriginal races of North America, right? This is not an approximation. It's not something someone just made up. Okay. The Abenaks, properly Muskogees, under the French at Tombecby. Now, some of these were native tribes that were mixed or intermingled. I have some other books up here that can even show that. Shows that they were agents that were infiltrated into the tribe, how they were paid, the amounts. You know, all their information is out for the public to see. You just have to find it. Okay, let's go on. The Abenakis, the Akaba, the Akamos. Let's just keep going. I don't want to stick on all of them, but we'll keep going. We know, and just to clarify, this is very distinctive from 5 civilized tribes. We see how many it is right here, okay? And these just the ones that they have noted here. Mind you, I'm pretty sure there are quite a few that weren't even noted, okay? Indian tribes and nations. Let's go. We still in the A's. See? A, I'm gonna go down some. Go down so y'all can just see. Take some screenshots so you can look at the information yourself and verify it. It even gives their distinctive place, the exact latitude, longitude of some of them, where they were, what type of warriors they were, where they were battle warriors, where they were the ones that people are scared of. Like it really lets you know. And I'll show you guys the title of this in a second. Again, if you didn't catch it. All right, just so y'all can see. See all these nations here? See all the people that was here? All the Aboriginals, which are the American Indians that the brother's trying to tell y'all about, that they try to say are natives and we're native, we're erasing and this and that. See, this is what they was doing to us. This us. All this us. Still going. See, this us. us, 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 us. I'm sorry, just us and us and us and us and us and us. It just goes on and on and on. Y'all see the list, okay? Never try to say that we had no tribes. Never say that we didn't know where we were from, because see, they had documentation of this. They just hide it from you so you don't know. See? You guys see? So just to clarify, I just wanted to see that. You want the screenshot. You can screenshot it, babe. I want you guys to finish your conversation. If the brother wants to, I'll allow you guys to go back through this. I'll post it on my page later too. I think I have it, but it's been they like deleted down from like 2 years ago, but I'll put it up again. But yeah, y'all see it. Yeah, it goes into all the information and all that. But let me just go up so whoever's on here can get the book and look it up for themselves. You guys need to really research and do a lot of studying. That way you're able to get documentation and information. I mean, I could blow your mind with some of the stuff I got right now, but I know we don't have time because we need a couple of months to go through some of these books of proof that's out here that, you know, I've discovered over years. So sometimes it takes a while. So I know that some people just aren't well informed, but let's just try to make you as informed as we can. Okay. So here we go real quick, the screenshot, and I'm going to allow you guys to have the floor, because I don't try to hog up anything. But here it is. It's a Drake's book. I'm trying to get it small enough so you guys can see the full book. Okay, there it is. It looks very small.
Scroll up a bit.
Okay, there you go. All right, there you go. All right, Drake's Indians of North American Indians. All them, y'all seen them tribes. Stop playing with us. I'm so tired of y'all people playing with us and trying to
cooking. I got
act like we crazy. I'm gonna give it a break for a minute because we can get into something else when y'all ready. But I'm gonna let y'all chat.
Where can we find that again?
I'm sorry.
You find that book?
I'm not sure, sweetheart. You have to look it up. But this is a PDF I have. You can look on the archive. A lot of the PDFs I have from years ago, I downloaded from Internet Archive. Some are unavailable, like when you try to find the links now. So I can't guarantee you'll find it, but I'm pretty sure you can find it somewhere. But this is the actual book, and it goes into everything. And I'm pretty sure that our archive has it. You know, they keep a lot of information. You just have to know the title to look. They just try to hide it. So if you put in Drake's Indians of North America, it should pull up for you.
For sure, appreciate that.
Isn't that ironic? Can I please respond? Isn't that ironic that Drake
is Dre there?
Drake? Isn't that ironic? See how they put it in our face? Drake is a Miss Jewish person with a black father. Mulatto.
He's got a couple of informative books. It's a Drake's Atlas as well. I'm trying to see how to cut the thing back off again.
Can I please address some of the things that have been said?
Is Dre there? Hey, Haley, how you doing? Dre said it.
Yeah, I probably got too much noise in my background at this very moment.
All right, for sure. So you can go ahead then.
All right, damn, I don't know where the fuck to start. My name is Drake. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, bloodline from New Orleans, as far as I know, doing my genealogy as we speak. Oh man, look.
What's up, Mark?
Damn, where the fuck do I start? The Moors sold us out. They sold us the fuck out. Damn, there's so much shit. I'm just trying to circumvent it in my brain. But cause it's the names. Cause like I said in the comments, where I lived used to be West Florida. So I'm looking at these records and it's saying that my great grandmother was living in Clinton, Louisiana, which was East Baton Rouge Parish, and it was going by wards. It wasn't going by parish. Or 10 ward people in New Orleans, they represent wards and stuff.
But I want to let you know that there are plenty of people who are in your situation, and we are not thinking at all, in the least, not even in a cent of trying to go and get one of those cards, placing ourselves up underneath these people who are not even the original people of the land. It really does not make any sense. And I wanted to show you how my
Yeah,
ancestors.
it doesn't make any sense to honor your
I wanted
ancestors
to
by way
show
of the
you.
Treaty of 1866. You're right.
I wanted to show you, Gia, where my ancestors actually took it to the Supreme
Hey,
Court.
Gia, I need you to watch out because the only people who talk
Do you
against
mind
tribal
not
citizenship
talking
are
over
those who
me?
don't have it. You'll never hear
Do
someone
you
with
mind
tribal
not? She
citizenship
already
talking
told
about
you
you
why
shouldn't
she
get
didn't
tribal
want to do
citizenship.
it.
Be
Why don't
wary
you
of
mute
that.
up, Mike? Is there a problem when somebody else is coming in and they're saying different things? Are you like Mr. Mute the
Oh,
fuck
it's just
up?
a weird phenomenon. It's always people
No,
who
what's
don't have
weird is the
citizenship
shit that
trying
you're
to get in
pushing.
other people's ear,
That's
trying to act
weird.
like there's some negative to
Actually, that's
citizenship.
what you're
You
doing.
telling her she got to get underneath.
I don't have to tell
people. What
anybody
does she
not
have
to go
get
get one of
underneath?
them
She
cards
fills
because
out
they're
an
not thinking
application.
that.
She
You're the
sends in her
only one in our
genealogy.
community
She
who's
gets approved
pushing
or
that
she gets
bullshit.
denied.
So
Stop
how
trying to
about you mute up
fearmonger
so I can
when you
finish
haven't even
talking to
gone
my
through this
sister?
process yourself, have you?
What, and I won't be. You're
You're
absolutely
giving
right,
this
and I
woman
won't
advice
be.
on a process
Like
you
you
have not
said,
even
you don't
gone
got
through
to see
yourself.
these
That's the
people. You
messed
don't
up
got to
part.
go on their land, and you don't care because you're about the money. That already reveals who the fuck you are. Like, that's some weird shit. We don't want these people in power on our motherfucking land. Like, you're talking some nonsense. So, anyways, Gia, I wanted to let you know a lot of our lines are connected, even for those people who do not show up on the Dawes Rose. They will connect down the line where some of us will connect. Okay. So it's important that, and this is why we're pushing everybody to do their genealogy, because we know the situation our people were put on. They were pushed off of the rolls and getting their land allotments and so forth. So we will be able to take action. The more of us who do our genealogy and we
How
put
can
it
you take
together,
action if
and
you're not a part of the
the
tribe?
more of us who do our genealogy and we put it together, we are making plans to get remedies. I just want you to know that your people are not sitting on their butt right now and not doing anything at all. So the other thing I would like to say about genealogy, you guys, is you don't need to pay anybody to do your genealogy unless you don't have the time to do it or whatever. I suggest that you do as much as you can. We do have American Indian communities where people are helping and they're not charging. And I need you to understand something, Gia,
And you got to
because
make
I
sure
know
to vet those people and make sure they've actually gone through the process they're educating you on.
Mike, can you shut the fuck up?
Nah, you don't run nothing
Like,
around
I
here.
don't
I
never
thought you would
have to
learn
give
that by now,
energy. Like,
Meta.
all y'all, there's a lot of people in here who know me. A lot of people.
You still
Y'all
ain't
know I
learned
don't
that
act
yet,
like
girl.
this.
You still ain't learned.
Y'all know I do not act like this. But I'm not gonna let you disrespect me or move my people, because
Oh yes, the
we know what the fuck
matriarch.
we're
The
doing.
matriarch, guys. The matriarch.
Yeah, so now you're making fun of our
and
So now
matriarchs.
you
Are you
mocking,
fucking
bro?
for
will
real?
respect
What's
the
up with that?
matriarchal energy.
That's
Shout out to
crazy.
you, America. But in this space,
Yo, what's
brother,
up?
we are going to respect the women in here. Just and it's vice versa too. So please stop doing that, Mike, bro. I already done asked too many times for my own liking. I just want this to be on information because we already got people in here that don't know how to conduct themselves on our stages. So when we get to talking about genealogy and showing our records and showing our pictures of our family members, let's still continue to have that level of grace because we're all not at that finish line like you are. Everybody is still going through the process of dealing with the information, how they're receiving it at their respective pace. So let's not try and drag somebody across the finish line.
Hey,
And
CR, I
Wise,
apologize. My
I'm about to
line was
call
cutting
you
out. Did you ask me to
to
stop
wait
doing
because
something?
you damn sure ain't informative of nothing.
What he's asking you is to stop
Hey,
being
CR,
disrespectful.
were you asking me something,
Yes,
CR?
that's what he asking you,
Your name's
Mike.
not CR,
He asking you
American.
to
Hold
stop
on.
being disrespectful.
I would
Hey,
like
CR,
to finish
are
what
you
I
there?
was saying to Gia, and then I'm gonna mute up because I was interrupted.
I'm sorry, I'm asking
rudely.
CR a question. I don't know if you walked away
Right,
from
but
the
that's what
phone
you did,
or
interrupting me,
I
and
thought you
he went
mentioned
on
me.
mute. So now I'm gonna finish what I was saying to Gia.
Okay, I guess CR stepped away.
Gia,
Let's listen to Meta ramble.
Nah, I'm here, but
oh my
Meta,
God.
we're gonna allow you to go ahead and finish, but I do want to show a picture illustrating to what you was talking about as far as the Cherokee, the green-eyed Cherokees, because that is exactly what my aunt, who's still living right now, she shares that same phenotypical traits of our same complexion. You know what I'm saying? Even if it is damn near brown paperback complexion, but she has the green eyes, and she's standing right next to my grandma. So
I would love to
father,
see
who
that.
I showed a picture of yesterday, who Smokey Robinson shares the same likeness of.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought you were asking me some CR, so that's why I was just trying to get some clarification.
Forget it.
Thank y'all.
But yeah, G, if I was you, I would check out the official page of the Choctaw Freedmen. They are a legitimate organization that's putting in the work.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead, American.
Go ahead, baby.
I just real quick, because this is important and people be trying to shut you up. Gia, it's really important. I know that you are tapped in. I know that my people are tapped in. It's really important for us to be doing our own genealogy. I'm gonna try to explain it to you, but I don't have a long time. But believe me when I tell you.
Don't fucking lie on me, please. No, don't fucking lie on me, please. I don't like that shit.
Because you're being
I'm not
disingenuous and you're
you're being
lying.
disingenuous and you're fucking lying. Stop lying, dude.
You being hella
Let me show you this
disingenuous.
shit. Yeah, let me show you this shit again, right?
Do it again, man.
Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. You like y'all want to be so right so bad. What lying? What you gotta lie for? This is William Henry Atkins. What the fuck? Hold on, 1 second. I don't give a fuck at this point because you lied. I don't give a fuck.
What did I lie about?
You said
I'm
these
asking you what I lied about.
I don't need no backup singers. You said these aren't the same people. This is Chief William Henry Atkins right here. It says William Henry Atkins. So what the fuck do people get out of lying for? Same person.
They reported, and y'all go ahead, top the screen, please, and y'all put fruits in the comments. TikTok for education.
A lot of fakes out here.
Yeah, you gotta be getting fucking paid. Like, you can't be that obtuse, man. Come on, you cannot be that obtuse.
I was kind of nervous because it's a lot of people that's like her. That's what you call hard comprehending. Like, people lack comprehension like crazy. It should have first of all what got me when she said
comprehension.
Both. Fucking both. That was mad cognitive for her to be saying what she was saying. And then the fact that she said Indian Negroes are two separate people, that I lost a lot of brain cells when she said that. Because in my research, I thought it provided a lot of documentation. She haven't showed a source the whole time she's been on the panel. So that's what's also getting me. She's sitting here being very disingenuous to a lot of people who actually have family that was involved with reclassification, paper genocide, right? So the fact that she's sitting here saying that these people are trying to say that our people is separate from that term Negro is very wrong. Very, very wrong. Now, I was gonna say is this to anybody that have documents, right? To anybody trying to figure out, well, what is the next move after I receive all these documents? You need to go to court. Nothing, you can't just you can't just be like, okay, I'm gonna just pull up to the thing and make a riot. You can't do that. You gotta go to court and actually fight your way in. Basically, you gotta set yourself free and you have to go to court. These things is really like old school fashion way, yo. You have to provide so much documentation, and when you provide that, they have no choice but to give it up. Because when we see God has said it is a corporation, they settle. They didn't take anything, they settle. So when you have information, you can easily get your stuff back.
Ain't nobody
It's a
mad.
guaranteed thing. It's a guarantee. If you have land patents and your people own land, let's say there's a commercial building, there's a highway on it, no matter what is on that land, they gotta remove that stuff. They gotta relocate all of that was right there to another land because they don't own the land. They don't have a land patent. They don't have no ownership.
And you know what, sis?
That being said, people have to pay. If they let's say for the people that own the land, they have two options. They get off the land or they pay the land.
Yeah,
and they have to pay back 100 years just to verify too.
This was that easy.
Exactly.
100 years. That's a lot of paying back.
What's up, Gemini?
That's a lot of money.
It ain't
We
gonna
talk about
happen.
billionaires, millionaires. That's your way to being a multimillionaire. Your family is your multimillionaire right there. You can see so much stuff. When you talk about generational wealth, you will be the reason why generational wealth is a thing when you do your genealogy. And
So
that's
you
what the
got
heck
your
I'm
people
doing.
land back? You got your people land?
Yes, man. I got my family living on that land. Some of them are living on land. I'm trying to get my land in Virginia.
Me
My folks
too.
own
I
their
have
land in
some in
North
Virginia.
Carolina.
What's up?
This
I was
is why
about
a lot of people come up unalive. You know how we hear about these so-called SHOOTING. I don't know what's good to say on here. So if I'm spelling too much, let me know, guys. But when that happens, right, you got to think, you know how they're talking about the BLACK. So now that comes from being deceased in the eyes of the law. So now they can take that person, right, that's deceased, and now they can clear out anything that has been created for them when it comes to the commerce and agriculture liens that have been put on them on their birth certificate that they have used for stock, so on and so forth. So all this stuff is going on with the people. This is what they have been doing to our people. Do you know how many people have been unalived and they're making big deals about it? They made these big scenes and it's all on the news. You know why? A lot of these people are heirs and they don't know. They are heirs to kings or queens and have land. They try to unalive them. The whole thing with Bill Cosby, he had his land on oil, acres of oil. So they did all that with him after that old age. So people should have known that was fraudulent. They do this to us all the time. If you are not taking control and seeing and getting what belongs to you, going back and tracing your heresies and looking up deeds and these land pads them over. They're using it because they're saying it's abandoned property. That's only because you're not aware of it. And if they can get rid of you or lock you up in a jail cell somewhere because they say, oh, you did this so-called crime or what have you, then now that's right there. It's up for grabs for them. And then nobody else in your family, if you don't know, if you're the only one that knows, nobody else can come back and do anything about it because you're the only one that may have that proof. So this is why it's important.
For sure. You got anybody? If anybody wants to come up, feel free to request. Has Miss said anything?
No.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it's me, SSP. Yeah, nice show, man. Coming on from UK, man. Thought I'd just answer the prompt. In regards to the slave trade, from the research I've done recently, I don't think it is true. There was from a UK perspective, we do have documented voyages, but there's a few anomalies that kind of go against the timeline. So the first anomaly is there's no record of a logging company big enough to have actually built the ships.
Ooh.
And if there was, it probably would be after the 17th century.
Say it one more time.
There's no documented shipping or logging company that would have actually cut the trees to actually produce the wood to build the ships. So if we're talking about, when they talk about the Santa Maria and all of this stuff, yeah, where did they get this wood? Would it come from the Americas? So would they have cut the trees down in America, shipped that stuff to wherever, Africa? Where would they have built the ships, then ship it across? That's one thing. The voyages they have got documented are about 1,300 in London, apparently. Yeah. Let's say you got 400 people on each ship, 1,300 people. That's not even 1 million people. And then you have the documented people. You have the documents of the people that were enslaved going back to Liberia and Sierra Leone. Yeah. When you look into what really could have happened in Europe, we've got a lot of catacombs. We've got catacombs in France, millions of skeletons, and for years we've not really known what it is. We're starting to realize these are the Moors that got trapped in Europe as well. So someone else said something.
Speak your speech, brother. Keep going. Just keep going.
Yeah. So obviously, them catacombs in Europe would have been a lot of us. Would have been the Tartarians that would have been in America. Would have been the Tartarians that would have been in Europe. Now, I'm not too sure how much you know about European history, but Black people sit on the throne of Germany, England, Ireland, France, and around, so about even up to 200 years after the Moorish Empire fell in Spain, or should I say 492, 1492, depending what timeline you're following. When that empire fell, there were still bloodlines in Europe on the thrones. And also what they don't like to tell you is Europe was much darker than it is today. Yeah. What happened is some World War II, I think there was a mass extermination of they're the bones you're probably seeing in the catacombs underneath there. But yeah, back to the slave story. Yeah, it's pretty much a whole. They've rewritten our story. I don't know how much I don't know if you've ever heard of these Cabbage Patch babies.
Let's go.
Think, y'all should look into that. You should.
Oh yeah, we familiar, brother.
The same reason why now they're promoting the YT woman is losing her fertility, and they promoting mixed relationships.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's why the fertility clinics were even created. People don't even understand that because of not having a womb. Radiation created beings in these incubators that they were selling at these world fairs for $25. These incubator babies.
What you say?
They were selling them for $25, the incubator babies at the World Fair. They have, I did a whole, I did like a 6-hour build on this. It's so crazy. They experimented the creation with radium. And I interrupted the brother. I'm sorry, but he hit.
No,
go ahead, brother.
$25 is a lot of money back then as well. $25 would have gone a long way. So that's a lot of money. That's all facts. And obviously those World Fair buildings, you know, they're probably hundreds of years old. Hundreds. Even the Chrysler Tower in New York. Well, when I get a chance to come back to America, I'm going there. You should have a look into it. If you have never been into that building, if you're in New York, you get a chance, go into that building. That wasn't built by who you think it was. That building was there before the Europeans came.
Which building did you say, brother? I'm sorry.
The Chrysler Tower in New York.
The Eisenhower Tower?
No, the Chrysler Tower. The Chrysler building.
The Chrysler Tower. I'm sorry, brother.
That building, that building is it isn't what you think. That building's a device from the research I've been reading into. That building's a device that harnesses free energy. It was built to honor the god Mercury, because Mercury was one of the elements that the Tartarians of that type and what they put in Europe, but it exists.
How far back the Masons go? How far back the Masons go?
Since Napoleon.
Well, they'll go back to the Crusades. They'll go back into the Crusades. They'll go back into the Crusades. But again, when we're talking about our stuff, when the Freemasons and the Moors ain't the same, because the Moors they go back way before these guys even came out of the flipping caves. And the Moorish thing from what I know, from what I've learned so far, is you got some dirty Moors that were in Europe. Yeah, when I say dirty Moors, you got these dirty Moors that would have slept with the white women, bred with the white women, probably ate the pork, and they would have been probably more accustomed to deal with the money and sit with the bankers instead of do what's right.
Yeah,
I think that's where.
And that's the same thing, brother, that happened here in America. More the same exact thing.
about, but those are who those people are. They are really actually the ones that are behind the scenes. Why people want to worry about the what do you call it, the white tea people, and they think that they're ruling. How could the people come to a land with so many of a massive people and take over if they were not of the same skin tone? People have to understand that. So, and then too, a lot of people don't know that these Moors, like you were saying, not so much that they were mixed. A lot of them were very bright skinned, and they had pale hair, they had gray eyes, green eyes. I did a story on this as well. The Quakers and the Freedmen.
But they built that. They built that.
And the pioneers, men, they all came in.
No, let Sis all land. I was just saying, give one mic wants to start.
Oh, cool. So what do you all know about?
Wait, let me finish. Let me say this real quick, brother. What I was saying, they have and the pioneers. Say it again. When I say it, y'all gonna know what y'all gonna know when I think of it. But they all were coming in at the same time. Their stories, and they're talking about how when they came in, they were taking the land where they were marrying into the Indian women, because the women, all the land was in the woman's name. The fathers would leave the land to the daughters, and the women would till the land. They would take care of the house, so on and so forth. So now with the land being in the women's name, when they start coming in, they would marry the women. They even talked about it so bad where they were saying they married the women and then they would push the women out of the house, then come and bring in a white tea woman of a different stature and bring them in and start raising the family and taking on the name, even with the kids they may have had, and they would raise those kids with them and so on and so forth. So they've been doing this for a long time.
Oh,
yeah.
But that's the same concept as the colonizers. Okay. They was start of Pure actually helped them, fed them. We didn't bring you over here to be with these people. We're taking over this land.
I think a lot of things happen, man. I think a lot of things happen.
It's deep as the sea. It's deep as the sea.
If you think about some of the events that happened, yeah. So you had the New Madrid earthquake, you had the Carrington event. Some people even say that these events happened because of the amount of unalivings of BLK people on the planet when the Europeans started doing their thing in Europe and probably in the American continent. But understand is even like till this day is this thing we got with mentality, yeah, is also a massive issue. So
entertainment that they're using through what propaganda. Look up what is propaganda. Look up what is aganda.
And who run it? Who run it?
They propaganda with the information because now it's brain mapping. This is why this is working, and like you say, it's spellbinding and it's witchcraft and sorcery. To be honest,
And who
it's
run
not
it?
just the changing of the it's not just the changing the books, brother. I'm sorry, I just want to make this important point so people really realize it. It is really the spellbind, the brain mapping. What they're doing is erasing the true information, which is pure light, and they're putting in radiant, which is false light and false information. That is all done through brain mapping. So when they give you these ideas through these alchemical processes, what they're propping there for it to be that entertainment. It's entertainment. Leave it.
But who run it? Who run the entertainment? Who run it?
No, nobody that. Yeah. They skipping the live.
The synagogue of Satan.
They're restricting it.
Right. How you doing, Al? Hold on, let me get some people off here so we can bring people having spoke. There's people that haven't spoke. Was Cynthia there? No. We got L now. How you doing, L? They're playing with the live. Yeah, they're doing the same thing on StreamYard too. I just got back. It's just so bad they're messing with the live. Oh, let me restart it then.
They gonna crash your shit. Don't worry about it.
You're getting the good information out. That's why they're making your lives, man.
Let me reset. All right. Cool. People can request up at work. Hey, you can request up. This shit glitching. All right, y'all can request up. Hold on. 1 second. I'm gonna give it a second. Share the live out. Yeah, oh yeah, TikTok. Share. All right, cool. What's up? Oh man. What's up, Haley? What we all got in here? All right, let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Share the room. Yep, share the live. Share the live. TikTok has great merch for show. The show. We got some characters on tonight, boy. We got some characters on tonight. FYP ski. If y'all want to start coming up, y'all can. Gotta love when the live just StreamYard was geek. My laptop was tweaking. What's up? All right, let's see that information. All right, what's up? We back. Yeah, what's up, Sam? We bite.
Yo, what's going on, fam?
Not much. What's up, Cedar? What's up, Al?
Chilling.
Not much. I'm just chilling. Do I have? All right. Who else? Who else wants to come up? What's up, Big Creek? Which the question is still posed. I had to get rid of someone that was super. Some of these folks are just disingenuous.
They whacked out.
Like that. Yeah, we got who is this? I see who's else? There's a new quest. We got Sam. I see that that AI picture Indian is in here that be trolling. Like you guys, yeah, we back at it. We back at it. Oh, what's up, Grappler? What's up, Sebas?
I think it's absolutely diabolical that we have this conversation.
It's diabolical that we had this conversation.
It wasn't a hoax.
Okay, what's up?
It happened.
Oh, a hoax doesn't mean something didn't happen. I wanted to let you know that.
You the type Harriet Tubman got.
Can we not start off so hot, please?
Oh, thank you for having me, sir.
Yeah, no problem. You got any proof that it was a hoax? The numbers are exaggerated.
Extremely exaggerated.
Why do you think the numbers are exaggerated?
Man,
they don't have the
because
documents. Go ahead.
In order to ship all those people over here, don't you have to feed them, right? On that transit, man, I don't know if y'all have ever seen the ocean, bro, but that is not something that's to be played with. You have to be very experienced, and that vessel has to be super ultimate strong. The waves are like 20 feet high, bro. It's not like something that you can go across like you're thinking like you're traveling across a lake or something like that. It's very turbulent out there.
Right.
It's very impossible for you to get over there. Think about it. This was how many years ago? They didn't have
on untreated wood ships. The wood was treated.
For real. See, it's all Hollywood.
Absolutely. I do want to say though, because sometimes we're like, oh, well, you know, what did they eat and this and that and the other. Now, we want to keep in mind that these people weren't humane in their actions and things like that. And so I don't think that the as far as the normalcy of things, whereas we're concerned or we would be concerned about how somebody would be eating or the sanitary conditions and things of that nature. I don't think that would have been something that they would have cared about if it were so. But I wholeheartedly agree in regard to the ships and whatnot. I just had one posted the other day, HMS Liverpool, and this ship had a capacity of about 200 people and was definitely not shipping people across the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, none whatsoever. And so for
with with
Hold on,
rope
let them land.
knocks
Let
in
people
our
land.
behinds.
Almeida, you gotta let people land. Come on, dude. That's annoying.
But think about this. Say hypothetically, they did ship all these people over here, right? When they got over, after 5 of those conditions, very few of them would have survived. Very few. I don't know if you've ever been in a unsanitary environment, but when you catch things like staph and all these different type of infections, in a matter of weeks, you're out of here. The whole story is Hollywood. It's Hollywood propaganda. It's being told in reverse, actually, right? And that's what they're keeping a secret. The history of slavery being told in reverse. See, a lot of people haven't understand it or haven't even gotten to this level of education where every nationality, every race on this planet was enslaved at one point due to action. It was a criminal, like for criminals would get enslaved. That was the form of, and
so so us fixating
What's
on
up,
the
Mike?
no, I'm asking, us fixating on the past is like what's that going to do for us right now?
So the past, present, and the future all, hold on one second. Past, present, and the
Nothing.
future all exist at once. Right? So with that being said, why see people get to dwell on the past? They get to honor their ancestors. They can build statues of all these goddamn Confederate, all these goddamn war soldiers, all these goddamn presidents. If they can do that, why can't we? Huh?
But I'm saying a lot of pretendians are pro-Trump. So I'm saying I'm not understanding.
I don't give a fuck about Trump nor Kamala nor Biden
But
nor
then
Obama. I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about none of them. So you talk to what you talk about. If you talk to the wrong Indian, because I don't give a fuck about none of them.
I mess with Trump because it was my point of showing them Democrats, and I'm done with you. I'm done with you. You done got 50 years.
No, I'm saying both of them not doing nothing for you, shorty.
But the whole point was to make a statement.
No, it's not making a statement.
But what's your point, Blue Bill? Hold on, who's the pretending, Blue Bill? Who are pretendians?
I just got finished talking to some.
One second. Keep it between me and Blue Bill. 1 second. I'm trying to speak. Well, yeah, who are the pretendians?
You guys.
Who? How? How?
Who? How are you indigenous to America?
Prove it. Prove that we are.
Oh, let her shut your
1 second. 1 second. Hold on. Goddamn. Hold on. What? You can go, ma'am. Like, don't come up acting super musty. We got a no musty quota on my lives. Come on, we gotta uphold that.
You say musty.
Yeah, I was about to say, but how are we pretending? Can you prove that we're not indigenous?
Yeah, I can prove you guys are indigenous.
Name a slave ship one of my ancestors came off of.
It's set up.
I don't know you. So I'm saying, so how would I know?
So you don't know me, so you know where I'm from. No, 1 second. You don't know me, but you know I'm a pretendian.
I'm saying
No. 1 second. 1 second. You don't know me, but you know I'm a pretendian. But you don't know me.
You look West African, bro.
What does a West African look like? Huh? Oh, can y'all stop coming off the fucking mic, dude? Stop. I don't need a million people coming off the mic. You guys will get dropped. Like, come on, act like y'all got some decorum.
Let's talk. I'm saying with some sense.
Like, all right, cool. What does a West African look like?
Bro, you have West African features, bro.
What does a West African look like? Stop being obtuse. Answer the fucking question. Huh? Describe to me what a West African looks like.
Bro, look at your nose.
Is my nose exclusive to West Africa?
No.
So how the fuck do I look like a West African?
West Africa is hot, right? You need a broad nose. You know
No. Are they exclusive to West Africa? You just said, hold on. How the fuck do I look like a West African if my features are not exclusive to West Africa? You just contradicted yourself.
So you think you're indigenous?
Yeah, I don't think. I know. It's time for people to stop thinking and believing and start knowing something.
Yeah,
just because you're mixed with indigenous blood.
Mixed with what?
Yeah.
Sir? Do you know you said you don't know me.
So your DNA.
Hold on. 1 sec. 1 sec. You said you don't know. My bad, Mike. Wrong, Mike. You said you don't know me, right? So how do you know what I'm mixed with? You contradiction. You're contradicting yourself.
Where's your ancestry test at?
Where's my ancestry test? None of your fucking business. That's where it's at. Where's your ancestry test? Where's your third great grandma from?
My
Where's your
ancestry
third
test.
great? Where's your third great grandma from, Blue Bill? Your third great grandfather from, Blue Bill?
Lumbee tribe.
Lumbee tribe. So you're Lumbee. Okay. You related to the Chavises? Are you related to the Oxidines? Huh?
The Simmons.
The Simmons. Oh, you're related to the Simmons. So you also have some Saponi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, how I know about your fucking tribe, Blue Bill?
I'm just telling you, bro. You see,
No.
I know
How
that
do I
I'm
know
mixed.
names of people
I
in
know
your
that
tribe?
I'm mixed. I don't.
Hold on,
I don't
Blue Bill. How do I know names of people in your tribe, sir? How was I able to point out that you were Saponi as well as Lumbee?
The difference between me and you, I know.
There ain't no difference between me and you. I do research.
No,
dummy.
I know I'm mixed. I'm not just saying indigenous.
No, what African? Name the African tribe that you come from, Blue Bill. That's the difference between me and you.
Isan, Yoruba, you know what I'm saying? Mandinka.
Name an ancestor from there. First and last name.
How am I going to do that when they stripped us of all our culture?
No. They just stripped us up. No. Name us. They have slave manifest, buddy.
They got us both.
They have slave. A thing called
with
slave
surnames.
Slave.
Right
you
now.
have a. Are you related to the Goins, Blue Bill?
No.
No. Oh, that's a people that came from Africa, Blue Bill. The Goins family.
What does that matter? You think we're all
related? They documented people that came from Africa, genius. That's what matters. So if you haven't found an African ancestor that has been documented, how do you know you're from Africa, Blue Bill?
No.
I just gave you a name of someone that came from Africa, Blue Bill. Can you find that for yourself? Yes or no? Apparently, the difference between you and I do research, you don't. That's the difference between you and I, Blue Bill.
All right, so let me break it. Let me break you down real quick.
No, you're not gonna break shit down.
I'm about to break you down.
You ain't breaking shit down.
I'm about to break you down. You see how you act, bro? You see how you act?
You act real musty.
You know what I'm saying? You mute me and you know what I'm saying? You talking crazy.
Me. Name an African ancestor, Blue Bill. First and last name, please.
Bro, how am I going to do that if the white man?
I just told you how. I told you how. How come I can name someone that came from Africa, Blue Bill, and you can't?
The last name Goins is not, you know what I'm saying, from Africa.
It breaks down from a Portuguese name.
Okay, so that's a Portuguese surname.
When Portuguese brought people over from Angola, dummy, right? This 1619. That's slavery. In Virginia.
Slavery.
1619, when they brought them over from Angola,
so people
did come over. Name Gowan.
So people did come over from Africa to here, right?
Didn't I just tell you? I gave you an example, Blue Bill. Can you hear?
So you're not mixed at all.
Blue Bill, can you hear?
Nope.
Are you listening to what am I speaking Spanish right now? If I told you that someone came from Africa, what does that tell you? That someone came from Africa, right?
With the last name Goins.
I gave you his wife was Margaret Cornish Sweat. She came from Angola as well, and she married Robert Sweat, who was an Englishman. Sir. John Punch.
You know what?
Hold on, one second. John Punch, who was the first person to be sentenced to a lifetime in indentured servitude in Virginia. He came from Cameroon. Oh, the Mozingo family, who are related to Queen Nzinga in some capacity, came over. They still kept their fucking name, Mozingo.
I won't get him.
Most people didn't keep their name.
Cool if I ask Garvin a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mike. You got it.
So this is like the second or third time I've been on your panel, and you've displayed like, I don't know how else to say, but like intimate knowledge of family surnames within these tribes that I think are part of the Eastern Woodland tribes. I'm not sure if they're different group, but are you descendant from one of these tribes, or did you just do a lot of research? Because it's crazy how I keep hearing you rattle off like folks' surnames, and everyone's agreeing with you. They're like, "Oh yeah, you know what you're talking about," but they didn't want to like discount the rest of the research you've done.
Oh
so
yeah,
I'm just not understanding.
I'm related. I'm descendant of the Powhatan and the Piscataway mostly. My surname, my Pamunkey surnames are Carter. Carter. It's a lot of them actually. Brown. That'd be too many. Mattapanai, I got Not Mason. Matapanai, I have Pettis, Martin, Johnson, also Brown. When it comes to the Accomac, I have Smith, because I'm a descendant of King Thomas Smith. Smith, Johnson, because Johnsons are some Johnsons came to Maryland came from Virginia. And then what else? Puerto Piscataway, Mason, Butler, Proctor, Savoy. Actually,
Were those tribes a part of the Iroquois Confederacy?
Algonquin.
I got a quick question for Bluefoot. Okay, Bluefoot. I'm listening to everything that you're saying to the man, right? Mm-hmm. And you said something about his nose. Okay. There's a very distinct difference between the black man in America and the black man in Africa. It's two very different species, and here's how I start off.
Species?
You're right.
Bro, don't start that.
Hold up, be quiet. Let me talk. Don't talk over me while I'm talking, bro. I gave you respect. Give me mine. Black people in Africa do have wide noses, but they grow very little hair, and they don't grow past 5'10". You'll see a lot of them on TV that look tall, but most of the people over there are short. The African American male, the black man, has a small to medium-sized nose. They grow long hair, and they're much taller and much more physically stronger. Once you look at an African American male, if you ever get a picture of him, put it next to a African and look at the difference between the two. Not only that, the last thing that you would check would be the forehead. Our heads are totally different. When you look at the forehead in genealogy, if you're speaking in genealogy, it's two totally different genealogies, but it's the same species. You got to understand, you can't just take a brush and paint a broad picture when it comes to the color of brown or the shade of brown.
Nah, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I want to say. You can't paint a brush.
You guys are doing it. Hold on. You guys are doing a real good job at pretending. No. The whole ideology of being an Indian, that's Hollywood. When someone says you're an Indian, I know that you're not from here. That everything that you've watched is Hollywood. Yeah. You've probably never even been to a reservation.
Okay.
Because on the reservations, when you go into the reservations and you look at the faces that are on the concrete walls that's been over there 300, 400, 500 years, it's black faces. Not white faces, not Spanish faces.
Exactly.
Okay, so listen. Okay.
Not Asian faces.
No face, but black faces.
You said
Stoneheart, with all due respect, not everybody who's a part of a tribe rocks with the folks on the reservation.
You said don't paint people as one thing because of one feature, right? So why, when they said they saw copper skinned people in America, or people that that look African, so-called African, you guys said that was you?
Copper color. So
I got you.
Goddamn. Hold on. If they're saying, if you say
check out a copper.
Hold on 1 second. If you say I'm looking like an African, and they saw Indians that look like Africans,
and you saw people over here.
Can you put two and two together for me?
You saw statues over here that look like you, so-called you, and then you said, "Oh, that's us."
Who else they gonna look like?
Get it together.
One second. Who else they gonna look like?
I just got you guys.
Who else
Reverse
they gonna
psychology,
look like?
bro. Reverse psychology. Trash.
Hold on 1 second. This why y'all let this nigga y'all done let this nigga wiggle out the shit I asked him. You can't even name an African.
I got you.
Hold on name an African ancestor, Bill.
No. I just got you guys.
Yeah, no, you don't. You ain't get shit. You ain't get shit. Get me. You can only get me by naming your African ancestor.
Oh, these people look like us, so that's us. Yeah, y'all look stupid. This esoteric bullshit that y'all on right now is not doing nothing for us right now.
You're stupid. You're trash.
Hold on. Can y'all
take out a copper penny?
Y'all going to get dropped, dude. Stop coming off the fucking mic. I'm trying to talk. I don't need no backup singers. I'm trying to talk to the dude. Blue Bill. You can't name an African ancestor. So what are you mixed with?
Native American, Black, North African.
Oh,
white.
so you're Melungeon background.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're the colonizer.
I'm a colonizer. What are you talking about, bro?
You got that North African. Okay, cool.
I'm mixed too. You have that. You have that in you too. What's your surname?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
What's your surname?
My surname is Swiss.
Is that insane? Is that African? Black?
That's not African. It's Swiss. What is Swiss? They're Scots Irish people mixed with German.
Is that from America?
Oh my god, he's slow, guys. He's slow.
No, I'm not slow.
Why are you being so obtuse, dude? So how did Indians get European names? Tell me.
Slavery.
Slavery and what else? Colonization and what else? What else?
You tell me.
Christianism, baptisms.
Yeah, and I don't believe in none of that.
Assimilation. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what you believe in. It's happened.
Bro, you're sweating. Bro, you're sweating.
I'm not even sweating. Shut up. Like, can you have anything? Keep it intellectual. Stop talking about how I look, right? Because I bet you. Don't talk about what I look like. Because I bet you ain't got none since you came out of one. So let's not go there.
Here,
so you don't want to have a shit talking battle with me either. Because you're gonna be on the stage crying in a second. So with that being said, you can't name an African that you came from, right?
You're the guy.
Hold on 1 second. Shut up, dude. You can't name the African that you came from, right? Because you can't tell me shit. So how am I gonna respect that you say I'm mixed with African? You can't even name that shit for yourself, sir. You can't name that shit for yourself. So you want to tell me what I am? You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me. I know about your family, right?
Are you gonna cry?
How come I know about your family? Huh? And you don't know about mine? Mr. Lumpy?
Are you gonna cry, bro?
Who's gonna cry? Ain't nobody crying. I'm waiting for the intellectual to come out of you, Blue Bill.
Oh.
I'm waiting for the intellectual. Are you gonna cry?
I just played all you got. I just played you guys.
No, you didn't. You're not smart.
Trash.
You're not smart, Bill. Why are you wasting my goddamn time, Bill? Huh? You think you? Why are you wasting my time, Bill? Why are you acting like a child? Huh? Huh? You're supposed to be smarter than us, Bill, right?
I am. I very much.
You're not acting like it, Bill.
I think he's a troll. He's trolling you.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? You're supposed to be smarter than us, right? Why are you resorting to trolling, Bill? I thought you were intellectual.
I am.
No, you're not.
Bro, you're into esoteric bullshit. That's how you got to play with you guys.
Esoteric. What's wrong with esoteric? What do you believe in, Bill? Huh?
Reality.
What's reality?
Not trying to detach from reality. I'm saying telling myself that I'm
what's reality, Bill? Give me a definition.
What's going on right now in America?
What's going? You tell me, Bill.
You being deported back to Siberia?
Ma'am,
Bill,
you're not even making sense.
Bill, you tell me what's going on in reality, Bill. Tell me. Yeah, where are you from, Bill?
What? No, I'm saying.
Where do you live at, Bill?
What is America? What is America doing overseas? What is America doing to us? Three-letter organizations.
Who's us, Bill? Who's us? Who's us?
Okay,
yeah, you're North Africa.
Americans, right?
So are you a Democrat, Bill?
Three-letter organizations have destroyed America. I'm saying communities all around America, right? Right or wrong?
Okay, what about it, Bill? Get to your point.
Well, you over here trying to, I'm saying, do this whole.
What are you doing? Hold on, Bill. What are you doing to stop that, Bill?
Huh?
That's my better question. What are you doing to stop that? What are you doing to stop that, Bill? Huh?
What do you think? I'm organizing. I'm protesting, mobilizing.
You're mobilizing and protesting.
And what? Lies?
What are you mobilizing and protesting, Bill? Where you at? What streets you be in? Huh? What protests are you organizing? What organization are you part of, Bill?
You sound like a fed.
No, I'm asking what you fucking do, Bill.
There's 115 people in here, bro. You don't think there's some type of op in
Man,
here?
get your scary ass off my nigga. I'm a non-violence advocate in Baltimore City.
I'm not winning.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm a non-violence advocate in Baltimore City. I've been doing political work since I was a fucking preteen. So the feds is watching, nigga. The feds gonna get you. They gonna get you then. Nigga, what you scared of? Huh?
They've been watching me since
That's how I know you don't do. That's how. Hold on. That's how I know you don't. That's how I know. Hold on, Blue Bill. That's how I know you don't do shit. No scary ass. You don't make no fucking changes. You scary as shit. What the fuck?
Motherfucker, I was.
Motherfucker, you wasn't nothing. You wasn't nothing. Scary ass.
See that baby some well blubber.
I was trying to protest in January 6th.
You were counter protesting. Hold on. You was counter protesting January 6th.
Yeah.
Against for the same people that been helping those people destroy the community, sir.
That boy was storming the Capitol in the insurrection.
You're a goddamn liberal. They play a part in this shit too. You got that.
I'm not a liberal.
Yes, you are.
I'm a real leftist.
Trash liberal.
I'm a real leftist.
Oh, so you're a goddamn you're a leftist.
Anarchist.
Yeah,
anarchist.
You're not a real anarchist.
I am.
You're not a real
leftists. Out in these streets, boy. You ain't crashing out.
Yeah, leftists aren't real anarchists. Y'all
don't know me.
You got them Antifa agent. You a goddamn Antifa
anarchists
agent.
Don't be on TikTok talking about I'm an anarchist.
Go feed that baby some frozen
bread. One second.
You said the feds don't come for me. I should be scared, right?
Nigga,
y'all scary.
You're backed by the feds. You're Antifa. Antifa's backed by. Hold on, Antifa is backed by the feds, dude.
Big feds.
I'm not Antifa.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
Antifa.
Yes, you
No,
are.
I'm not.
Anyone tell me
No,
what
I'm not.
flag he's waving in his profile thing? He has a country's flag, but I don't know what country.
You're trash. And I hope that
Antifa.
pipeline, that oil spill all over those fake reservations.
You would rather sit on TikTok and cry about being Native American.
Ain't nobody crying. You ain't done nothing.
That's the Palestinian flag.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have a Palestinian flag?
Trash. F Palestinian.
Hold on. One second.
Place to be.
Yeah, I was about to say the feds watching, but you were part of the feds. Hello.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
You're the feds that's watching, Mr.
Hey,
Antifa.
Darby, he thinks he's Vlad TV.
You're part of the feds that's watching.
I'm the feds improve it. I'm the feds improve it.
You're Antifa.
We don't have to prove it. We know.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You. All right, who funds you?
I put that on my life. I put it on my grandma's life. I put that on.
Who funds your organization, sir? I bet you I can find that out quick. Name them.
We don't look. I'm saying we don't need funding from nobody.
You do get funding from the government.
No, I don't.
Y'all do get funding.
I don't need the government. That's your problem. Y'all need the government.
We all know your ass is Antifa. Like, stop it.
Nope. Nope.
Is this dude even classified as a Black American or?
I am.
No, what this trash is.
Well, I'm a leftist. Red flag. You're red flag.
Trash.
I mean, I'm getting migrant vibes. It's really giving call ICE.
You're trying it now. You're trying it. You're trying to use keywords to try and get this live. Don't try it. He's trying.
I was about to say, yeah.
You see your live, bro. Your live is popping right now. I'm saying 121 people, bro.
Yeah,
you're being used as cannon fodder, as entertainment. Congratulations.
You ain't got my live. Hold on one second. Like I had over, like you're not the reason why it's popping. I know that. You're not.
That's your problem, bro. You care about TikTok so much.
I don't care about TikTok like that. I get paid to be on here.
You're getting paid by who? The government?
By TikTok.
By some government agency?
You don't know how capitalism works, Darby.
By TikTok.
Capitalism is bullshit.
Capitalism.
Yeah, you pay taxes in America, right?
But yeah.
No, I don't.
I hope that oil
I haven't paid my taxes in 6 years.
I hope that oil pipeline spill oil all over you, fake.
You a goddamn communist, like a goddamn.
Not a communist.
Yes, you are.
Well, he's not getting paid by the government because TikTok's owned by the Chinese.
Yeah, I know. China paying me. China's paying me on here.
Don't mind accepting the check.
Yeah, and then once you realize all these tech bros are all connected, you'll realize.
Who don't know that, sir? Who doesn't know that, sir? Who
doesn't? Out of here.
They don't.
Feed that baby some well blood.
Oh, Red
They don't listen to that.
Do you live on like if you ain't talking about living off the grid? I don't want to hear nothing about Afghan capitalism.
Okay.
If you ain't nowhere,
you got land to get out of here. You got land to get out of America.
Who's talking about leaving America?
You know what I'm saying? You got land to leave here. You know what I'm saying? In case shit get hit the fan.
What we leaving? This our land.
Ain't
Where
nobody
we
like
going?
see that's like we.
y'all
If shit hits
why?
the fan, why would you flee a first world country to a third world one?
A third world one?
Name a country near
besides
America that's not a third world country besides
We ain't
Canada.
leaving shit. We ain't never. That's the difference between us, Blue. Our folks ain't never leave. That's the difference. You ready to flee? That's not in our DNA. So I bet you. Playing for what?
Blue Bill just exposed himself anyway. He just exposed himself.
You ain't got no interest in the land.
If he was definitely
y'all don't know what's
of
about
the
to
blood
happen.
of the
Y'all do
people of
not
the
know
land,
what's
he
about to
would
happen.
know. Yeah,
people know what people
only
know what's about to
people
happen.
of the land know how to deal with these BL.
You too worried.
These
You too
whites
worried about what's
anyway.
about.
Hold
Bro,
on.
You're Jamaican.
What do you mean?
You're Jamaican.
Don't get. Yeah. So what? I'm from the UK. I could tell you a lot of stuff. I could tell you. I could tell you from my history. Hold on.
Can I walk into the room live?
My friend, what you don't know.
You're not
What
American.
you don't know, as the host was talking about. Hold on. What you don't know, as the
Fuck out of
host.
here.
You're not
Man's
listening.
chatting
You're not
shit,
listening.
isn't
You
it?
just want to talk.
Man's chatting shit.
You just want to talk. You just want to be in a. You want to be a dream. You want to be a slave.
Bro, you're from the
You want to be.
UK. You can't tell me
You want to
nothing.
be a slave.
What type
You
of
want
you
to
know
be.
any?
You
Hey, Blue
want
Bill,
to be that.
Hey, Blue
That
Bill, I
gets
got a
you off.
question. You know any martial arts?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Name one.
Muay Thai.
You know Muay Thai.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, whatever martial arts you know. Whatever.
Boxing.
Boxing and Muay Thai.
What? What else?
I was just trying to see if you know how to defend yourself. You talking about?
Yeah,
you don't even know what's about
I'm
to
gonna have
happen.
to. I'm gonna have to.
You don't even know. You say, you don't even know what's about to happen. Can you even defend yourself?
Yeah, bro. I was out there counter protesting on January 6th. Trust me.
Just because if you're waving a Palestinian flag, why don't you go fight with Palestine? I mean, you claim to be an anarchist, right? Why don't you go over there and get shit popping?
Yeah, I don't know. I know real anarchists. They're not this diet anarchist shit.
I'm not dying.
You literally have a battlefield you can go fight in right now, but instead you want to be a TikTok anarchist?
And you are over here trying to be Native American and not finding the United States
government.
No,
sir, the government recognizes me.
The thing is, you won't even
Nice
listen to
try.
information.
Hold on 1 second. I was like, 1 second. What? Who are you fighting in the government? Who are you fighting?
I'm talking too much, bro.
Who are you fighting?
This dude doing tax evasion.
Because the federal government paid them off.
Because what we're doing right now, hold on, challenge the narrative from the government. That's fighting the government, Blue Bill.
Yeah, and I'm actually challenging them, bro. You guys are sitting on TikTok talking about being
ain't nobody. You like what city are you even in? Huh?
Bro,
what city
you sound
you
like
in,
a
Blue
fed.
Bill? What city are you even in?
I'm in the Northern Virginia, I'm saying region.
You're in Northern Virginia. What the fuck is going on in Northern Virginia?
Yeah.
What you in Alexander? You right outside the Pentagon, huh?
Nope.
Ain't not
COINTELPRO 3.0.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck is going on in Northern Virginia? I'm in Baltimore, where shit really actually goes on.
On a federal recognized reservation.
I'm in Baltimore. You want to have some shit pop off? Come up here. Show me what you're really about, Blue Bill.
I've been to Baltimore, bro.
What you protest here?
No, because he would have been unalived.
Bro, can you
hold on,
Shorty, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll immediately relax. What you protest up here? Huh?
Police brutality?
Police brutality. You came up here to police. All right, what hood you pull up to talk to the folks at?
What's the last case you protested?
Yeah, who's you like? What neighborhoods? Who you talking to? What people were you talking to here? Huh? If it's a bunch of YT people,
I organize with.
What organizations you organize with here? Huh? If it's a bunch of YT people, I ain't trying to hear shit.
No, it's a Feeney. You know a Feeney?
Yeah, I know a Feeney.
Yeah. So yeah, don't get crazy, bro.
Don't get crazy, bro. Like
I was
about to say.
Motherfucker talking about a Feeney like he's some underground mob boss.
Nah, he knows who
you know a Feeney, bro.
He knows.
I roll with a Feeney, bro.
He knows who a Feeney is, and
I don't. So educate me. Who's a Feeney?
She be out here.
What is she? An activist? A gang leader?
Yeah, she's an activist.
Okay.
You know she be out here. All
You
right,
should be out
cool.
here in these streets, bro, feeding the streets.
I was about to say if you ain't pulling up, like if you ain't pulling up to talk to the actual folks, I don't want to hear shit. That's fear. That's living.
Unless he's saying,
Because I'm in it every day. I'm in Baltimore
unless
every
y'all
day.
fighting Proud Boys,
I
unless y'all
revoke
fighting
my
Proud Boys
faith.
and Patriot Front, I don't want to hear nothing.
Once you play what? Hold on one
unless
second.
you fight,
Hold
unless
on,
you find Proud Boys, unless you find Proud Boys or Patriot Front, I don't want to hear nothing.
And you're Antifa. Ain't no Proud Boys in Baltimore. They know that.
No, not Baltimore, but they
Ain't no
came to DC.
Hold on, ain't no Proud Boys in Baltimore.
They came to DC, right?
They get ran out of Baltimore.
They came to DC, right?
Okay,
Can you tell us how you're fighting the Proud Boys, sir? What tactics do you use?
No, you're the problem. Your people the problem.
The host.
Can
The
you
host
let me know
what's
some
up.
of your
The
Proud
host know
Boy
what's up, bro.
countermeasures, please? I'd like to learn just in case the
Shit,
Proud Boys come to
if
my
you
side.
you gotta show me a picture of you out there. Bro, I
Why,
believe it
bro?
I believe it when I see it.
All right, you can hit me out of here on Telegram then.
Baltimore ain't got no pull on Baltimore
You a
streets.
whole weirdo, honestly. We couldn't
I'm
really
not.
tell whether you were
Nah,
trolling
the
or
host
just
know what's up.
imbecilic, but I
The
think it's a
host
bit
know
of
what's
both.
up.
Why is he talking though? I ain't got no.
He's trash.
I was about to
Unless
say
you're,
I ain't gotta have no pool. I ain't gotta have no pool because I'm actually considered a community leader in Baltimore.
But unless he's
so you need to stop this
according to my
esoteric nonsense.
according to my job description, my day job, right?
Stop this esoteric nonsense then.
Man, shut the fuck up.
Bro, is esoteric the only word in his vocabulary?
He's jealous.
Yeah,
He's jealous.
you answer your
You're really
esoteric.
overusing the word esoteric.
That's why, like, what? Like, give me the definition of esoteric.
Something that has you can't connect. You know what I'm saying the fucking dots to that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying it's all over the
Esoteric
place.
means intended to. Or,
he sound like he on
one
fentanyl.
second. The definitions of esoteric
fentanyl.
is intended.
Watch your mouth.
Hold on. God damn. I mean, you've been just rambling, yo. Esoteric intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with specific knowledge or interest. You don't even know what the fuck esoteric means.
Yeah, how is that a bad thing? How are you saying it with negative connotation?
Because what you guys are talking about, it's not making any sense. It's all over the place.
Makes perfect sense. It's well documented.
I talked to some of you guys, and then you guys say, "Oh no, this is not what's going on." And then I talked to some.
Talk to me, boy.
We're
gonna find out though.
I'm not a boy, bro. Watch your mouth.
I mean, you've been up here talking like one of them whiny little sissy boys who wear the ski mask.
You sound like a cracker.
Light things on fire and then run away.
I'm not a boy.
Watch the C word. Yeah, watch the C word.
I'm not a boy.
Boy, stop acting like it then, man. Act like a man. Like face up the information.
You don't know what boy the
Stop hiding behind words and start answering the questions.
You don't know that. You don't know the. I'm saying boy. Don't call me that.
What do you mean, though?
If Mons came to the end to mash him up down Brixton, you done know. Bumbleclap.
Yeah, Brixton.
Slave masters used to call people boy. Don't call me that shit.
All right. But why are you? Hold on.
How are you maybe some of your ancestors were enslaved. Have you done your genealogy?
How are you talking about slave master? This is all a fallacy. This is the whole point of the prompt. What evidence do you have to prove your point? This is what the whole sauce.
What's up, Venus?
You want to run your mouth and start throwing tropes. You don't even understand. You asked about the Jamaican flag. If you did a bit of reading, you'd understand the connection.
Bro. Didn't Irish people teach you how to speak English and shit like that, bro?
Are you stupid?
Don't y'all bleach y'all skin down there? Don't y'all bleach y'all skin down there?
Do you know what's? Hold on. Do you know the true meaning of St. Patrick's Day? Do you know why the true reason of St. Patrick's Day?
What's up, Kia?
Do you want me to school you on why St. Patrick's Day?
Don't y'all bleach y'all skin in Jamaica? Y'all trying to be white.
Bleach my skin in Jamaica. They bleach their skin in Nigeria a lot more than they do in Jamaica, bro.
They do it in
Stop throwing around the ignorant stereotypes.
We've got loads of them. I can show you pictures, bro. I can show you pictures.
Jamaicans
Don't try and
versus
come. Don't
British
try and come for me, bro. I'll shut you down.
Someone in the comments tell me the
Anyway,
topic.
back to Ireland.
It got derailed. It got derailed, Venus.
If you want me to cue you up about the Irish Bluefoot, yeah? Because that's another word we use
the Irish
white tees in London, yeah. We call them Bluefoot. So I'm gonna call you Bluefoot right now because you're acting like a Bluefoot. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Wait, the Jamaicans.
St. Patrick came to Ireland to remove the original indigenous inhabitants from Scotland and Ireland, and he called them the Serpent People. Now he called them the Serpent People because these people are closely connected to the Mayans and the Mexicans, like Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan. Yeah, and if you look on some of these flags, the connection is the serpent. You can also connect the serpent to the Naga people far in Asia, where the Asiatic also come from, also the same peoples. Yeah, you're getting caught up on skin tone, my friend. Yeah, you talk about my brother's nose, but you don't look at his characteristics like his hair, and that's what divides us and makes us all family or familiar. Yeah, you get caught up on skin tone. So when you look at the Indians and you look at the
Yeah, you
Arabs,
guys too.
you start thinking they're racial groups. They're the same people because they have the same hair texture.
They said they were
Now,
copper
my
tone,
friend,
so that means that's us.
if you don't have 9
What is
ether
copper?
hair, hold on. If you don't have 9 ether hair, my friend, you is the enemy. You is the ancestor of the same people that came out the caves in Europe, and you, my friend, ain't one
Yeah,
of
so
us.
you want to see my hair, bro?
So you, I don't care. But the way you're talking also tells me that you seem to be cut off from your ancestors.
Bro, it's called
'Cause
reverse psychology, bro.
you seem to be following the lie, and you ain't taking the
What's
time
up,
to do
Barry?
your research. You
I've got a
live in
quick
America.
question for the
You
Jamaican
live in
brother, if I
America.
can.
Hold on. You live in America. I was born and bred in Europe, and I seem
All
to know
right,
more than you.
Biscoff biscuit,
That's quite
motherfucker,
embarrassing.
bro. I don't care.
That's quite. You should be embracing this knowledge because you won't always
Can
have
we
a chance
reset?
to.
Can we
I've
Time's
got a
running
quick
out.
question for
You're
our
talking
Jamaican
about
brother.
getting out.
What the hell
You
are
want to
y'all
start
talking
connecting to your
about?
ancestors, my friend.
Reset, quick reset.
What are y'all talking about, Lord?
Yeah, let's do it
This nigga's
quickly.
just
What's
talking
up, Kia?
crazy, bro. I don't care.
Like I was trying, like, yeah, y'all to let that man slide out of the questions I asked him. Like, yeah, let's just keep it. Yeah, what's up, Kia? Yeah,
Can
let's
I
keep
ask
it.
our
Yeah.
Jamaican brother a quick question?
Good.
So I was really trying to pick up what you were saying, but you were moving super fast. You started to talk about the serpent deities, Quetzalcoatl, et cetera, et cetera. Are you talking about the Caribs who were indigenous to Jamaica? And are you saying that the Irish were imported to take over those indigenous tribes in the Caribbean?
So basically, during the Crusades, when the Christian legion started growing throughout Europe, because remember the Moors and Islam was throughout Europe, but not the same Islam as in the world today, right? So in Ireland and in Scotland, you had indigenous Moors. Yeah, it's indigenous. I got some evidence for that as well. There's books on it. Yeah. But when the Christians started coming, Rome sent their saints to Ireland to remove the originals, who were the Druids. Yeah, and the Druids would have been Moors. They would have been dark-skinned people, woolly-haired people like us. Yeah. The story of St. Patrick tells you that he went to the island to remove the serpents, the snakes. We were known as the serpent people. So when you go down to Mexico, you look at Chichen Itza, for example, these men kind of paid homage to the serpent, not so much the evil side of the serpent, the protective serpent. Yeah. Or you could also look at it as the stability in your back in terms of your spinal column, the kundalini. The ancient Egyptians had this on their headdress as well. So we were recognizing that, all right? So the same knowledge in terms of the healing and the wisdom we had in Ireland, had in Scotland. So when the Christian Empire, or the Catholics as we have now, started to cleanse Europe of us, that's what the story is. So they just make you think it's just an ordinary snake, but really he's talking about the people and the Druids. And he pushed them out of Europe. This
When
is
you say the Druids,
I got a question.
you're talking about in Europe?
Can I ask the British Jamaican guy question?
No problem.
I got a question too, bro.
How does that fit? Like, did you find that in your personal genealogy?
No, you
Or
can find this. You can find documented. You can find documents. It's a fact. It's a fact.
No.
You can do
I'm
research
not
and find
saying
books.
it's not a fact. No, the British Jamaican guy. Like, did you?
You can find documents. It's a fact. It's a fact.
No. I'm just asking, as far as like your personal connection to it. Did you find this in your personal genealogy, or is this just something that you?
The Jamaican
like,
connection is this. The Jamaican connection comes in the 1600s when there were uprisings in Scotland and Ireland. In Ireland, Oliver Cromwell, who was one of the right-hand men of Henry VIII, he was sent to Ireland to quell a rebellion, right? Once he quelled the rebellion, right, and he captured the prisoners of war, they were sent to the colonies. And these colonies were Barbados, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Montserrat. I've got a video on my page, and it shows it's from the 70s, and it's talking about these prisoners of war that were sent over in the 1600s from Ireland, and then they sent another batch over.
But you're saying these are melanated people, right?
Yeah, melanated people. This is just after.
So you're saying melanated people from Ireland and Scotland got shipped to the Caribbean as slaves?
No, prisoners of war, not slaves. Prisoners of war. Because they beheaded Charles II after they took the throne. After they
So so he's talking about Scotland and Ireland. People was coming over to the Caribbean as early as the 1500s, really 1500s, 1600s, escaping persecution. Prisoner of war it depends on where. Like maybe in Scotland and Ireland, but there's people coming from Spain, Portugal, 1500s, to the islands and stuff like that. You can definitely find that those genealogical records do exist for fact. But what I'm saying is, like, and my question is, I guess I jumped in the conversation midpoint, so I'm kind of lost. So I'm trying to figure out, does this relate to anybody's personal journey? Does that make sense?
What in terms of family lineages, names, direct names?
Yeah, those people that were coming from the British.
I've done a bit of genealogy. My direct family surname, we have our own coat of arms, heraldry, that can be traced back to Ireland. A lot of people think my surname. There's a lot of confusion because the original Irish would have founded Scotland, and they would have come down throughout England, and there is talk of the original people that founded England may have actually come from America. They originally said it was Africa, but now the truth about Africa is starting to come out. It does look like people came from the Americas across to Europe and founded. Or if you subscribe to the Atlantis story, when Atlantis went down, one side of Atlantis went and inhabited America or fled to the Americas, and the other side fled to Europe, whichever continent was closer.
Yeah,
But
so
these
that's
are just
actually
theories. These are just theories. No one's actually proved that. Anthropologists haven't been able to prove this, but this is where they're kind of looking at now.
I feel
So
when we have these conversations, we definitely gotta. I get what you when homie was saying esoteric, but he don't really know the definition. But when we can speak on historically accurate,
1 second. I want to add on to what he's saying
let
there.
Keo finish, dude. Like, come on, why y'all do that? Let Keo finish, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when we can have a conversation when we're actually speaking of things that we know about specifically more so than theories, you know what I mean? Because we can still have our theories, not saying, it's bad to talk about theories, but when we talk about progression, it's kind of like we have to establish the things we do know for a fact. Like, I'm not knocking when he said these people came from Ireland, Scotland. I know about, I really read a lot about that. So that makes sense. However, I want to hear it outside of people just talking about it. I want to hear how it actually connects to people's actually genealogical journey.
Yeah,
like,
so
I want to
Jamaican dude,
hear
are you
someone
saying
that
that your
says,
ancestors
you know
came
what,
from
I am
Scotland, or did
connected
they
to
come
these
from Africa,
people,
or what?
that connected to these people, whether it's Africa, whether it's America, whether it's Scotland, or anywhere in Europe, hell, Australia, right? Because a lot of people like to talk about these different conversations as far as these theories and stuff like that, and no one is new to these theories. Well, I don't know, maybe a few people are new to it,
yeah, bro.
but
I was
most
trying to answer
people
your
aren't
I
really
can actually
new.
connect the dot, finish connecting it. So
I was actually trying to answer your question too, Keo.
Well, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm an example of that.
Go
So
ahead.
I'm also, so my paternal line is also Irish. I also have English ancestry. My family is actually, I have roots actually, like deep roots in colonial America. So I actually have the genealogy of my ancestors coming from England and Ireland, like in the 16 and 1500s. And none of those people were like black. They were not black at all. They were white Europeans.
What people you connected to?
So, kind of to what the 8-ball guy was
I asked
saying.
the question. I asked the
And
question.
and also,
Hold on, I had asked the question. I had asked the question. Hold on. What people are you connected to, Walter?
As far as like my British lineage or Irish lineage.
Yeah.
Like you talking about the ethnic group?
No, the people, their name.
Surnames.
Damn, nigga, I don't know. Be specific.
There's certain. You say you can't. You descend from people that came in the 60s.
Yeah, my last name is Holmes. My last name is Holmes, and
I think he's up. Okay.
Yeah, my last name is Holmes, but I'm also connected to Hunt, Locklear, Oxendine, Chavis.
You the Lumbius.
From where?
Why Darvin know everybody's surname? I'm telling you.
Wait, whoa.
Darvin know everybody.
Locklear's from where? That was
those are all my family names.
But you said Locklear's though. Where's your Locklear's from?
My Locklear's are from North Carolina, Robeson County.
So they lumber. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. That's why I thought. So why you mentioned that in the British?
Because the hunt. But so if you actually like do the research on North Carolina, the Lumbees, as they are identified as, are essentially a coalition of like some of the English and Irish.
I know very well about the Lumbees and everything.
Right. So what I'm saying is that
because this guy clearly the problem is, he don't know too much about European history. He don't know too much about European history because again, if his people come over to America in the 1500s, then they're Slavic. They're not native to Ireland.
My people are not Slavic, bro.
Slavs. No, you're Slavs.
Let me be
if they're white tea, if they're white tea,
let me be clear.
They're white tea in the 15th century.
Why I asked that?
If they weren't albino,
Hold on. Mute up, y'all. I get it. But I'm
I ain't done this in a while. Like, come on, y'all gotta relax, bro. I've been telling y'all, one mic, bro. You gotta relax. Let's get the lights up to 20K. I will clear the stage. I'm a stage clearer. Ever since I learned how to do that shit, I will clear the motherfucking stage. Y'all gotta let other people talk, bro. Like, I'll let y'all get y'all points across. Like, just let folks talk.
Yeah, definitely. Respect to the host. Well, the reason why I asked that question about the Locklears is because I get that a Locklear surname can come from somewhere else. However, when you're speaking of Locklears specifically, mostly in America, a lot of them come from the Lumbee tribe. And the Locklear surname, not saying it don't come from a marriage to a Scot or Irish person. It's it might have, I don't know, but it's very common that indigenous people just took surnames anyway to do business. So many different ways. So to clarify how you might have genealogically came across a surname Locklear might not be through inheritance, through having a bloodline connection to the British line.
let me explain. That's what I was trying
Irish
to explain to you. I was trying to explain to you. So actually, that's not the case with myself. That's actually not true. Because one, I've actually done the research on the names. The names are of English origin. And also, two, my own DNA actually shows that I'm connected to Britannic groups. So my DNA actually, in fact, my haplogroup is RL21. RL21 is a Celtic is a typical Celtic.
For dark skin. The Celtics are dark skin.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I don't think you're lying.
My dad, my dad, and my family, we all have English DNA too. It shows in our DNA.
Okay.
Why you say that? Everybody got English. Why you think everybody got white folk DNA?
Those people. Oh my God, bro! Those people were not black, bro.
I'm curious, Mike.
What you talking about?
Yes, they were.
You don't believe in black Europeans?
Well, first of all, we actually have documentation. First of all, of the people that came from over there. Those people weren't black, bro. They were white.
White is a hold on. White is a social status. White is a social status. It has nothing to do with your genetic. Hello. It has nothing to do with your genetic makeup. White is a social status.
What is your definition?
Come on, yo, come on, dude. One mic. Like, why not keep saying this?
It's populated by mostly black people.
Put the time of Darv. Put the timer on, Darv.
I need a timer.
No, we shouldn't need the people to goddamn.
Walter, what's your definition of
bro? I'm tired of over talking people, dude. Like, I'm clearing the goddamn stage again. Like, come on, bro. This shit is getting annoying. Stop talking over people. Have some fucking decorum. Why I had to talk to grown ass adults? Like, bro, I teach kids for a fucking living, dude. High schoolers, to be exact. I'm not trying to deal with high schoolers when I get off work. God damn. Let's try this shit again.
Say that the Celtics or dark-skinned people, and also Europeans did adopt Indian names. So
I'll invite you back up, Kia.
You can look up the linguistics for Welsh and Kumeric and German, and you can find that some English surnames do not line up with the etymology or the sound structure of the original languages of that area. So a lot of them took on American Indian names as well. So
I just wanted to touch on the one guy that was up here. I guess he was like a fireball and the 8 ball. He was saying that Africa and the Middle East and everything is actually the new world versus America being the old world. And there's actually a lot to that. Now, I don't know about all the Irish and stuff and mixed in with Jamaica and that stuff. I'm not aware of what all that is. But if you look into a guy, his name is E.E. Calloway, right? And there's a YouTube channel you can go to and check out called Old World Florida. And the idea is, or the understanding is that the Garden of Eden is actually in Florida. And the River of Four Heads, which there's only one, is in Florida. And it's around the Chattahoochee area. All right. And the suggestion is that the original people would have been Native Americans, okay? And Noah would have built the ark in the Chattahoochee area. And the reason why E.E. Calloway thinks this is all the marks are there. So the gold from the area had to be good, according to the Bible, right? And so the gold, which if you'd gone like 100 miles north of the Chattahoochee, in Georgia, there was 24 karat gold, and that's the only gold they were able to find there. And then there was also onyx, and onyx is nothing more than marble. You have the Tatum Marble Quarry that's up in Georgia, which isn't far from there. And there was a lot of bdellium, and bdellium's nothing more than pine sap or turpentine. Okay, and then anyways, if the ark had been built there in Florida during the flood, right? You have the Gulf Stream, okay? And if you look at where the Gulf Stream goes, it comes out of the Gulf of America and goes up to like Turkey, up in that area. And this is why like the Vikings and the Netherland people were able to survive the winters, is because the warm waters coming from down here were actually helping to warm the climate up there in Eastern Northern Europe. Okay. So anyways, we know where Noah's Ark is, and it's on top of Mount Ararat in Turkey. You can actually look this up. And then also Florida has this thing called sacks or stones. Okay. And he was touching on the 8 ball guy was touching on possibilities of Atlantis being here, and that could be from the original culture. Okay, and so you got the Bimini Trail that's down in South Florida, which is big.
What you gotta say about Black Indians?
What are we
The
talking
indigenous
about?
tribes are
It's
melanated
not
or not?
Black Indians.
What?
But
Like, yeah, you was going off for a
hold
minute.
on, y'all. One at a time. I just want to say something real
Talk
quick, and then Leo said he wanted to talk. You said something about Native Americans. You lost me as soon as you said that. The original people, scientists said the original peoples this land didn't have pale skin, and pale skin didn't even exist a few thousand years ago. So it definitely wasn't no Native Americans in this land. So you lost me right. You lost me right there. How can the people whose skin tone didn't even exist thousands of years ago be the original people of this land? Be so for real right now. Go ahead, Leo.
They taught him a whole lot of shit.
Go ahead, Leo.
In the Bible, it's literally described in the Bible that white people came into Caucasus, right? So that would have been 4,000 years ago. So scientists are lying if they say that white hasn't been around that long.
I just wanted to chime in.
Scientists are lying on you now.
Yo, can y'all get one mic, dude? Like, bro, come on, one mic.
Yeah. So
listen, as far as white people go, we do have what you call images that like with carvings and paintings of white people going back as far as Egyptian times. But that wasn't thousands and thousands of years ago. So, let's just be clear as far as pale skin, it did exist at least within the ancient Egyptian time span.
It's even talked about in the
Past
Bible.
that's only a couple. That's not
Mike.
even. That's only a couple thousand years ago. But listen, y'all gotta learn how to move past colorism, man. Listen, if you gotta have conversations that
And I
be
can
progressive,
agree.
so stop trying to focus so
Yeah,
much
well,
on
Mike,
what color
have to focus on
could
color
have
because
existed then.
they have
To be honest, the colors that exist in our skin complexions and phenotype currently is not exactly the same as those in the past, regardless of how you want to look at it. So stop focusing so much on skin complexion.
No, we
You
gonna
know what I'm
focus
saying?
on skin tone because the same skin
Oh,
tone,
Lord.
same skin
He
tone.
said
Hello.
one Mike, man. He said
Yeah.
one Mike.
The same skin tone that we have here is the one that makes us experience racism and gets us.
We know
and
that
gets us
we
kicked
know
out of
that the
tribes.
world
So
was
no, we are
melanated.
going
How
to
about that?
we are going to focus on skin
Everybody
tone. We
has
are going to do exactly
I
that.
agree
But
with
hold
I
on,
agree with
everybody
Pale skin
has
people are not
levels of
indigenous to here.
melanation,
Period.
no matter
Everybody
what.
at the end of the day, let me say something too. Yeah, I agree with business, man. Skin tone matter. You feel me?
Yes, it does.
Hey, I
But
know
can I?
Darby
That's what
said
these
no one Mike.
arguments be so focused
It's
on.
Keo
though, when you're
tone, dog. It's
arguing.
Keo tone, dog.
Can I
If you're
chime in real quick?
if you're arguing
Talking
skin
in
tone
Alexander
all
can go.
day, you're moving
Yeah.
past the
Hold on,
education.
Benji, go ahead.
I just wanted to touch on what the.
Benji didn't finish his sentence.
Oh, okay, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, can we
No,
let
no,
people
I was
finish
saying
their
it's Keo
sentence?
turn. No, Venus, you good. No, I went like I was agreeing. I was piggybacking off you, but I want Keo to finish his turn because Dar said no more skipping because he gonna drop us again. I ain't trying to have.
Go ahead, Keo and Alexander.
The reason why I bring up skin tone, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but what I'm saying is a lot of the times when you get caught up with these white supremacists, that's their focus. You get what I'm saying, and they can't overlook that in trying to prove something when obviously the information that's being introduced is clearly people was melanated. So moving past, we already know people were melanated. Like that's clearly obvious. Like people have levels of melanation now. Even the pale people got some melanin. It's just they ain't got much. You know what I mean? So we know that they are a product of a lack or a genetic mutation of less melanin from us because people were melanated. We don't really have to entertain that shit, to be quite honest. Like
clear it up. It needs to be cleared up.
no. The thing is this: trolls are gonna troll. It's already cleared up. You know what I mean?
He literally believes that.
They have a focus on melanin because
So
outside of
You
melanin,
don't
they
believe
can't
that shit. He
Go ahead, Alexander.
bouncing
All right,
between
so
beliefs.
Let Walter
Go ahead.
bro.
Go ahead. I feel
Wait,
bad.
Alexander didn't get to talk. Hold on.
Hold on.
Alexander didn't get to talk, and then Walter can go.
So just to chime in, because I'm looking the topic is lit. But I'm gonna say this. My father's Choctaw and Cherokee. My grandparents was adamant about that. Period. You feel me? And my mother's from Trinidad, but my grandmother, her mother is from Ireland. I chimed in because the Jamaican guy was talking about the Irish. And her mother was from Ireland, and the story was exactly like Pinocchio. She said what happened was that they tricked the children to getting on the boats over there. And when they said they was having a party on the boats, and this is how my great-great-grandmother got here. And when they filled those boats up, they took off for America and brought them over here. So they didn't really kidnap adults either. You got to see the story's kind of twisted. It's really twisted because it was a bunch of children they brought over here. They never really brought adults over here, even with the Cabbage Patch. See, the Cabbage Patch era, it was a bunch of European children. It wasn't no adults.
He's
That's
right.
how
It's well documented that European children were trafficked from London.
Right.
and other parts
And
of
all of them
Europe
was
to
children,
British
the
13
black
colonies.
and the white. They was all children. They wasn't snatching adults. They was snatching children. That's what my grandparents told me. And
But
my
didn't
uncle.
they bring their criminals over here? Though?
But watch this. Here goes to where the plot thickens, right? So my uncle, he's alive right now. He's in his 90s. He sits on the porch up the block. And he told me when the German War happened, this is the first time he was in St. Vincent. And this first time he saw white people. Now this rang a bell in my head because they told me that they've been here bringing slaves to the Caribbean and all this. He said no. He said before they came, and this was in the 1900s. Now he said they was chilling on an island. It was a different name. It was a different language they was speaking, and this is in the 1900s. Okay, he said people was bathing naked in the waters. Nobody worried about nothing. He said he killed 126 Germans.
Naked in the water. Where you from?
Listen to me real carefully, bro, because see, we've been indoctrinated with so much of this Hollywood bullshit that you don't want to hear the realness. He said that He said, watch this. Hold on. Watch this. Let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick. He said what they did in St. Vincent in that island when he was a little boy, when the Germans came, they established a schoolhouse. And they made everyone go in that schoolhouse, and they brought paddles and whips, and they beat that Christopher Columbus story into them. And they said, if you did not go with it, then you get beat. And there was only one guy on that island who refused to let go of the language or forget about it. And he used to get beat every single day, my uncle told me. And he said, that's why the old people don't talk about it right now.
I apologize, bro.
Yeah, he said they beat it into him. You see what I'm saying? And that's how come they don't talk about it right now.
And
that's
did
how
the
come
same
we're so
thing to the
confused
indigenous
today.
people in the Southeast. That's why
They
a lot
doing
of
it
our
right now in the
ancestors
schools.
didn't really talk about our Aboriginal
Yo,
roots.
can I ask you what side you from? My folks from Long Island. That's where I wanted to start off at.
My people's from Alabama, from Choctaw County.
Yeah, you Choctaw. I'm Blackfoot. We from
Yeah, I
Long
know
Island.
the Blackfoot's up here in Carolina, Virginia. You got
Connecticut,
Blackfoot. Then you got the Creeks
Maine,
going on down, and the
South,
Seminoles.
Your face was hilarious when you heard that.
I like Mike TV. Mike TV, I heard you on the last live. They booted you on some other stuff. I really wanted to hear you out on European stuff. But for real, I ain't really want to
There
interject
was
too
a
much.
black female in North Carolina.
You said what now? But no, anyway, man, look, most thing what I was taught was, look, I always heard the other side of the story. See, I always like when I got in trouble in the summer school, or because I got in trouble for bringing a water gun to school one time, and then I ended up getting sent to, like, they always threatened me with the reservation in Florida and shit. Got sent to there with the other side of the family. They always called them the other side of the family. They always saw them Chinese folks. We didn't understand, but we always say they not our family, but they is our family. But my grandma ain't like, we had to sit there, I had to paint the fences, I had to help cut the grass and all that. And they, you know what I'm saying, they lived on a little barn out there, but I ain't like it because my family ain't like it. They said we Blackfoot, and they called themselves some other stuff. I still to this day don't know. They used to go to Stone Mountain Park out here in Georgia and host little dances out there on the mountains and all that.
You talking about the Siberians?
Huh?
You talking about the ones from Asia?
No, yeah. The Siberians, like, that's what we say. They used to call us from Africa.
You live in Georgia?
Yeah, I'm from Georgia, but my
What
family
part of
from
Georgia?
Alabama, so I'm from what part? You know, it's the internet, but I can say I'm from the east side. Yeah.
Okay, you know what Redan Road is then, right?
Yeah. So you smell me.
Oh, okay.
So it's type like my family from like I'm born from up top. So when I used to get in trouble up top, when I was born up there, when I was out seven about 12, I used to get in trouble type shit. Had to get sent to Florida. Had to paint the fences with the Chinese folks.
It's interesting. This story is interesting. What you was born up top, like New York?
Yeah, Long Island. You know what I'm saying? Our family own our land out there. We just lost our land in 2023. My mom ain't want to fight for it because my mother died. So they want to forget about it and all that. It's whatever though. We still got the paperwork, but it's there. It was in my mama's name. She the last Jackson. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, to continue my story, y'all keep getting me. But as to get sent there, they had to paint the fences with the other side. That's what my daddy used to call it. My daddy from down south, he moved up top when he was youngin'. And he creeped. But they ain't like them. You know what I'm saying? They ain't count them as outside the family. You know what I'm saying? They used to talk different. You know what I'm saying? They used to treat me a little different, but I used to get sent there for a punishment. So I understood. You know what I'm saying? But they used to call themselves something different. We was Blackfoot over here. But my grandmother instilled that in us because she grew up on Nate's side over there in Florida. That's why I grew up when the TikTok taught me different. That's why I follow brother here, the brother Dolph. You know what I'm saying? I follow that nigga because he really aligned me to the other side because I see him doing his little thing. He's stepping out, asking folks, did they even know? I ain't even know most of the side that folks, grandmothers ain't teach them this stuff until TikTok. I thought, you know.
Was interesting.
Can we get on topic, or is Keith Neal up here?
Was the slave trade a hoax?
Actually respond.
No, it's like I actually like where this is going. I'm not saying
I want to respond to Blackfoot.
It's cool. I'm listening to the good stuff.
But slave trade wasn't. You know what though?
I like my TV.
I fuck with that because actually align with what you saying because I'm from New York originally. I was born in Brooklyn, raised in Queens, but I was raised in Georgia. You know what I mean, East Side as well.
I'm in Brooklyn right now.
So, and my family
Yeah,
is from
you're.
North Carolina. We Indian.
I know my family.
So I align with what you're saying. Actually,
My family migrated from the south and went to the
so
north.
I fuck with you.
Can y'all help me out with
But
the
this
Blackfoot
is a
thing?
part of
I
the
thought the
topic.
Blackfoot were in Canada.
The the Black. You got the Saponi and the Catawba that were Blackfoot.
I
The whole topic was like Mike was on the other live.
Did y'all hear me?
Most of that
You saying the
most of
Hollywood
that stuff
Saponi was
was
Blackfoot?
Yeah, the Catawba and the Saponi are Blackfoot.
Yeah, Mike was saying that stuff was
Okay.
European.
I don't
That's
know.
what I was
So
talking
who was the tribes down south?
Hold on 1 second. Let me
Creek,
explain it. They have a
Chickasaw.
word for it.
Yeah,
They
Creek,
call hold
Chickasaw,
on. They
and all
call
that.
hold on. They in Tudelo. They call
Yeah.
themselves Blackfoot. They have a word for it.
Give Darvid the stage because I want to hear this because I don't know this. Go ahead. Shoot.
Yeah, good. The Blackfoot they have a word because Mizak Saponi. The Saponi and the Catawba they call themselves Blackfoot in Tudelo. I forgot like the exact word. I could pull it up, but they call themselves Blackfoot in
Question
Tudelo.
though, Darvid.
Blackfoot.
Do the Saponi claim that they are Blackfoot themselves?
Yeah, the
Because they
Mizak.
they got a website. I don't know. I ain't looked at their website in a minute. I thought they claimed that they were Algonquin.
They're not even, they're Siouan.
They Siouan. I don't know. I'm not.
Wasn't it all Choctaw? Ain't it? Ain't it one nation?
it's not.
They
Choctaw
came
Nation.
from our
No, they're
powwow.
not
That's
Choctaw.
about it. And I'm
Mizak
surprised they came out there.
Mizak is in Rose Saponi in Ohio.
Oh,
He'll tell you.
But you see how this ties in with the topic. Was the slave trade a hoax? Look at what we talking about. So how in the world are we talking about this?
It wasn't a hoax. They bought over.
It was a hoax.
Yeah,
why
don't we
I
go
would
to
hit
the rally
sorry
hopping,
for the
guys? Why don't we
topic,
figure out
but
an order and
the
everybody?
thing is, it wasn't a hoax. The slave trade.
They lied about the number. They lied
No,
about
what I'm
the
saying,
number.
look at what we talking about. We're
The
talking
slave
about
trade
Chickasaw,
happened.
Blackfoot.
One at a time.
Yo, one at a time. You gotta keep it one at a time.
I will say if they. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, it's like if you look at the definition of a hoax, right? Just
It happened.
it doesn't mean that something didn't happen. It just means
Right.
something can be exaggerated.
Yeah, if they lied about the numbers and lied about the time frame, that's clearly a hoax.
Right.
And the numbers up. They just
And-
exaggerated.
They told everything in reverse.
They didn't tell the story correctly.
Yeah, it happened for real, but it didn't happen like they said it. No.
Because if the world's fears was going on at the same time, they had flying ships, all kinds of stuff at the same time, cars and everything. Harriet Tubman was supposed to be running in the woods while these people was driving cars and stuff. So I mean, come on, you gotta make it make sense sometimes.
And I noticed, hold on, and then I noticed people see like being Caribbean as like something exotic because they think they're mixed with all these different things. But they see us in the USA as the most African, even though the least Africans out of everywhere in the entire continent were brought here. Like, how does that work?
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, a lot of Africans were brought to the Caribbean, but we never really see the Caribbean folks get forced with that.
I don't believe that. I don't believe Africans are brought to the Caribbean like that. I think they were there.
I just got
There
back
was
from
some,
Puerto Rico. It's well
but not to
documented.
the-
They all praise their African lineage.
Yeah, but not to the extent what we thinking. There's probably a handful.
More Africans were brought to the Caribbeans than the USA, but Caribbeans are seen as exotic, and
Right.
we are seen. Us in the USA are seen as the most African. That doesn't add up.
That's because they stealing the USA from us. That's why. And so they got to give us Africa.
Y'all just talk different.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah. Hold on. Someone's new trying to speak. Go ahead.
Hey, my name is Chauncey. I'm 34 from Chicago. So from the research I've done, right, it's pretty much evident that basically we was shipped out. We wasn't shipped in. That's all.
Right.
That's all.
That part.
Yeah, we was definitely shipped out for sure.
We were shipped out.
That's how Buckingham Palace was built.
Slavery wasn't a hoax. We were just prison. We just switched up the words.
But we can't make blanket statements that we were shipped out and not shipped in because people
was already
were
there.
shipped in. It's
Well,
just
some
that
people
most
were.
Africans
What are
in the
you?
Caribbean.
You a white boy?
Damn,
ain't
yo,
you?
can y'all like relax, dude? Why do y'all gotta talk when other people are talking? Like, show some y'all worse than niggas on Twitter.
No, we ain't.
Yes, y'all
Yeah,
are.
so can we get like a timer, or how do we know what order we're going in?
Just like we can keep it. I don't want to do no showtime because I don't feel like it's necessary. Like, just respect the conversation.
Hey, loyalty.
How's it going?
Tank, what you saying, Mike?
The topic.
I don't know. I lost my train of thought now.
Go ahead. You
I'm asking loyalty. Do you have anything to say about the topic, loyalty?
My thing was, the Africans that did come here, they came here to help overtake the people that was already here.
Bing bong.
That's what happened.
Didn't come here until the 1800s. That's when the Africans started coming here.
Yeah, but that's when they came here first. They came
What's
here.
up, Percy?
It took 7 countries to overtake the indigenous people that was here.
World War I.
Yep.
World War I.
Took 7 countries. That's a lot of countries. I asked the last like, how were we supposed to defend ourselves from all those other countries? Like, them too many, bro.
We had to tap out.
Before they brought in all of that, women was king. And everything they teach you in school, they teach it to you backwards.
Yes.
I mean, even if they were or wasn't.
Man wasn't never supposed to rule. It was always a woman. Because the woman
They
kept
still
saying,
took over.
a man would destroy. So that's what happened.
But
And remember, we were only slaves in the South for 30 years.
I just want to say we can't be painting like Europe as one, like as a generalization. I'll use I'll use Mexico as an example. The Aztecs were unaliving the Mayans, and the Aztecs teamed up with the Spaniards to unalive the Mayans. So the Mayans teamed up with the British to defend themselves. That's the type of stuff that was going on, and I guarantee there was stuff like that going over here in the USA too. You know?
Yep, it's well documented. Yeah, you're right.
Man, I feel all that,
sell out.
Like, despite all the information we know, like, how are we like they like he said, it took 7 countries to do it, but they did it. Like, how we
signed
supposed to
treaties.
defend ourselves from then into now? You said, all like shouldn't we like be the generation looking for the solution, or we the ones that like we the analytical generation? Like, I'm just confused. Like, I need to know where I'm staying. You feel me?
Well, because nobody can separate
the one
the
that
two
break
yet,
down to carry on to the next generation, or we the ones that figure it out and key point, you know what I'm saying, pinpoint the
You gotta
real
start
problem.
by doing your genealogy, brother. That's
Can I
always
say
the
this
first
right
step.
now?
I mean, that ain't the issue. Stop saying genealogy because I did that. I'm just saying, like, let's just keep what I said.
Then now you move to the second step.
Hold
But
on.
yes, genealogy is always the first step.
Right now,
But
we
everybody else saying that, bro. Come on, bro. I'm talking about real life, but you ain't saying that to nobody.
Okay, so since you did your genealogy, what tribe did you find your ancestors?
You gonna try to answer. You gotta try to respond with a real question. I mean, with a real response, not that.
You should be mobilizing your family. That's the next step. Get with your family.
That's a better response. I
Okay, I'm gonna say this, but in real life, we just have a conversation right now, and we still can't separate the difference between African slaves and indigenous people here, because we still keep combining them no matter what. So you keep saying no matter what, there was slavery. You got prisoners of war, right? And then when you say, oh, but there was slavery in these Africans, no, let's get off that topic and let's get onto our buildings and stuff and how these people flooded the towns and what really happened. You know, they blew up our towns and cities. It wasn't just no fields and cottons, you know. It was cities getting burnt down, destroyed, blew up. There was a war. What the really happened?
In the chat, y'all.
You know what I'm saying? So this is what we gotta start looking at, you know, aside from all that Harriet Tubman business, because that's what keeps us in this bucket right now. Still talking about Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman. Nah. Because when I look at these structures out here, I don't see Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman brains doing that, man. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't matter if they were white or black. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think
I'm
the
just
last brother
saying,
was actually
in
asking about
general,
solutions. So
the
why don't we all
mind-
just go around and give our ideas on some solutions?
Yeah, well, we got to be able to separate things. We have to actually be able to differentiate and say, look, this is what indigenous from Americas is. And stop trying to tie us into a slave ship from Africa, because we're not that. You know?
So white and black
but
do
what is
matter.
your
You
point
can't
of
negate
saying?
that.
What do we need?
Well,
to do?
because we need to focus on. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm
Who
gonna be
is we
49.
and why?
Okay, I'm talking about us indigenous people that's here, the foundational, the ones that know who they are. Like I remember having
why though? Why?
Well,
Why
because look, okay, like this, your great grandparents lost the war. That's how come we are where we are now. So what do? When you find out they lost the war, you're gonna try to.
The war?
They lost it. That's why we are talking like this right now, because our great grandparents lost the war.
We lost it too.
What war we lose?
That's exactly what we gotta find out. We lost the war, bro.
I mean, being victims of biological terrorism isn't really losing a war.
No, it's a war.
It's not about terrorism.
One mic. I'm sorry. What war did we lose?
Well, if we're on our land and we're in exile on our own land and we're being invaded still by all these countries, we're at war still. Because this is our land and we cannot claim it as ours.
One second. Did we lose the war or we just stopped fighting?
Oh no, you're right. They lost. We are still fighting. But the thing is, we gotta know. Well, because we're still in this position right here. Because look, the land we know we're from here. We know our roots is here, but we can't claim none of this land. That means we're at war. They took it from us.
But my question is, why are you saying that we need to do these things?
When I speak of we, I'm only speaking of those people. Hold on, no. I'm not preaching.
We ain't scored a touchdown. We ain't scored a touchdown in about 20 years.
All right, I'm only speaking to the people with the feathers and feathers. If you're not that person, I'm not talking political, Democrat, Republican. Outside of this internet foolery and waving signs and screaming in the street, what are you screaming in the street about? The other guy talking about a picture.
So, do you find that there's a solution that all family?
There is a solution.
Wait, question.
Family is
You're talking. Hold on.
Do you find that there's a solution that needs to be had that includes all people who resonate or are descendants of American Indians of antiquity here to work together? Are you saying that we need to work together?
I'm saying yes. What I'm saying is that the ones that know who they are. First of all, it starts with the children. You have to start
going too far off, because I agree that you're saying that, okay, if you're saying that we need to work together, fine. So what do we need to work together doing? Exactly what and why do we need to work together to accomplish those goals?
Well, first of all,
focus on the household.
Okay,
focus on the household.
Exactly what I'm about to say.
Bro.
The same thing Real Black is saying. First of all, we lost connection with our families. In period. That's how come we can't even get along in the conversation, because we lost connection with just a family mentality. You see what I'm saying? That was us.
That's how you
we lost connection with the earth. We lost connection with
family, bro.
We lost connection with taking care of the
your
earth
neighbors, bro,
and just being in tune with each other. We lost connection with our voices. We used to sing. We don't sing no more. They rap. We don't do anything anymore, and we have to teach our children real math, real science, and
Can you please
not
stop with
give
the
them all
we?
this.
We are not a monolith.
Well, the thing is, you have to.
Wait, I just want to say something real quick. Because y'all been talking. Hold on, y'all.
Hold on, y'all. The shoe don't fit, don't wear it, bro.
Hold on, y'all. So we were talking about the amount of Africans coming over here. You decided to interject to say we should stop talking about Africans and worry about our people. It is our duty to talk about the Africans that were brought over here because they're trying to say we are African. So we need to know the amount of people. We need to know, and then we also have some of our people who are mixed with African. So that is our duty to know.
That's what I'm talking about.
We should be talking about that.
She a blood through and through.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Feather and fez. And so
that's not what you were talking about. You said we shouldn't be talking about Africans. You said we should focus on ourselves. That's what you said.
Ain't no black and white, yada yada yada. I felt you, but nah.
Africans are coming over here now because that's still part of the plan.
Well, I'm not African.
It doesn't matter. We need to focus on Africans. They're literally invading the land right now.
I know.
We need to focus on that.
I know.
So if you're going to say, hold up, if we're going to have to focus on Africans, right? So we started off with other homeboy. He's focusing on us. I'm trying to figure out why everybody has to work together homogenous towards the
Oh,
goal.
prepare for them to infiltrate in this
to be.
conversation too,
But
y'all.
now,
By
if
the
you're
way,
saying that we need to focus on Africans, right?
Yep.
I'm going to ask you kind of the same question, right?
The biggest colonizers on the planet.
Why do we need to focus on? And I'm not against any.
I'm telling you why. They the biggest colonizers on the
I'm
planet.
asking these questions because it actually clarifies.
They are the biggest colonizers. Can I go? They are the biggest. No, it's my turn, bro.
That's what we gonna do. That's what we gonna do. What? That's what I actually gonna do. I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with I don't know, man.
Yeah, so our people are still very friendly towards Africans. That's why we need to focus on spreading the truth. That should be common sense. That should not need to be explained.
They are the biggest colonizers on the planet, bro. Recognize that for sure.
Can we all like go in order and provide solutions or something?
Yeah, like put it on Showtime, Venus.
Okay.
I hate to have to fucking do that, but
Venus, take charge, Venus. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna keep going, but they acting crazy.
Well, let me see if I can remember how to put a.
What's up, Sam? What's up, Sam?
You gotta take over.
Peace.
Ooh, live settings.
Right on.
Light Hunt is new up here. I'm trying to figure out how to put on this Showtime real quick.
Maybe I can figure that shit out.
I ain't even got no problem with no African, but yes, I agree with her. We got to watch them.
Hey, Will, you know how to do Showtime?
I'm gonna just look it up real quick.
Hell no, I don't know how to do shit on this app, dog.
Same, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Yeah,
I'm the same way.
What's up,
I'm over here asking the same. I don't even know how to mute this thing. I done did it like 3-4 times, but I don't know how to do it no more. But it right there.
All right.
They ain't mute me. They been muting.
There's too much shit to press on the screen. I don't know what to do.
Somebody been muting me though. I was thinking they were gonna do it again.
Venus won't figure it out. It's all right.
She trying to figure it out too, huh?
But it's been a while.
Oh shit, we all millennials.
So I'll figure it out.
What's up, G? How you doing, G? Yeah, let's get 30,000 likes, y'all. 30,000 likes to keep this a tussy-free space.
And y'all follow everybody that's on this live, bro, because we really kept y'all turning. And he kicked us off like 8 times.
Yo,
I've been on mute like a good boy, and I still get dropped. Y'all better be. Hey,
Mike, you done got kicked out of the other live. Mike, you done got kicked out the other live. I was with you then. I was like, boy, why you don't let my boy Mike talk to
I ain't taking that too real.
Oh, congratulations, Venus.
Nah, Mike, you said you're pinging too many times.
My bad. Congratulations, G. In the middle of cooking.
To Gia,
you cooking.
Gia discovered her genealogy today.
What you cooking this late, Don?
So,
all right, there we go. Salmon.
Who should I let go first? The new people?
I like.
I ain't got nothing to say.
All right, cool.
Oh wait, yeah, he did ask why should we be focusing on Africans? Obviously because our people are still pretty friendly towards Africans, and that's the reason why they're able to invade our spaces. But that's just common sense. I don't know. I can't write myself up.
All right, go. It's on you, Benji.
All right, I'm glad you brought that back up because I did kind of forget. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it brief. I ain't gonna use the whole minute. But yeah, I just think we should just not that we hate type stuff that people try to push. Do not believe in propaganda, what they say on TV, all that other stuff. But yeah, I think I agree with her. I highly agree with her. We need to keep our.
Did you get a phone call?
And that's it. I do believe they are the biggest infiltrators. Yeah, I had a low battery call. That's it.
All right, for sure. You can skip him, Venus. He said he's done. Go ahead. What's up, Lahan?
What's going on? I'll just answer the prompt. Was the slave trade a hoax? It happened, just not the way they teach it in school. Another thing I did want to address too when we were talking about like what's the solution. I think one of the best solutions would be jurisdiction. If you look at the small hats, for example, when they went through their so-called Holocaust, when they start going at Germany for reparations, they got shut down. But they figured out that they had their own jurisdiction because for some reason our people think they need permission to have jurisdiction, meaning your own government. The small hats organized themselves as a government. Then they were able to take it at once they established their identity and their government, they were able to take this to the UN and more of a sense of human rights being violated rather than something like civil rights. So we got people out there fighting for civil rights right now when you have human rights also, and then you also have laws regarding um, indigenous people, and you can look all this stuff up. So when they get down to it, it's like it's going to be hard to make a change within someone else's jurisdiction where they have power and they set the tone of the rules. When you're operating in your own jurisdiction, that's a better solution because then you have the capabilities of teaching your own people.
For sure, appreciate that. Got 15 seconds left. You want to say something else? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Never mind.
Yeah,
It's all right.
all
What's
right,
up,
yeah.
bro?
Yeah, I just want to say, man, that everything I got it from my grandparents and my family because I asked a lot of questions. You know what I'm saying? And I have photographs that go back to the early 1930s and stuff. And the photographs don't match the stories that we are told. And that's why I be so vigilant about it. Like, black people doing really good back then and down south. You know what I'm saying? They have money, everybody's doing great until one day somebody said, "We shall overcome." And they opened up the gates. And once they opened up the gates and got infiltrated, that's when everything got messed up. Now I live in Brooklyn, and lo and behold, who's doing the same thing? Segregate themselves. The small hats, like you said. And they're using the same exact technique, and that's how come they're doing great right now. Just because of that. You see what I'm saying? They segregated themselves. And I think that's what we kind of need. We need a little segregation, not forced, but voluntarily, like the Mormons and everybody else who's able to do that and get away with it. You know what I'm saying? And probably just, I'm saying about us, the foundational, the people who know who they are. You know what I'm saying? And like Venus said, we gotta watch out for the Africans, because I had this discussion many a times with people because they're coming and I see it right here in New York City. They are here. You see what I'm saying? Security guards, they here to they don't like us. And this is a fact that I deal with every day when I'm outside. They do not like us, and they'll tell you that. So that's what I want to say. Next.
All right, for sure. Anybody else next? All right, you can skip Will. He said he wants to skip. What's up, Legend the DJ? What's on you, Kia?
Yo. I really ain't have nothing to say, to be honest. Like, um, I I have nothing to say. I'm just
Yo,
carrying on the conversation. How can I quit this?
what bait? Venus has to skip you. What bait are we falling for?
Well, the only thing I gotta say is we should leave all these other countries alone because they all went against us. And we need to go ahead and focus on us so we can get ourselves back where we need to be. You know what I'm saying? And stop. I'm just putting it out there. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying if we got to stop sending our kids to their school. That's one thing we got to do. Because if we don't start teaching our own children, you know what I'm saying, and we keep letting the enemy teach them, what's gonna come out of that? That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I think we need to be for our own people and our own people only. Cause that's the only way we gonna get out of this mess. But that's it.
For sure. All right.
All right, all right. Yeah, so I try to break things down simply. So like when I do my genealogy consultations, I break it down into like a 3-step process. Well, if we're going to talk about rectification or advocacy, we should also break it down into a simple 3-step process. So step 1 is always doing your family genealogy. Step 2 is reconnecting with your tribe. Now that looks like many different things for different people. That could be being a part of a state recognized tribe, a federal recognized tribe. It can be being a part of one of the many freedmen bands or the different organizations, but we have to reconnect with our tribe. The third step is going to be a national rectification movement. And the only way for us to do this is to first start regional chapters and then grow it nationwide. Only once we have a national movement that has economic and power through media, that's when we can petition Congress for a congressional hearing on the paper genocide of Native Black Americans. Genocide of Native Black Americans. I don't understand why so many in our community want to. We started with regional organizations, grew them national, and then pushed legislation through Congress. We lobbied legislation. So we just got to follow that same roadmap. But I digress.
Nice. Yeah, I guess we can end it. We can end the show time. Yeah. End the show.
I
I
got.
want to respond to what. Oh, go ahead.
No, I got something to say. Hold on, Mike. See, I told you, boy, you be saying it on fire, G. You be saying it on fire, boy. I don't like it, but I like it, dog. Man, I don't like going with them folks saying what our ancestors said, though. I love my ancestors. I swear I do. I pray to them every day. I promise you before I even realized I did. I'm telling you, Mike. I do. I agree with you saying. Like I heard that before. I heard that lots of times. So I'm one of the youngest that I sit down and be like, all right. I won't even say nothing while you sitting there preaching, lecturing to me. Actually, I sit down and take notes, for real. But dang, man, no, I don't want to do what they did no more, bruh.
Yes,
Hey,
it
can I
just played
respond?
out.
I want to respond. I agree with what you're saying 100%. You gotta reconnect with your tribe. To be 100, like this is the thing. Some people already descend from tribes that are established, so you have to fall within their government, politics, and everything like that. And there could be dynamics to that could be challenging. I won't deny that. However, there are tons of other tribes who were labeled extinct, which only means that the tribal government doesn't exist anymore. Those tribes can be reconstituted. You can get state recognition. Even without state recognition, there are tons of opportunities that give you some form of resources with just claiming your genealogy and making certain alterations. I'll say that.
I got a question about that.
So, like, yeah, like claiming who you are is the most important thing. Doing your genealogy and then
What's up,
standing
TR?
for your ancestors.
I got a question about that right there. How? Because it's very difficult.
A lot of information on who our ancestors were are not online yet. Or you might have to go to a specific location to receive a genealogy.
It's by word of mouth.
genealogy is not even just word of mouth. There might be trails of it. It just might not be as evident as you need it to be, but it can still lead you somewhere else. Genealogy is forever. It's never going to stop. Let's be clear on that. Because you're never going to run out of ancestors. You're never going to run out of people to research. You get what I'm saying? And you can always find clues to something. But at the end of the day, yes, you research those. Go look for genealogical societies or historical societies. That's where you got to get a wealth of your information on a specific area at. All right, and once you do that, you might come across more information. Just see where you go with those things going on.
Hold on, somebody's mic hot. I think it's Earl's.
After looking for genealogical and historical societies from that area, just try to figure out that information, go from there. And then if you come across roadblocks, at least when you come across those roadblocks, you have more information to try to chip away at those roadblocks, if that makes any sense.
So I'm gonna give you a different answer because people did tell me the same things Leo said, and I was heavily disappointed to find out that that just wasn't gonna a ward of the state. So a lot of our ancestors purposely left their names out of wills and documents and off of birth certificates and any type of legal documents because they did not want to be ward of the states. So no matter how much you look, no matter what you do, there's not going to be any documentation. What you can do is you can find out the last person where it stops. If your ancestors purposely did not fill out any documentation, you could just see what region they're from, and you can just pair that with oral history, and then you would just have to assume what tribe they're from. I don't know why people never. I don't know why nobody told me this. That there are literally ancestors that you're not going to find on the Dawes rolls, on the census rolls, on the Indian census, on any type of census, on any type of will. Nobody has ever told me that. For some reason, I have to figure it out all on my own. So it just doesn't matter how much you look. It doesn't matter how much people tell you got to look harder. Ain't no amount of looking you're not gonna find nothing. So it's just what it is.
Yeah, and that's something I really stress to my clients all the time because some of our ancestors really were made victims of paper genocide, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that. So, everybody has a unique situation.
Yep. I was just about to ask you, Mike, after hearing everybody's statement, now what you got to say? Like, well, how you feel now? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I already laid out my 3-point plan of action, brother. Come on. My 3-point plan is bulletproof.
I feel you in your 3-point plan. I vibe with it. But I'm just curious, though. You know what I'm saying?
What part? Wait, hold on. Let's be more specific, brother. What part of my 3-point plan do you not agree with?
Well, I ain't say I don't agree with it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't agree. I was just saying based off all of our opinions, like, you still feel like we should follow the patterns you say should be laid out there was in front of us and all that?
The only thing that I referenced when I said follow the path that our ancestors laid was forming national organizations that petition Congress. I don't know why anyone would get up here and say there's a detriment to us forming a national organization and petitioning a congressional hearing on the reclassification of Native Black Americans.
Cause you sound like my cousin.
Hey, who?
I'll say this: when it comes to genealogy, again, you will come across roadblocks.
I'm gonna
a
say
lot
this
of times,
petition, Mike.
You just need a another setup to look
I'm
at.
gonna say you got Instagram, Mike.
Yeah,
I got one, but I'm not.
Samuel said Mike was calling us pretendians because we didn't have a card on a different live, I guess.
I've been following Mike.
Yeah, that's misinformation, but hey, people spread rumors.
What I hear, but
Mike ain't called me no
better stop saying we
Hey, you better not, cause goddamn, you better not be from Atlanta, boy. I know some folks from Atlanta. You might be from the city. You might have to walk talking in person.
But I just had to make it clear because I feel like every time our people argue with one of them pale skinned people, they're like, "Oh, we have the documentation to back it up." I just don't think it's possible for y'all to have documentation for every single ancestor That's just wild, in my
Yeah, it
opinion.
is. He just
Because I read
indoctrinated. He old
I read
school.
that 80% of American Indians
He old school.
did not sign up for the census before 1880 and did not write their names down on any wills. So I just don't know how so many people apparently just got all these type of records.
In my opinion,
I'm a full-time
I was about to say
genealogist.
it
I
depends on
assist
where you're
dozens of
from.
Black
Indians
Americans
always
with tracing
from.
their lineage and
Hold on,
descent.
one second.
You'd be
One second.
surprised.
We
You can
always
find a
one
lot of
second. One
documentation
second.
out there.
One second. Yo, 1 second. 1 second. I was about to say it depends on where you're from. Like we've
Mike
always
ain't no
hold
Asian,
on.
bro.
God
Mike is
damn.
not
Hold
no
on.
Asian.
All right, hold on. Hold on. 13 count. Hold on.
I agree with Darwin on that. Like, I agree with Darwin on that. Like,
folks have been.
Mike ain't no Asian.
1700s.
yeah, like this is what I'm saying. Most of those, when you talk about the reservations, most of them, they can't document their people more than past 1855 like that. To be honest, and to be real, most of us have ancestry that is pre-colonial. So
Yeah, I could go to the 15s.
yeah, exactly. So like that's another thing. When you talk about 13 colonies versus quote unquote Native Americans, it's completely different. Like my bloodline can tie back 1715 on paper, Indian. You get what I'm saying? Easy. With no problem. None, not a Cherokee, not a Choctaw, not a Muskogee. None of them tribes can match my documentation. That's a fact. They all tie back to the Dawes Rolls. You know what I mean? And guess what? When you Google $5 Indian, you know where it tell you, right? You know where it go, right? You know which rolls it goes to. Dawes.
And the only thing that I take slight issue with that Venus was saying is I just don't want people to have a pessimistic perception on genealogy before actually doing their family genealogy.
Not
Because you'll be
pessimistic.
surprised what you're able to find out.
Y'all be telling people this. Hold on, y'all be
for it.
telling people this that they haven't looked hard enough when the documentation is not there, and then they be feeling less Indian because of what y'all told them. So I said that. I've talked to multiple people. They don't feel as Indian as the rest of y'all because y'all keep saying that. So I made a disclaimer.
I don't know what y'all is, and I don't know what
I'll,
genealogists you work with.
hold on, I'll go on the back to say people got to go to in person. I already said most of the records are in person. If you're not looking in those areas in person, then
I seen you
what
out
are you
there,
supposed to
dog.
do?
That's great.
Yeah,
What you
people
been
like
doing been
it's like
gangster,
it's
bro.
not just hold on. It's not just the internet. Like you have to go in person to see these records
Yeah.
for yourself.
I like how you been doing them personal interviews with folks. Like you been stepping up to folks, like seeing eye to eye. Cause most folks, like you walk up to, like say if you had walked up to a person like that me, and then like say if it was a random, and then somebody was to interject, like real life, you probably would have been in an uptight situation just trying to do some regular stuff. I'd be
And
like,
I'll
hold
say
on,
this.
bro. Like you might want to drop the camera because like I don't even know bro like that. He telling me I'm not who I am. Want to debate? I ain't want to debate in real life. It's cool on live, but in real life, bro, I ain't growing like that. You doing some cool stuff, bro.
Again, you're talking to a full-time genealogist up here. We can get a lot of these documents. There's a lot of documentation out there.
Darvin's talking.
I was about to say, if folks feel less Indian because they can't get past a person's certain point, that's a personal problem.
Exactly.
I'm not about to stop
Your
saying
grandma
people
said
because-
you Indian, but you're gonna get insecure and question it because you can't map out your genealogy all the way yet. Like genealogy is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
I'm not about.
I don't care about that.
Or the, I was about to say, I'm not about to. Hold on, I'm not about to start. I'm not about to change what I be saying to spare nobody's feelings. It's work you got to put in. People got to do the goddamn work.
It's not.
Like,
it doesn't really have anything to do with feelings. It's common sense. Not all Indians are marked down anywhere. They purposely
but you got
avoided any
how can
censuses.
you know that if you haven't seen the records in person?
Exactly.
Most of the records are offline. You
Can I
have to
tell you
go.
something?
Hold on. You have to go to court records. You have to go to these libraries. This ain't easy. I do this. I've done this for myself. I've seen records you won't even see online. Like these that you only can see in a goddamn archive. I'm not talking out my ass when I say this.
All the records ain't scanned yet either, so that's one thing they gotta understand. Like the internet don't got everything, yo. You literally
More
gonna have
than
people
genealogy
scanning
too.
these
So
damn
again, I just
records to
hate
even
people
pop
taking a
up.
pessimistic view at genealogy.
It has nothing to do with pessimism.
They don't.
And also, that lady in the comments who say Indians didn't have surnames in the 1500s, that's not true.
Yeah, everybody go believe in what they believe in. And if you feel like it's fat, you can pull up the numbers.
You know, who's the last ones to get birth certificates? So a lot of people's grandparents won't have birth certificates. That's
even you, dog.
sign to. Like my grandparents didn't have birth certificates because they wasn't on no registry and none of that. That was when the trail, all that foolishness was going on. That era, the 1900s, the 1800s, because it didn't just end in the 1800s. It ended in the early 1900s.
It was foolishness.
Records exist, period. Like it's not just birth certificates. Social Security didn't even start to a certain time. Birth certificates didn't even start to a certain time. Death certificates are older than birth certificates. Marriage certificates are older than birth certificates. There's tons of land, wills, probate, colonial records. There are so many early explorations. There are tons of things that can get you a little bit closer. The thing is, if you have like they brought up, a pessimistic mind, a point of view on genealogy is going to create your own brick wall, to be honest.
Science is pessimistic.
Mm-hmm.
Again, guys, also, when I lay out my 3-point plan and I say step number 2 is reconnecting with your tribe, that doesn't have to be tribal citizenship. There's bands of people that form different organizations. I mean, you don't have to have tribal citizenship, but
you don't even gotta get your tribal card. You could just get your CDIB.
I didn't mention any card citizenship.
That's easy work.
I like this.
What was that, Venus?
Me specifically, I didn't mention any cards or
As
citizenship.
long as your 3-point plan isn't for the masses, I won't really
IBD, that means that you are enrolling in a tribe. So that's federal. Like just you're not just gonna get it for no reason. Like you gotta have
to go off genealogy.
You're gonna have to prove your lineage.
You gotta prove your lineage, exactly.
I don't really care about the facts and all that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just know what I know. That I grew up on.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And again, the only reason why I preach this message is because I'm not someone from the outside looking in. I'm on the inside. I reap some of these benefits. So if I can help another brother and sister out there get motivated and excited to do their genealogy, you may have some reparations back.
But you not can't go around knocking
of 1866.
and
you don't even know it.
That's one way to say it.
Mike, you can't go around knocking
One at a time. Mike is talking, and then someone else starts. Go ahead, Samuel. So you're new up here.
Hey, what's up, Darby? Let me first say what's up to everybody. Darby Osiris OG.
What's up, man? What's up, Sam?
What's up, Venus? What's up, everybody? I just wanted to clarify what was actually going on. So it's not the fact that you promote that people can get tribal citizenship and get the benefits. Is that you flaunt your tribal card and then you talk said to other people on the panel that because you don't have your tribal card, you're pretending and you're not getting your reparations. You should have got more land. I'm not talking about. Didn't give. You're gonna interrupt me like you did on the last panel, but
well, if you're gonna make a charge accusation, let us know who you're talking about on the panel.
Okay, this is what you do. Mike. This is what you do, but. What you were doing was.
You know who he's talking about, Darby?
Okay.
He's talking about me?
All right.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
On Showtime.
This motherfucker is spreading rumors about another live
This
stream.
is what you do. You just overtalk people like a troll. All right. So
just don't come in here all emotional.
What we do is we stand on our words here. We stand on our words here, sir, and we stand on our actions. Your actions was flaunting your card in front of the camera, calling Meta Hiller.
Sir, if you're triggered that I have tribal citizenship and you don't have a personal problem, I can't do nothing for you.
You called Meta. You kept interrupting Meta Hiller and our elders. You kept calling her out of her name. You called Keisha Hood Princess out of her name, called her a trick.
And all these people you were calling pretendians, all because we were trying to get you to understand that, yes, you are a full-blooded Creek, okay? And Creeks were not necessarily the name of those tribes. There were different tribal names in that area. There was an amalgamation of tribes. I was not denigrating your tribal name. I was actually showing you the map of DeSoto and all the names of the tribes that was there in the area. Where are the so-called Creeks now? So maybe you should do a little bit more history to learn it. What are you full blood of? But you know, you got a little angry with that. But I came up there also because you can't tell people that, you know, when Article 14 of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty says that they can stay on their land, so the Choctaws stayed on their land, so they didn't get the paperwork that the Oklahomans, like I do, have as a freedman Choctaw or a normal Choctaw or a by-blood Cherokee or whatever I have, because I actually went on the Trail of Tears, or my people did. Then you can't discount those people who may not have paperwork directly who can tie them back to the Choctaw corporatized tribes that you're part of. You know, I can actually be part of those tribes too, but I choose not to because I'd rather connect back with the Choctaws down in Mississippi or in Alabama and in the area where my people came. You so profusely love to wave your card about. I would rather give money to the Choctaws, which I do sometimes. I actually subscribe to $24.99 a month to Chief Warhorse's channel, you know what I'm saying? So that way I'm giving money to the tribes that I'm connected to, and I would do anything to try to tell the story and help my own tribe and actually push the real stories. So that's what I'm talking about, sir. But you got angry and you started interrupting, started acting like a troll, started calling everybody out their name, started calling our elders out their name. You're crazy.
Damn, man's is emotional, ain't he? Sir, you've got to show proof of what you're talking about. We live in a digital age. If you're going to claim I was calling elders this and calling pretendians that, then you should be able to show some videographic evidence, a screenshot, something, Playboy. But let's address your asinine talking points. You're clearly triggered, insecure, and I guess a bit jealous that I have tribal citizenship for some reason. You claim that you descend from a freedman who was recognized by the tribe as a freedman, but you don't want to try to get tribal citizenship and honor your ancestor by way of the Treaty of 1866. I mean, guys, watch out for this. The only people who ever speak against tribal citizenship are motherfuckers who don't got it. You literally heard what he said verbatim. I could be a part of the tribe, but I don't want to be a part of the tribe. But if I wanted to be a part of the tribe, I can be a part of the tribe, but I don't want to be a part of the tribe. I mean, it's the same bullshit every single day with you people. The only person that I refer to as a pretendian today on the previous live stream was a dumbass chick who claimed that she descended from an indigenous tribe of the Southeast that was really European Moorish nobility. Yeah, anybody mixing in some European, Moorish, Southeastern tribal shit, that sounds like some pretendian shit to me. And that's my own personal opinion. Get off my nuts about it. Some more time. Sir, everything you say is pseudo. You have not proved your lineage. I have not even showed my tribal citizenship card once on this live stream. So stop being insecure about the fact that my genealogy research resulted in tribal citizenship. It's so sad that you're trying to rag on another Black Indian for having his paperwork in order. What kind of shit is this? You talking about you don't need reparations? So if Uncle Sam gives us reparations for slavery, you don't want to check, right?
Trying to switch. Oh.
There you go.
Oh, that's what's up. So as you all see, he's crashing out. Everything I said was pretty much information. Everything he said was pretty much denigration. I don't have to denigrate you as bald as you are. I don't really have to do that. But all we was trying to let you know, sir, is no, I don't want Uncle Sam's money. You know those people who stayed on their land for Article 14 of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty? They didn't want Uncle Sam's money either, nigga. That's why they stayed on their land. And they stayed there and they did what they did. And they got reclassified as Negroes. They lost their tribal citizenship in a sense because the federal only want to recognize people and give them something. But really, they didn't lose anything. Nobody lost anything. It's in our bloodline, sir. I don't have
what y'all want me to say? My bad, Sam. Go ahead.
No, you good. I didn't even know that. What they throwing tomatoes at me? It's all good. It's all
Nah,
good.
I was about to. Nah, somebody's like, Darvin, hello. I was like, what you want me to say? I'm letting him talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. So yeah, and you know, I showed the video of Chief Warhorse and the mayor down there in Slidell, giving them recognition for the Dancer Rabbit Treaty, and they also gave them like $100,000 to go towards the building of a area down there, you know, to help preserve the Choctaws since they've been forgotten, so to speak, over the time, you know. So when they're utilizing the Dancer Rabbit Treaty with the mayor in a certain area to say, hey, we were here, here's our treaty signed by the Spaniards, and you know, whatever, and here's my ancestor, not Mr. Pushmantai, he's Pierre José, which is her ancestor, which is another person too. But regardless, when these people show their bloodline and these people are recognizing that and they don't have that tribal citizenship card, don't nobody give a fuck about that card, nigga.
Nobody cares about that card, but you came up here bitching about my tribal identity. You know, because I have tribal citizenship, I mean, I would never be mad at another man for gaining citizenship in the tribe of his ancestors. That's weird, sir. Who gets down like that? And I don't have to make comments about your hair or lack thereof to get my point across. Guys, notice these asinine statements. Notice this pseudo-righteousness. I don't want Uncle Sam money. I don't need Uncle Sam. Shut the fuck up. When Donald Trump gave out COVID relief payments, you accepted your $1,200, right? You accepted your COVID relief from Uncle Sam, right? Or did you say, Trump, I don't need my $1,200 because I'm so righteous? Yeah, stop with your pseudo-righteousness. You keep talking about the real rebels who stayed in the Southeast and didn't go to Oklahoma. Guess what? Your ancestors are not one of them because you showed a Freedman application paper on the last live stream. So your ancestor went to Oklahoma and applied for tribal citizenship. But I guess you don't want to do the same for some reason. Okay, that's your personal choice. But don't knock me because I sought to get rectification. I would never get on here upset because somebody else has tribal citizenship. I mean, hit dogs holler, and you up here yelping. I don't understand you. You talk about the rebels, the real riders who didn't go to Oklahoma, didn't get travel, nothing. They got reclassified. Your ancestors are not part of that demographic you're speaking on because your ancestors went to Oklahoma as freedmen and petitioned to be a part of the tribe. You shared a whole interview application where your ancestor was interviewing to be a part of the tribe. But here you are trying to talk down on being part of the tribe. I'd say you disgrace your ancestors.
Okay, and the response on that is some people chose to go up there because of the deceitfulness, and you know, maybe they wanted to take advantage of the land. Maybe they thought that the United States was going to do something else. Who knows what reasons they chose to go up there? I'm not going to denigrate my ancestors for making a decision, you know, during a trying time, especially when I know that they were enslaved. One of them was enslaved by the Chickasaws. Yes, the one I showed you said he was a Uchee Creek, sir, the creek that you actually call, but he actually speaks about the Uchee in it, which you didn't even know the Uchees were included, you know, because I actually showed you that earlier, sir. I'm not emotional, sir. You see how I actually talk in a model tone like tone, sir, unlike you. I'm a little bit different, sir. But you know what? Like I was saying, that ancestor was James Chief of Andrew Chief Watkins. You know that website, that Freedman website you was on earlier, Choctaw Freedman? He's on that website. Andrew Chief Watkins, he was a chief. He was looking for his three sons, James and Jacob and Charles. I have both of their Freedman application cards. I don't know what reason they chose to, but they were young when they went into the Chickasaw Nation. They was like 18 or 17 when their dad actually left. I have a Freedman Bureau application form where he went to try to get help to get his kids out of there because they were enslaved. But I also come from the Love family, who is a very prominent Chickasaw family whose county is about takes up about a third of the Chickasaw Nation right now. So I come from both sides. But why would I want to give tribal citizenship cards with a citizenship of a nation who's made of a corporatized name that's not spelled the same and is full of red men that don't give a damn about us and in many cases call us Africans. I don't want to accept the moniker of African. I would rather just go and try to get with my real tribe, the Chantas, like you just tried to advocate for, but you're no longer advocating for that because I'm up here calling your dumb ass out, bitch.
Well then.
Oh, was I gonna get another go?
Sure. Since he got three. Yeah, since he got three, yeah.
Hey, he got a lot to say to Mike.
It'll be between them. I don't
All I wanted to say was go, Sam.
Hold on.
Gonna put it back on Showtime.
Go, Sam, go.
He's trying. Go ahead, little Tink Tink.
Get his ass up, Sam. That boy, man, in a bit, boy. Hey, go ahead, though.
I'm trying to make it 3 minutes instead of 2.
All right.
Let them two talk right now.
Oh no, I'm gonna be patient and wait for my turn. This is fun. I love it.
3 minutes each.
I feel with.
Seems like y'all boys been holding it in anyway.
2-1.
It do sound
Bing,
like
bing,
some
bing,
shit.
bing. All right, y'all. Hold on. Please and thank you. Sir, you keep contradicting. You keep contradicting yourself because on the one hand you say, "Hey, I don't need Uncle Sam's money. I don't need reparations." Then you claim your ancestors were freedmen who petitioned for welfare from Uncle Sam through the Freedmen's Bureau. So your ancestors literally needed assistance from Uncle Sam during Reconstruction era, but you think that you're too righteous to get reparations in 2025? I just don't understand that rhetoric. You know, there's a lot of benefits to actually being affiliated with the tribe your ancestors were a part of. Free healthcare, free dental, thousands of dollars in federal benefits. I mean, there's literally something called an Indian Preference Act. Everybody's running around talking about, is Trump going to cancel DEI? No one's talking about canceling the American Indians Preference Act. So again, it's just so weird that people want to talk down on someone choosing to get tribal citizenship. And it's so weird that your ancestors sought government handouts, but you're too righteous for reparations. And again, I mean, I don't really want to play big bank, take little bank with you, but I come from the town king of the Creek Nation. I come from a man who literally has books written about him. This book is from the 1800s, the Indian Territory, its chiefs, legislators, and leading men. So again, I come from prominent Black Indians of the Creek Nation who fought racial reclassification, who fought paper genocide. So when you're up here trying to throw little digs, I mean, I got to ask, what have your ancestors accomplished? I know what mine have. I really pray that you did your genealogy and you can find an ancestor of note who did something that was worthy to be written about in multiple publications. Or maybe you can do something in your life that's worthy to be written about. But right now, we just see you emotional because Mike got tribal citizenship. All right, we get it. You're mad. Can we move on? Matter of fact, earlier I gave a 3-point solution. Can you provide a 3-point solution? Can you tell us what benefit you get by not getting tribal reparations? Can you tell us if when Trump handed out the stimulus payments, if you said, no, Uncle Sam, I don't need the money, because I think you're capping. I think you're pulling some holier than thou pseudo righteousness, and it's disingenuous to say the least. Let's talk about it. Why would anybody try to be pessimistic towards somebody seeking tribal citizenship with the tribe their ancestors were a part of? That's just so strange. But I guess if you can't get it for whatever reason, I forget what tribe your ancestor was a freedman with, but I know that some freedmen got kicked out of the tribes, then maybe I can understand your perspective then.
So to say, I'm trying to be neutral here, but like, why are they disrespecting the ancestors? And he didn't disrespect your ancestors or passive aggressive. I don't know why we need to do all that. Like this. or ask you what your ancestors amounted to. I don't know why you're asking him that. That's ridiculous. But I'm gonna skip myself.
All right, my bad. I'm walking, so I'm out of breath. Had to grab my Uber Eats, but I heard what he said. He said, "Oh, you probably don't have ancestors of any importance." Well, some of the people on this panel have seen my videos. They know about Ali Kahio Hash, who was a Chickasaw warrior, who there was 400 French soldiers sent up to the Chickasaw area to take out the Chickasaws, and the Chickasaw warriors took out 380 of those men, and there was a 5-year-old little girl left behind. And Ali Kahio Hash in my tree is the guy that took them in and eventually let her grow up within the Chickasaw Nation, and she became his wife. She was a French girl. So that's one person. I have Chief Andrew Watkins. Like I said, he's on that Choctaw Chickasaw Freedmen website. If I was in the apartment right now, I just didn't want to get on the elevator talking this shit because a few people was in front of me. And then, you talk this shit out loud, they get to tripping. But really, I don't really give a damn what they say. But still, okay. And so what was I going to say? So, yeah, so I'm supposed to honor my ancestors' bloodline by accepting welfare, sir. Typically, you take welfare to get a step up, nigga. If you accept welfare 6 generations ago and you still accepting welfare today like you with that card, sir, you're a fucking nobody. Your boy like me don't need free healthcare because I can pay for that shit. Your boy like me don't need a tribal citizenship card to get a per cap because a nigga got bread, sir. And I should add more bread on top of that and be greedy? Or maybe I don't even need to deal with a bunch of motherfuckers that I don't want to deal with. If the tribe was nice and full of people who accepted so-called freedmen, which I would never still accept that moniker, but if they still wanted to go with that and they were full of people that was really cool and nice, at least on this side of the game, and maybe some of them are. But in many cases, you hear how they come up on these panels. There was a guy named Choctaw who was the biggest troll on TikTok for the longest goddamn time. You want me to go to a tribe that nigga is part of? Or other people like him? You're a fucking moron, okay? I ain't got to denigrate your people. I'll denigrate you in the end of the world, at the end of the day, because you're always typically denigrating everybody else. You would denigrate me earlier. And typically I don't really have to denigrate you. I was just trying to let you know you don't even know what you are. You still think you Creek. What are you? Are you Yuchi? Are you Tonemeko? Are you Kapachique? Are you something else?
Yeah, your time ran out, boy. Again, you can be emotional about me having tribal citizenship. I just think you should get over it. I think you should just let out a good cry, punch the air real quick, and move on. You're talking about you don't need free healthcare. It's not just about free healthcare, you imbecilic man-child. We all know about the medical malpractice that goes on with Black Americans. We all know how they mysteriously get unalived dealing with the American medical system. But guess what? When me and my family get injured or sick, we go to American Indian hospitals. We get seen by American Indian doctors. So it's so much more than simply having free healthcare. And actually, with how expensive healthcare is nowadays, I think if a Black American had a choice between free healthcare at an American Indian hospital with American Indian doctors versus paying the exorbitant rates of privatized healthcare, I mean, yeah, some people move smarter, some people work harder. I don't know what to tell you. This is strange, though. This is real strange. You're talking about you descend from Chickasaw warriors. Okay, I would like to see some sources, but let's just take that as face value, right? Well, how do you think your ancestors feel that the Chickasaw tribe is now co-opted by $5 Indians, Mongolians, and Pretendians? Why don't you be a part of the change and actually be a member of the tribe that your ancestors were? So maybe you can advocate to get some of the Pretendians off talking about they stole our lineage, they stole our name, and you ain't doing nothing about it. You up here online triggered because Mike got something you don't have. I get it, but sir, you're a spectator. I do this for a living, full-time genealogist. 2 YouTube channels, just started 2 TikToks. I'm here dealing with you as an occupational hazard. You're just up here in your feelings. Let's talk about it. Hundreds of Black Americans I've personally helped on this individual journey of self-discovery, and you just up here triggered, spouting historical mistruths. I just don't understand. Is this your hobby? Is this fun to you? All right. But again, what I would really like to hear from you is an actual valid reason, no false righteousness, for why you're so anti-reparations. Because I feel like if the US said, hey, we're going to give everybody who's a descendant of slaves reparations tomorrow, your ass would have your hand out. You're not going to say, no, Uncle Sam, I don't want rectifications for the suffering of my ancestors. I don't want reparations for Jim Crow and redlining and systematic racism and Reconstruction and everything in between. You're an idiot to not accept reparations.
Who is Cash? I don't know who Cash is. Go ahead, let's go ahead, Sam.
I'm not even going to take but about 20 seconds because once you've gone back and forth with the troll, you just stop. So I just want to show this. The average private health care per month costs us about $114 a month, sir. If you need to get citizenship so they can put one up in your ass and call you African so you can save $114 a month, my motherfucker.
All right.
Get me from there.
I guess that's it. All right, cool. I guess that's the end of that, right? I guess we get in showtime.
Oh, well, maybe he should read the whole thing where it says that monthly healthcare is actually $456. I love how he cherry picks that article right there. If you read the entire article, it clearly says that the average monthly cost of private healthcare generally ranges from $456 to $703. So why are you getting up here trying to convince Americans they're paying only $100 a month for healthcare? Does anybody in the chat pay only $100 a month for private healthcare? I'm confused. You just keep coming with the pseudo, don't you?
There was an employer sponsored plan. Most people are typically employed. I'm not employed, so I would be part of that self-employed people who have to pay that $456. But most of the people who are employed, they pay about $114 or less, sir.
Let's take a quick poll. If you guys had to choose between free healthcare or paying healthcare, which would you
what
choose?
You're saying is that people who are employed should go to the.
If it's
I
just
would get
free
a little bit more of
healthcare.
a
I
gain,
mentioned
but I
free
don't need
college
to.
tuition.
I make
I
good enough
mentioned
money. I don't need to pay.
There's down payment assistance programs. There's hardship programs. Some tribes give out thousands of dollars each month as their tribal members' proceeds of the casino profits. So you don't know what you're talking about because you're not a member of a tribe. See how that works?
I ain't gonna lie, he's barbecuing your ass like a motherfucker. Like he's barbecuing you left and right, and you just gotta eat.
Hey, this shit looks crazy.
This is yeah. What the penis? But is this conversation over?
Yeah. Let's just not have people who are not a part of tribes try to spread mistruth about tribal benefits.
To agree with him on that, there seems to be a hatred for those who are enrolled in tribes, and also like
there is no hatred for tribal.
There is because I've been in these spaces all the fucking time, and I don't tell people that I'm tribally enrolled because of that specific reason.
You should not be
I'm gonna
called
keep
a
it real.
pretending if you choose
There
not.
is a lot of hatred coming from people who are not enrolled to those who are enrolled, and I'm gonna keep it a band. To be honest,
no difference from the
if you're
people
trying
who
to get
decided to stay
access
on
to
their land and
resources,
those who didn't.
hold on, I Brandon.
Stop interrupting him. You just went back and forth with me for 10 minutes. Let him speak.
To be honest, if you're talking about access and resources for you and your family, you know what I mean? That does involve tribal enrollment or at least tribal establishment. Learn who you are. That's standard genealogy. You can't get mad because someone's taking advantage of the things that their lineage gives them access to versus someone else who hasn't done the work. And that's a
That was
problem.
not my
That's a
message.
problem.
That was never
That's
my
a problem.
message.
You can't come. You
That
can't
was never my
come
message.
against people who. You can't come against people who have done the work to get to where they are in a position when you haven't, and feel like you are better than, or you can talk down on. You might can give some information, but my nigga, where have you gotten? That is the real
Sir,
question, and you gotta
sir,
stand on that. That's a fact.
you don't
So I can't
understand.
even
I don't think
flex.
you
And I'm not the
understood
type
the
of
whole
person.
conclusion of what I was
I'm not the
saying.
type of
The
person
point is,
to flex membership or enrollment
that's
in
the
a
type of person Mike
in
is.
a tribe who's not. But there is a level of understanding of education that goes with that, and a lot of people need to learn that.
And nobody's saying anybody denigrated anybody having a card. I stated exactly what he was doing and his rhetoric with his card and his rhetoric with why he should or why he called people pretendians if you're not part of the tribe and
I've
what
never
his
called
reasons
anybody a
for it.
pretendian for
Sir,
not being
you
a
were
part of
doing
a
it
tribe.
so
That's
many
stupid.
times. You're a
There are
big
millions of
liar.
Black
You're a
Americans who are
giant liar.
Better
You
than
were
classified
me.
just
and
doing it
made
on a
victims of
live
paper
stream.
genocide and can't get tribal
Hood
citizenship.
Princess,
What are you
Keisha's Hood
talking about?
Princess just said it below. You was doing it on the live stream. Quit lying. But it's not about that. The thing it is that you cannot continue to talk about people who decide not to have, or like you said,
And
Darvin
you
said
can't
there
talk
should be paperwork.
about people who
Everybody
decide to
should
get tribal
find as much
citizenship. How about
paperwork
that,
and
Billy?
do the legwork as possible. But whether or not they decide to go into and get a tribal card or not is based upon the same thing of Articles 14 of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty is the
Guys,
same thing
notice
with
how nobody
whether
was talking
people
about a tribal
decided to
card until
leave
he
their
showed
land
up.
or not. The
One
people
mic
that
now.
decided to stay in the land decided to become U.S. citizens and became Negroes. Those who went to the reservation in Oklahoma got these. I think it's fine if you want to get your tribal card and get your money. Do that, but don't denigrate people who decide not to do that. That's what CR the Great was telling you. He's like, hey, bro, I got
Who
the,
is
I got
CR
the
the
stuff.
What are you talking
Oh,
about
y'all are
up
in
here?
CR. Y'all
You
in
came here
CR's live when
triggered
that
talking
happened.
about tribal cards. Nobody was talking about tribal
CR
cards.
the Great's live.
Okay, y'all was in CR's live. All right. Darvin need to take a nap. What you mean? I'm
Gia says
stressing. My
Samuel sounds
back is
jealous and
thin.
a little
You
slow.
just
I
One
said
concur.
second.
that
Hold on.
while
Hold
you
on. One
stretch
second. One
though,
second.
Darby.
I was about to say my back gets tense. I was in a car accident over the summer, so my spine was bruised a bit. So my back is tense. That's why when you see me move my arms around, my upper back is tense. Wait, go ahead. It's 21-year-old at heart. I don't feel like I'm
So
21 at
what were you
all
saying,
at
Keo?
heart.
Keo was talking before he was interrupted.
And I just all to the G. All I was saying is like generally like when you get to the point of even establishing a tribe, or even enrolling in the tribe, there is a certain level of information that you went through. There's a certain steps of process that a lot of people didn't do, and I'm not saying one is better than the other. I wouldn't put that in a position, but what I would say, there is a great wealth of information and understanding to get it, like to not getting your tribal, to not enrolling in your tribe or reconstituting your tribe, whatever path your lineage takes you. You get what I'm saying? In my opinion, is clearly the best mode of operation if you're talking about access and resources. If you're a Black American, you might be the one individual who makes over $200,000 a year, whatever, right? One of the 100,000, right, in a class of 40 million, right? But we know at the end of the day that there has been projections for the Black American community to be at a negative wealth by 2053. It's 2025. That's 28 years from now, if my math is correct. Maybe 27 and a half. You know what I mean? So we talking about access and resources. When we talk about these conversations of reparation, restitution, a lot of that does involve you getting involved with your tribe. If you're talking about even understanding your culture, the culture that your tribe practiced, your ancestors. That means in getting involved with the tribe. That means maybe even enrolling. There is nothing more stand on than stand on your ancestors. You get what I'm saying? If that's what they were, and that's who you know you to be, then do it. You know what I mean? Now, again, you don't have to be enrolled in the tribe. I'm not telling people, oh, you need to get enrolled in the tribe. There are tons of avenues to get resources, even not being enrolled. You know what I mean? There's tons of tribal tribal alliances and organizations you can get a part
VA
of.
benefit.
However, none of that shit is gonna trump being enrolled in either a state recognized or a federal recognized. And if you're talking about bringing your family together, bringing a tribal setting together, that is tribal enrollment. That involves getting a tribal card. All of that shit is that next level. Anything else beyond, if you're doing anything less than that, you are working off of individualism.
Can I ask you this?
Go ahead.
The Shatas down in Louisiana, the real Shatas who just got recognized locally, they don't get any kind of access to benefits or anything like that from the government. I mean, recently they just got 100K so they can start to build up areas so they can preserve. But being part of their, situation doesn't give me any kind of benefits. So is it wrong that I decide to choose to associate myself with that part of the tribe, which is the actual real tribe, versus the ones who went to Oklahoma? Because when you think about it, the only people who can really access the benefits in Oklahoma are the ones with the Oklahoma paperwork. Possibly outside of the Oklahoma paperwork, I don't know. I don't know the details of it, but you have all the
Yeah, you
people
don't know
of
what
the
you're talking about,
Dancing 14 chapter or whatever of Dancing Rabbit Treaty who won't get access to that, but they're still Shatas. Okay, so I'm just saying, I told my family, look, ain't nothing wrong with y'all. Go ahead and enroll if y'all want to get the benefits. If you're in a position where you want to do that and it helps you out, go ahead and do that. Me personally, I'm on a different mission. I don't denigrate the people who decide not to do it, just like the people who decided not to leave their land long ago.
And did you say that your ancestor was a Chickasaw?
I wanted to chime in real quick because I don't know if y'all need some more feminine energy on the panel or what, but I'm not on anybody's side. I don't even know what happened. I'm just here listening, but I just don't feel like that's a big worry right now. Like, I feel like we need to be working within our community, not saying that getting a tribal card is like bad or anything, but like we need to be healing right now. I don't feel like there's any reason to like worry so much about getting a tribal card when we need to be teaching the youth. We need to be doing what we're doing right now. Teaching, healing, teaching our children herbs, history, so we can heal ourselves. There's no reason to go back to these same lands that we were either kicked off of or led to. Yeah, like it's just like it's very irrelevant for this time right now. It's not irrelevant in general, but it's irrelevant. Like until
And
these
it's only
other
people who don't have tribal citizenship claiming it's irrelevant.
yeah, but that's I'm not saying like not to get it. Like Sam was kind of saying, like, if you have it and if you feel like it helps you in the moment, get it. But other people have different focuses. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I know who I am, but I don't feel like a tribal card will, make me feel even more of an Indian. Do you know what I mean? So,
They're compromised by the government. If the federal recognizes them, they're compromised. Because you got to think about it. How you go from building cities to TP land. So you went to the Trail of Tears and now you're in TP land and you're bragging about TP. They recognize you, that you got to know whatever they teach you over there in TP land, you keep it in a secret. But the real story behind us is we built beautiful cities and things, and that's not being recognized still. We're still talking about TP land. And I'll get a card over there in TP land and get benefits in TP land. No, we want to talk about the ones who stayed here.
yeah,
Those are the ones that struggle. You see?
And with Sam or whatever, like I feel like it's just more so like he's like, why would you go back to these same people that's calling you African? And I'm not saying that, if you do enroll in whatever tribe you're in and it's more people that look like you on that land,
of course. But if you get there, or you're at the tribal gatherings or whatever they have, that's just uncomfortable. I wouldn't put myself in that situation just because they're gonna kick me off, because I've been going off on people. So, and I will tell you, you're not an American Indian. I don't care. But I just, it's so relevant, y'all. We need to be teaching our youth, and that could be your grandchildren, your children, about herbs, healthy eating, healing from generational trauma, getting land. You don't have to be enrolled to get your, you don't have to be enrolled to do things like that. We need.
How do you get your land if you're not a part of the tribe?
You don't have to be a part. That's not. You don't have to be.
So hold on. There's different parts of what. There's different conversations going on. Like when you're saying you don't have to be enrolled to get your land, right? You don't have to be enrolled to get land. But if you're talking about land that was owned to your tribe, you do have to have a tribal government.
So I have
that
land
establishes their recognition to.
But you don't have to focus on your tribe
for
as a
that
whole.
land. So this is what I'm saying.
One mic, y'all.
There's a conflation of conversations that are having here, and none of it is necessarily wrong. But if you're presenting it in one context, it might be incorrect in that context, right? So again, you don't have to be enrolled in the tribe.
No, but that's not what she's saying.
But
She said you can purchase land.
Yes,
like
my great. No.
But that's
You
not
can have
your
land
land.
passed down without. Listen. You can have land passed down without being enrolled. Like, y'all have this fiction. I don't know what y'all think, honestly, but like, say for instance, my grandmother had land that her dad was on, that his father was on, or whatever, and now I'm on the land. Like that, you don't have to have that. You don't have to think tribal. You can think personal first.
How would she have gotten that land?
That's not.
Well, my family has 100.
What do you mean? How would she have gotten that
One
land?
mic. Hold on. That's just one mic on me. One mic on me. One mic on me. One mic on me.
I don't know what this
It's getting intense.
the person in the comments talking about, but the fact that you asked me how I got land, that's none of your business, for one. Or is that like a overall question? I really don't know, but it's none of your business. And I'm just speaking in general. Like, I know what you're saying too, like, but you don't have to think tribal, because you said tribal land, but this could be my grandmother's land or my grandfather's land. I'm speaking in general. You don't have to be enrolled. Like, you do not have to be enrolled. Nobody's better than the other. Yes, there are benefits, but like,
do you get that? But that's a conflation of conversation right there, because you're talking about land that is passed down from you based off individual property, right? Versus being a part of a tribe and having land that was owed to your tribe. These are two different conversations.
Right. I agree. So, but that's what I'm talking about. You jumped into my conversation. I'm not talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying you don't have to be to own land, whether you want to go your way or my way. You don't have to be enrolled, is what the gist of what I'm
just
saying.
not understanding how your ancestors got this land. I mean, if they're slaves and they get emancipated, most black folks got land.
I already told you it's not your business. I already told you it's not your business. So,
I think you got it wrong, bro.
Come on, y'all got.
But anyways, yeah, I land.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's where you got it wrong, Mike.
I was about to say on me. Hold on. Yeah, it's on me. Turn that off. It's on me. If she was done talking, then it's on me. If not, she can continue on her plane. Actually, yeah. Turn Showtime off.
I was done. I had said I landed my plane, but I think it went to Showtime.
All right, for sure. Oh, yeah, I can hear that. Now, how do I even assess? How do I even assess? How do I even assess this situation? Because I'm under the notion that like there's multiple ways to skin a cat, and things like that. Basically, you want free land. Folks don't want free land. folks are want the land that their ancestors had. Like there's multiple ways to skin a cat. If folks don't want to be enrolled, that's fine. If folks do want to be enrolled, that's fine. You also can resurrect tribes. It doesn't even take like I'm not even gonna say this on TikTok live, right? But I'm in the process of doing so myself. Right? There's so many people that I know would reconstitute, reconstitute, resurrect, reconstitute. Like there's so many people I know that I can enroll. Like I can. You only need like 50 people in Virginia to start a tribe. And then like Sam was saying, like there's Shatas that have ties to Dancer Rabbit, the treaty in Dancer Rabbit Creek, right? That aren't able to reap those like certain benefits or be able to establish themselves in a certain tribe, but they're still Shatas. They still have that right to resurrect what they have because the basis of that treaty. So I'm not telling people what to do. I'm not telling people what to do, but it could be a nice idea if you're on that line. Like you don't want to deal with nobody else, right? You don't want to deal with the five civilized tribes in Oklahoma. You can do your own shit. That's all I'll add.
Let me say something to Mike real quick.
And Darvin,
Mike,
also correct me if I'm wrong.
Let me say something to you real quick, Mike, because you said something about slaves and ancestors and all this business here, all right? My family has their acres.
Hold on, I was
they
asking
have their
Darvin a quick
acreage,
question.
over 180 acres still in Alabama. Our family stayed. They didn't go on any trails of tears. They're talking about hers. How did they get it? How they get it? You're living in a different kind of world, bro. And there's people on the internet can bring these worlds to you.
No, it's a very specific question, bro.
But
How
because you're living out of a book
emancipation to
and we're
land
living out of
ownership?
real life. And there's a thing, this is what we're trying to get out, the real life versus the book. And there's some of us that really know real life and not the book. And the book sounds ridiculous, bro. Because you sound ridiculous right now. You're talking about a federal program.
I guess you don't know history because the way it went is we got
Don't say
emancipated and we stayed on the plantation and they brought us into a neoclassical form of
That is
slavery
not
called
every
sharecropping.
story.
So how do you
No.
own
You're
all
wrong.
this land?
That-
How'd you get money for all this land
You're
if we're talking
absolutely
about the
wrong. You're
Reconstruction
talking
era?
again
I'm
out of a
confused.
book. You're not talking from what your grandma told you or your uncle. No. You're talking out
That's
of a
history,
book.
sir. Sharecropping
I'm
is
speaking
history.
from actual
Jim Crow
facts
is
from an
history.
Alabama native, not from a book, bro. You see, there's a difference. That's
Is Jim Crow not a fact of life? Is
I can't
sharecropping not a
debate
fact
books,
of
bro.
life?
You're all
I
over
can
the
only
place right now.
debate facts. You see what I'm saying? And so what you talking about is from a book,
Yeah, you
and
can
I'm
go
talking
ahead and
about
do that.
from
Venus.
real life. You see, so you're saying emancipation and all this business here. First of all, you're assuming her family came from slaves. You see what I'm saying? Where you get that from?
Well, if her family didn't come from slaves, then they were reclassified indigenous tribes labeled as people of color. Which one is it? There's only so many ways the cookie could crumble, right?
Crazy.
Come on, which one is it?
Yeah, let's not speak about other people's lineages.
So which one is it? I mean, you could have been a slave on a plantation. You could have never experienced slavery in your family lineage, and instead you were reclassified and made victims of paper genocide. But I don't know why people are acting so insecure because I simply asked, how'd your family get your land? I didn't need specifics, but everybody knows that the biggest wealth transfer post-emancipation was freedmen land allotments. They got 40 acres up to 166 acres of land each person. So if your family figured out some cheat code and they're buying a bunch of land post-emancipation, a post-Civil War and stuff, that's cool, but that's not everybody's reality. So again, I'm just not understanding why people who are not a part of tribes seem to try to come off as experts about tribal benefits and which path to take. I mean, it's like somebody's never even played basketball, but they're debating with an NBA superstar about the game of basketball. You've never even dribbled. Let's talk about it. And again, this is not to come off sedity. This is not to come off like an asshole. I am an advocate of the freedmen. I am the advocate of the reclassified, melanated indigenous tribes of the Americas who never got any kind of tribal recognition, who never got any repentance or rectification or reparations. I'm fighting that fight every single day on behalf of Native Black Americans every day. And I just love to ask these people who have such charged comments online, what are you doing for the movement? Because I laid out a bulletproof 3-point plan, and I ain't heard any other 3-point plan that even came close. And if I got to stunt, I'll do it because this is about the community. This is about which plan of action is the best to take. And when you talk about reconnecting with your tribe, it doesn't have to be tribal citizenship. Like Darvid said, you can start your own thing, like the Choctaws.
Right. So here we go again with this Hollywood business. Bro, I'm not talking Hollywood, man. I'm not talking all. You sound like you're announcing Judge Judy, man. Listen, what I'm saying is this right here. Where we come from, where our families originate, down south, wherever it may be, they're there and they've been there. All right. What you're talking about, you're coming out of a book, a textbook. All right. You're talking about compromised lands, reservations where the feds gave to you. That means it's compromised. That means you're practicing being a Choctaw or whatever in the hell you want to call yourself. They're practicing. You're over there with all the $5 people and you're bragging about it because that's who's over there. $5 people. Now the people who didn't pay $5, they out here. And this is who's talking, who are from here, that stayed here and is represent the descendants of the people. Is representing now. We coming out. We not from Africa. We from here. You know, you can call us whatever you want, Choctaw, Creek. I don't care what you want to call it. For me, I'm from here. And that's what I'm on right now. You see what I'm saying? You and your card, you could take your card, you could go to a casino, do whatever you want to do, bro. That's nice. Kudos to you. But that's not going to solve nothing. You see what I'm saying? Only thing's going to solve something is that we get our land up, or the people who wants to get your children's minds right. And just go from there. Mum's the word. Can't talk about anything else. That's all I can say.
So now I see what they was talking about, because you think you better than people just because you got a tribal card. You're not. Secondly, I don't have to tell you shit about my lineage. I don't have to say anything. I don't have to tell you where my land from. I don't have to tell you if my people was free people of color. I don't have to tell you if they was enslaved. I don't have to tell you anything. That does not make you better than me. A funky ass card from the government does not make you better than me. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't have to prove shit to you. That shit run through my veins. That shit is ancestral for me. It's spiritual for me. I don't have to prove shit to nobody. I do that shit every day. And like I said, then you're going to talk about somebody insecure. What are you even saying? That has nothing to do with being insecure. And it's crazy because I liked you, Mike. I really did. But now, like, I've never really been on a live with you until now. And you a weirdo. You really getting paid by them Native Americans to do shit like this, to tell people to go on their tribal lands and shit just so they can keep their shit. No, I'm not doing that shit. I don't have to be on no tribal land. I ain't got to be a part of shit. I'm the influencer. I do this shit. I don't have to follow behind no fucking body, period. And I'm done. I don't need that long to be arguing with no grown-ass man at 1:30.
Yeah, cool. Go ahead, Sam.
All right, man. So let me just pull this up. Let me get this off the screen. So what they're talking about is the same thing, like right here with Chief Warhorse, and she has her ancestors. See, they stayed on their land. And when they stayed on their land, they didn't get tribal land. So they were able to pass that land down over and over, and they can get their land. If somehow somebody was to get their land taken, they can get it back through different methods from needing cards. That doesn't take away from her indigeneity or her tribal citizenship. Not citizenship, that's what y'all got. Her tribal bloodline with the chief that was part of one of the chiefs who helped Andrew Jackson win a war that had happened so long ago. So regardless of all that, you know, these are what they talking about resurrected. I'd rather help resurrect this information, because when we can resurrect this, the Choctaws and other major tribes, we might be able to get even more pushes to help help to push the smaller tribes who got lost in translation or who got amalgamated into other tribes like the Creeks, because you think you're a Creek, but really you're 100% either Seminole, Yuchi, Shawnee, and a bunch of other tribes that was down there during the time of DeSoto coming up down there, like I showed you on the map. Actually, you ran from that map, and I got a little bit of time. Let me see if I get to it.
Yeah,
Okay.
20 seconds.
Okay, so I was showing that this was the map. You know what I'm saying? You got Muskogee Creeks, right? And you got Uchis up in there. You got your Myces, whatever. But if you go to an older map, you know what I'm saying, real quick, DeSoto's map, you get names of other tribes who was there. You know, like somebody has the Capachiquays. There's one dude up here that got the Capachiquays.
I don't know why. I don't know why someone's being asked where did they get their tribal lands. Did y'all not have tribal? Did y'all not have your land before the European showed up? Your land before European showed up on this land? Is that what you're telling me? Why would you be asking where you get your land from? They would have to be inheritance, right? That's just okay. Maybe I'm just I don't know. I'm just kidding. If you lived on land, if your ancestors lived on land, that is their tribal lands. So I don't understand what you mean.
Ugh. You can skip Will. He's not here. I might have to drop him. You there, Will?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just driving right now.
Oh, you drive. You want?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You can skip him.
Yo, yeah, man. I see there's a lot of contention on both sides. To be honest, like first of all, with Chata's Chief Warhorse, what she's essentially doing is the same thing that all tribes have already probably done. You know what she's trying to establish. So if you're going to jump on that train, ain't no different than someone enrolling in a tribe or reconstituting their tribe. Now there might be issues personally with certain lineages where certain people might tie back to them dogs roll, so they got to enroll in the Cherokee tribe. They don't want to do it. There's emotions behind that. That's quite understanding if someone don't want to do that. However, that's not a broad spectrum conversation for all of us. Each individual has their own lineage and ties back to the tribes, whether they are established or not. And if they're not established, guess what? You have complete rights to control your tribe. You establish your tribal council. You petition the state for state recognition, then further the federal recognition, or you can just skip state recognition, go federal recognition. But regardless, at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with being in a tribe. And if you're talking about this indigenous life, that is what all of us are really working towards. It's not just about one individual. You yourself might be able to get access to heirs property, but it is actually heirs property. So you still have to put together some type of council, organize your relatives to get access to that land. That is essentially what a tribe is. So I don't really understand the points of the fighting back and forth between whether you're enrolled or not. I think it is benefit if you are enrolled or establishing your tribe. If not, then I don't know what you're really doing.
Alrighty. So Lila.
Hey, great. Thank you so much for this time. I always like to advocate for, doing the maximum of what you can do, what is ever in your best interest. So my sister and I started the journey for our family to be enrolled. Just playing off what our mother always taught us, visiting our elders. And I always tell the story of how Cherokee Nation came looking for my elders, and she got the ball rolling before she passed away at 90 plus years old. And this was very recent. And so we did a lot of this during the pandemic. So it was a very slow process, but we did what we thought was best. My sister and I, same mother, we're all enrolled in the tribe. Now we got more than 80 family members enrolled, but she makes decisions based off of being a mother, and I am not a mother. She has 3 children that she's taking care of. One of our nephews, our sister passed away. So, she's gone from being a mother to a mother of 3. And I try to help where I can, and that was my way to help. But living on the reservation, in Oklahoma and living in Oklahoma and off the reservation, there's perks, there's benefits. We've noticed that, Cherokee Nation want us to be damn near, scarcity, poverty before we get any benefits. But there is benefits to being on the reservation in Oklahoma versus where I am in Los Angeles, California. Some people don't like living in a big city. Some people like living rural, farm. It's to each his own. It's to each his preference. But we're always looking for what we can get out of it because that's our life and nobody controls our bank account and our spending. So I think people are going to always do what's best for them. And I wish everybody luck, but I highly encourage tribal enrollment for voting privileges as well.
Mike is
I
gay
like
as
that.
fuck. Mike is gay, arguing with a whole woman. I wasn't even talking
Hey,
to
let's
you.
go in order and
Hey,
do a
Johnson
timer
Fruits.
before you start talking
Johnson.
out your neck, chicken head. Let's go back on a timer or something.
Oh, nah, hell no. You got me.
Come on.
Can we please do the
Can we
countdown
not?
thing again so we
Ain't,
don't all
that's
argue?
what I'm saying. See, that's what they
Hold
was
on.
talking
I was
about.
No,
on
no.
your side.
That's
Yeah.
what they was talking
Yeah,
about
I
in
was
that
about to
other
say
live.
that
He's
looked pretty bad.
disrespectful as fuck.
Don't
He's fucking
disrespect the women.
disrespectful.
That was
Bitch, you're
that
gay.
was
You're
Yeah,
gay.
and you
You're gay. You
disrespected
like
me, so
men.
I'll say whatever I
You
want
like
until we
men.
start talking
I don't give
to
a
me the
fuck.
same way.
You're gay. You're
Don't
gay,
come at me
bitch.
talking.
Showtime again, please. Showtime.
Now
Yeah.
don't do Showtime again.
But it's too late. It's too late.
Yeah, that was crazy again. But I basically, to get off that reservation or not reservation, man. I think as just being here in America, we could say Black American. I just want to be recognized as a Black American and left the fuck alone. Basically, you know what I'm saying? And actually, because why should foreigners be able to come over here and tell us what to do? Everybody come over here and tells. I don't want you to be able to tell me nothing. You can't even speak English right. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. That's all. All that, and then we can figure everything else out after that. You know what I'm saying? I just want to be left alone as far as it goes with the rest of the population. Cause like all skin folk and kin folk, they nothing like me, man. And it's becoming way evident now. And especially out here, like I said, in New York, it's way evident because it's getting crazy. I'm talking about these people straight up in character mode out here. So yeah. As far as the native and all that, leave it alone. Leave the Hollywood thing alone. You know what I'm saying? And let's try to get on some other shit. Like, where are we gonna get the land at? If you did want to get land, where is a good place to start a community? You know what I'm saying? And figure things. If we could start a tribe, where are we gonna start the tribe? I don't
Someone
know.
dropped Mike.
If it's gonna be a we. But yeah, that's all.
I'll get it. Let's see. All right.
Then why he's so hostile? Like when Sam first
You're
came
gonna
up.
keep. I figure you're gonna keep dropping them. So hey.
When Sam first came up, he was very respectful, even though he disagreed. He didn't say nothing about his ancestors, nothing about Mike's ancestors. He didn't disrespect Mike's ancestors. He didn't call Mike out his name. But as soon as he got up there, he started calling him out his name, talking about his ancestors. Very, I don't know, just sassy behavior. And then arguing with women. Y'all gotta stop this. Like, that's all I gotta say though. That's crazy. And then coming for me when I didn't say nothing to you. Hey.
Yeah, that's some wild stuff. I concur. That's some wild stuff. Like
I'm really trying to center myself right now because I usually Darby, you know me, I'll be going off. And as soon as somebody feel like they trying to say something to make themselves feel better or be better than the next person, bro, you're not about to do that shit. I don't care if you talking to me or somebody else. You did that shit with Sam. And he said it. He said you think you better than other people. That was his issue. You're not better. Then you comment that I'm jealous or whatever the case is in the comments. I'm not. You want to be me. You're gay. You want to be a woman. There's no insecurity here. Like I said,
I don't know if you can say that. Drop some fruits in the chat. Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't even know what I said. Oh, the G word?
Yeah, the G, like drop some fruits in the chat. Go ahead.
he's happy. But like I was saying, I wasn't even talking to him from the beginning, bro. I even told him when he was interrupting me when I was talking, I told him I wasn't talking to him. And he kept on talking. I'm not talking to you. I was speaking in general. And honestly, I wasn't on him. Like, you disrespectful to women. That shouldn't fly on nobody's panel. He shouldn't even be on the panel right now. But like I said, insecurity don't live here. Like I said, Mike, check out my page and you go see, baby, I feed my temple. I feed myself I feed my temple, and I'm sure you're full of parasites. And I usually don't go back and forth with parasitic people like you. I don't. But I got time. I got time today. I don't even know what you put in the cap for. Like, that don't even make sense with shit I'm saying.
You know, we ain't the only one who's said he was zesty. They called him Zesty TV before, because, you know, I just knew that just coming up and just pressing him a little bit, he would expose his character, because I know him. And, you know, even O'Shea Duke Jackson did a video on his ass because he was homeless on Thanksgiving. You know, he used to hate on Kevin Samuels and them, you know. Well, I'm homeless on Thanksgiving. This is my first time being. Is that why you need tribal citizenship benefits, bitch? Last night I checked into a homeless shelter and was lucky enough to. Like and subscribe and get this nigga some money, because that motherfucking benefits ain't helping his ass for shit. What kind of benefits, nigga? You homeless. What do you mean? What kind of per cap you getting, nigga? Is you getting Uber Eats with it? Nigga, is they delivering it to you, nigga? What are you talking about benefits? If my people need this kind of benefits, nigga, to get to this level, what do you mean, nigga? I don't want it. They don't want it. Nobody wants it, nigga. My neighbors don't want me screaming in my apartment downtown Dallas while you sit on that broke ass, homeless ass area you in, and wherever the fuck name you in, nigga. You been denigrating me way too much. You fuck boy, you zesty nobody. And anybody can go and just type Mike TV, O'Shea Duke Jackson on YouTube and watch the full fucking video and see the weirdo with the card who thinks his reparations came and got him all out the situation. But just a year ago, nigga, you was pretty down. When did you get your tribal card? In 2020 something? 2022? Damn, nigga, what happened, nigga, a year ago? Oh, ass, nigga. Fuck with the wrong one.
Just skip Will. Just skip Will at this point. God damn.
Yeah,
Yo, you there?
what's going on? Like, this shit done went
You
from
lit.
intellectual to personal. You know. Now, I'll say this: I agree with Mike on many of on the points of tribal enrollment and the process. You know, I get where people are coming from, but I also understand that. Anything else? I don't know nothing about that. It seems like y'all know a lot about these other folks more than I do. But in general, there shouldn't be an issue. Like, whether a person's enrolled or not, it shouldn't matter. As far as your personal genealogy. However, if you're going to be on a stage where you're telling people what is right versus wrong, or what things can give you versus what things can't give you, you should have the experience to speak on it. And a lot of people speak on things that they don't have the experience to speak on. And I think that's a major problem when we're conveying these conversations and communicating with each other. I think, I got 30 more seconds. Well, that's really about it, man. You can go ahead and skip me, man. I really ain't with the
skip. All right, Lila.
Okay, I'm back. I really like this conversation because, you know, it's good for people to know the benefits of tribal enrollment. And for those that are, you know, active in their community, and you want to get involved with the tribe, like I said, it's great. Like I said, for my family that has since moved to the reservation since being enrolled, everything from medical benefits, which is great. Cherokee Nation just put up a new hospital, so we've been encouraged. Like even if I'm going to Oklahoma just to visit, I've been encouraged, stop by the hospital, take advantage of it. It's up to you, just like being a US citizen. If you want to vote, if you want to go to college, these are all self-determination, personal responsibility. I'm thinking about going to get my master's. And so the University of California system from UCLA, UC Berkeley, UC Northridge, whatever, they're waiving our tuition all the way up to the master's level. So that's up to me if I want to do that. But I'm always looking for maximum benefits. I do that as an entrepreneur. I'm looking for to maximize profits. And like I said, I think it's great that, you know, if this is what the elders before me were fighting for, because we were discriminated against because of our skin color, I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna look into it. And I think with Cherokee Nation, the headquarters, it's very much an open door policy with Chief Chuck Hoskin. So it's about what you want to do. Just because I'm in and I've been voting in Cherokee Nation elections doesn't mean that, again, my sister or my aunts or my family will. It's just the type of individual you want to be. So all these control issues that people have and telling people what they should do, I don't know what that's about. Personal responsibility, that's up to the individual. And we're adults here, and I hope parents continue to make the best decision for their children. I don't think they need our advice to tell them that.
Oh yeah, everybody been waiting to hear what Mike got to say, y'all. I think they say when they go low, you go high. For those of you that were confused as to why the chick called Original and Samuel have such animosity, such disdain towards me, it's because they're groupies of mine. Original came up here and the first thing she said was, Mike, I watch you. Mike, I used to like you, but now I don't like you anymore. These people watch me. They develop weird parasocial relationships and they think they know me. Now it's, oh, you're gay. Now it's, ha ha ha, you were homeless. Hey, if that was something I was embarrassed about, I wouldn't have filmed a TikTok video about me being homeless, idiot. I didn't know that we're gonna rag on Black Americans for experiencing homelessness, but damn it, if we get back to the topic at hand, you may have got sidetracked, but you guys just witnessed a great phenomenon. Mike is no longer the only card-carrying American Indian on the panel. Leela is as well. And every single Black American that has their tribal citizenship that you've heard speak tonight has advocated the benefits of getting tribal citizenship. The only people tonight who have said anything negative about getting tribal benefits are those who don't have it. You guys noticed that, right? Leela just said her tuition was paid all the way up to the masters, but Original and Samuel says we shouldn't be a part of the tribe because they say so. Why are they up here acting like pseudo-revolutionaries, talking about they don't need government ID cards? Idiots, you still have government ID cards. They're called state IDs. They're called passports. They're called birth certificates. We live in the same system, so stop trying to act like a pseudo-revolutionary. You talking about the Choctaw tribe. The Choctaw tribe, they're still a tribe. They still petition the government for recognition. So how are you going to talk about not being a part of a tribe, but then use the Choctaw tribe as an example? You guys are so low IQ, it's ugly.
Damn, not what?
All right, that's just
Well,
what I wanted to show.
oh damn. Yeah. Hey,
Don't nobody. These are the type of people on them in them with them tribal
you
cards.
need a
That's all
timeout,
y'all.
Mike. I was about to say you need a timeout, Mike, for that low IQ comment. Or a
Okay,
lot
so
of comments on it. Let's take a timeout.
people who look like this
I
are,
agree.
are got the same tribal cards as y'all. Those them is your cousins. Okay, don't nobody care about y'all tribal citizenships. Then these same people got them same cards as you. Y'all's is twin names. Don't nobody care.
It is what it is. You fine when she got it. It is what it is.
I'd rather just reawake our own people, our own tribe. I want to be on tribes with no native people. Okay. I was gonna enroll, and I seen all them Pale people up on their website. I was like, no, thank you. If I want to be next to Pale people, I just go to Target. But thank you.
TikTok has great merch. Sign up for TikTok shop, y'all.
Yo, I don't know how this topic turned into Mike's topic, but I'm gonna get off it and get back to the beginning. Okay, so here go the story. There was a man named Christopher Columbus. He got on a boat, sailed from Spain. He got lost, came to some place called America. He stumbled upon America, thought he saw Ethiopians. He got cool with them. Then all of a sudden he left, found his way back to Spain. He decided that he's going to travel through Africa, through all those countries, collect a bunch of black people, put them on a couple of boats that he found, and then take them across the sea back to America the way he didn't know how he got there. And then somebody's going to wait on the other side, right? And they're going to have this whole setup where they can just unload these people and auction them off. That doesn't make sense. And that's why I believe the slavery, the narrative is a hoax. The narrative. The way they explained it is totally, whatever happened, that might have happened in a small, it might have happened, in a small context, but I don't think that was the major thing going on. You know what I'm saying? At that time. I think that was a minor thing going on. They blew up and made it a major thing. That little, because there's no way. I'm sorry.
Hold up. You said crickets. Like, I was just trying to support the brother. Yeah, I mean, you've been sassy as hell. So you kind of got what you put out. It is what it is. It is what it is. Like, what you want me to say? I'm about to be, never mind. I'm not even gonna say what I'm about to be right now, but it is what it is. Like, I'm unbiased. You've been dishing out shit. Time to take it, what you dish out. At this point.
So, Word, that's what I had to say about the topic.
Yeah, I'm fronting hard right now. No, I'm not fronting hard. I'm being honest. I'm being dead ass honest. If you want to have a shit talking battle, you better have the best shit. You better be the best shit talker. Cause shit, ain't nobody gonna do me like that. But
you got fried, sir, is what he's saying. You got toe up, okay? You couldn't come back, so you tried to redirect it back toward the topic. But you were the one earlier saying, you know what, your reparations, I got my card, and you used my card on the other live stream. You pretend you could get I'm from a prominent family, homeless now, prominent family, you know what I'm saying? And you got, hey, you denigrated original, you denigrated meta, you denigrated multiple Indian women. Now, if they were African women, I probably wouldn't be so angry, but you continuously denigrate me. You continuously keep throwing out denigration. So I had to put you on Front Street, Mr. Zesty TV, Mr. Homeless a year ago with his cat, with his card. Hold on, wait a minute. You had a whole reservation you could have went to and you had a card, sir? They don't have homeless services? They didn't have homeless services, so you had to get on TikTok and make a video. Think about that, sir. You were so homeless, you had to make a video for assistance. But you supposedly had assistance through the tribal card that you hold up so profusely. If you want to hold that card up and talk about how all these benefits, not saying there's not benefits, my best friend, he got his tuition paid. He got his hernia surgery done. He got his teeth fixed. He got some things taken care of. Yeah, there's some things you can do. You can also pay for those things through your job. You can actually get a job so you don't be homeless, and have to be out there. That's probably why you need that assistance, sir. But if you get a job that provides employee assistance and things like benefits and shit like that, I don't need that. I'm been self-employed for almost the last 5 years. But if you do that, you can afford those things plus your rent, sir. And if you pay your rent on time, it'll help your credit.
And one more thing before Haley goes, like, I'm not against people enrolling when they try. People said that it benefits.
Facts.
I said that. Like, everything I said. Like, I don't have to hide shit. What I say is what I say. If I ain't say it, then I ain't say it. Right? People can enroll in their tribes, and I'm not against it. There's a lot of benefits to it, obviously. And you have the lineage to lineage to those tribes where you can benefit from, then by all means, go ahead. Go ahead, Haley.
I was gonna say nobody was against it. That's the thing. The problem is because people are coming in the comments like, how did this get here? Because Mike is disrespectful. Obviously, he was being disrespectful in some other live. I don't even know nothing about that. I'm speaking, on my family, my lineage. He's already been disrespectful to Sam, speaking on his ancestors. Then it's none of your business. So that's how everything started. He don't mind his business, and he think he better than everybody. I don't play that shit. I don't know who you think I am. I don't know if my picture cute or what you think going on, but it ain't that. I ain't that. Because I will go toe-to-toe with you. And Darvin know that. Anybody that see me on the lives, I go toe and toe. I don't give a fuck who you are. Because one, my ancestors don't play about me. That's why your ass just got exposed. And yeah, you put that shit on YouTube because you're not embarrassed, but you still stuck in that mind frame. So you done got yourself enrolled and think you big dog now. That's not how that shit work. But like I said, I'm not against anybody getting enrolled. That's just not my focus. I'm focused on healing, moving forward, and feeding my children, my son specifically, food that fuels his body, so that if I do have land, he'll be alive to pass it down.
Let's go. What's up, Receipt Goddess?
What's up? I just wanted to. I don't have no problem with anybody enrolling. I just want y'all to understand when you do your genealogy. We had the barters.
Oh, you're in the Matrix. You breaking up a
Before
bit.
the Europeans had arrived, okay?
Oh, you good now.
And when you understand that those trails and stuff, who self-identify as you, you're supposed to run the tribes. You're supposed to be in position to run the tribes. So, I mean, y'all need to look into that a little bit more. How the tribes are being funded. They're being funded through individual Indian money accounts. They're being funded through whatever's on the soil. That's how they build casinos and stuff. You got to remember and know who you are. You're supposed to be in a better role than just.
Oh man. But does anybody want to drop? Oh, he's back. Go ahead, finish. You can finish up.
I'm probably gonna need a little bit more time to myself. You see, they are political Indians. I mean, when you talk, go ahead, because I'm gonna lose my train of thought. Somebody trying to come up?
No, I was asking if anybody wants to drop a Gia. If anybody wants to drop a Gia.
Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna get my time back.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, I'll pull up some stuff.
But if anybody wants to drop a Gia, you can.
I don't really got nothing to say. It's just, I mean, all these pretendians on these tribes are getting deported. Y'all signing up with them. I mean, y'all get kicked out the country too. I mean, you know, sign up for it. So I'd rather just create my be with people who created melanated people who created their own band, completely separate from the pretendians. That's the reason I haven't signed up yet for no tribe. Tribal enrollment. But yeah. Plus I have my land and I already have land and stuff, so I don't really need to. And I'm smart, so I already went to college for free. So yeah. I don't need all that. But yeah, how do I skip?
Yeah, the two people who are qualified to speak on the topic at hand have already spoke on it, but my only point of contention with you, Darvid, is it seemed like you dropped me when I called them low IQ, but when she called me again,
I didn't
she
drop
didn't
you.
get dropped.
I didn't drop you.
Also, somebody else dropped me.
Yeah, I didn't drop you. I'll tell you if I dropped you.
Okay, is there someone else up here who's a mod? Because I've actually got dropped a few times on your panel tonight.
G dropped you. She said it.
G?
No, Haley. She dropped you. She said it. She said, I'm going to keep dropping you.
Who's Haley? I'm confused.
The
Is
one
she
you
on
was
the panel?
going original Haley. Jay. She's in the
Oh,
comments.
so the person that I'm having a back and forth with has the ability to drop me, and you're just letting them drop me?
I made her a mod. What you want
Oh,
me to
okay.
do?
I mean, I didn't know that's how we're getting down. That's pretty biased, if you ask me. I mean, if I got a
been made her.
disagreement
I
with
made
her
her
and
a
she's a
mod
mod
before
and she's just dropping
I
me,
made her a
okay.
mod before you. I made her a mod before you were a mod.
Venus says I have the ability to drop her too. I'm new to TikTok. I don't even know how to drop.
Yeah, I was about to say I made her a mod before I made you a mod. You just got a mod. I had 30 mods already, and I'll drop people to make you a mod.
Brother, I didn't even know I was a mod. That's how new I am to this shit. But again, I see she's in the comment section talking about I'm disrespectful. Again, ma'am, I never questioned your sexual orientation, but you questioned mine. So if we want to talk about disrespect, we can do that. But let's get back to the subject at hand. Are we gonna discuss the hoax of the African slave trade, or do we want to keep going around about tribal benefits? Because the only people with tribal citizenship have already spoke on it. So I think we're just kind of going around in circles as far as that subject is concerned.
Oh shit. Oh, it's whatever the folks want. I mean, shit, excuse me. I'm only on here because my agent said I need to be on here more. So longer, I guess. But y'all can talk. I don't really give a shit.
Okay. Can y'all hear me? All right, so let me just y'all can screenshot it if you can't see it. Tribes. You have to understand that that's connected to us, these tribal names.
Yeah, I got an agent. She's on this panel right now. Take a guess. No, you got my bad, receipt, guys. You got it.
You said what?
Oh, I thought you was. No, I thought I cut you off.
You talking to me,
got it.
Darby?
Yeah, I think you're breaking up. Yeah.
Native Americans with that.
Yes, it might be
I know. I
something.
see
It
my
might
bars
be.
is low. I don't even.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
just
that
gonna
must
skip
be it.
myself for now because that's my bars is low.
For sure, you can. Yeah, someone skip receipt, guys. What's up, Gia?
Hey y'all. I didn't really have anything to say. I mean, as far as the prom go, y'all know how I feel about the whole out of Africa theory. Like, how come we can't get out to Africa on a boat now, but we could like way back in the day? So it's just kind of confusing. But I was just trying to inquire some information if anybody knew. Especially those of y'all that descend from research, and I found some more ancestors that came from a Canadian territory. It's a Muskogee colored Indian from what does shit say? In Canada? Canadian. My bad, y'all. Hold on. Let me zoom in a little bit more. It says Canadian Colored Town Muskogee Nation. Hold on. I don't know if I could do the little. Am I able to? Okay, there you go. Okay, this is what I'm talking about right here. I'm just trying to see if anybody knew like what's the deal. Or like y'all, oh, my bad, y'all. My bad. Here we go.
Yeah, like 10 seconds left.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if anybody knew any information regarding this.
Canadian Council. Oh, the Muskogee Nation. I might should be able to answer that. What's up, receipt, goddess?
I'm just trying to see if I sound better now, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A foreign citizen cannot simply become an Indian in America, but they may be able to become a member of a federally recognized Native American tribe. Just think about that for a second. You see, I'm just gonna go ahead and be brief. I want to actually just let that sit there and go back. When you talk about this transatlantic slave trade thing, there's no boat today that's going to take anybody from America straight to Africa or Africa, even if you make stops. It's impossible. Okay? That story, look into it, you guys. It wasn't published until 1997. I wasn't taught this in school. I know about the 1492 Columbian Exchange, but not no slave, Atlantic, trans, nothing. Okay? Me and mines, we've been here. I'm quite sure you guys know that. But see, if you are already the heir to the land, enrollment, why would you need to enroll? Now, we would have family members trade with each other back and forth. So, hey, you go over here, we got a 300 bedroom castle. You know where you at? West Wing. Y'all get yourself together. We'll have dinner ready. You're supposed to be running these tribes. The whole native tribes and stuff, y'all forget about indigenous servitude. Y'all supposed to run these tribes. Why are y'all letting them pinch you if you are on the tribe? Why y'all letting them pinch you? Money that's already belonging to you. Do you know that your accounts are in the 10 digits? Look it up.
All righty. So who's it going back to? Is Showtime over? No. All right.
Yes.
Showtime is over. Y'all can, I guess,
But
have
yeah,
at it, I guess.
I was gonna say for those that's in the it's no disrespect to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I just want to let y'all know that y'all worth way more than that. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all need some help on me getting y'all receipts, because me and my team, we've been working really hard. Your accounts should not be held by any of the leaders of them tribal nations at all, because the quantum blood, the blood quantum, the certificate of blood degree, none of them use a lab. They use, I got the information on all of this stuff. You're supposed to run these tribes. Your money is funding them. The richness of the soil is funding them. Don't let them pinch you off a check. You're supposed to be running.
Yeah, you can go
You're
next.
supposed to be passing out the checks. That's all I'm saying.
For sure. Go ahead, Keo.
Yeah, I hear where Rasheed guys is coming from. I hear you, and you know I fuck with you, but I don't necessarily agree with. I don't necessarily agree that every individual should be the leader of their own tribe. I think there needs to be a tribal council, a tribal. When I say tribal, I mean a family. There needs to be an agreement between the family members, a order that is established to move forward as a nation, point blank, period. If you're doing anything individually, I mean, you can reap the benefits individually, but you're not really securing the benefits as a family. And as a family, you have way more momentum on every level of even tribal establishment, tribal enrollment, and even tribal participation. So a tribe is just like any form of government. You can get in there, you can vote, you can manipulate the politics and take over the tribe if you descend from a tribe that's already established versus a tribe that's not established. Some tribes are not established, they're extinct. You can reconstitute them. Guess what? You instantly have control over that tribe as far as establishing it, its enrollment, the people, the council, and stuff like that. Everybody has different pathways and journeys. Whichever one is best for you is an individual pathway. However, I definitely stand on moving as a unit, especially when it comes to tribal or familial ties.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna fold after this. Unfortunately, like working within a tribe in a familiar family type of situation, I have learned that a lot of people don't necessarily assimilate on the same goal. Like even in this room, we hear people say, "Oh, I just want to be recognized." Then some people want tribal benefits. Some people want different things that is allowed to them through their lineage, but they don't have access to them. And the truth is, you can't tell someone else what they should or shouldn't want from their bloodline and their lineage. It's their lineage. However, if you move as a tribe in a family unit, you will access success together that will secure not just you in your current day, but your children, your nephews, your nieces, your first cousin, second cousin, third cousin, because that's what a tribe and a family is really about.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say this. You,
Mike wanted to go. But
I just want to say something real quick,
if
that's okay.
Yeah.
See, enrolling into a tribe also come with fiduciary duties. Okay. Enrolling in a tribe come with fiduciary duties. If anybody don't know what that is, let me let you know what it is. You are giving these people access to act as a beneficiary and trustee over your SHIT. You get what I'm saying? When you do your genealogy and you find land patents, okay, update them. Have given these people the right to act as a parent over us. That's the reason why they labeled us as minors and want to give us these racial terms, not about skin color, but about a construct of being a prisoner of war. Period. I understand that everybody has a path. Everybody wants to, the truth has to come out. At least my understanding is this. I want everybody to be uncomfortable with people teaching them their rhetoric. Do the due diligence yourself, and there's people that can help you. But it's best for the truth to come out so y'all would know how much you're really worth. You get what I'm saying? When you allow people to just enroll, you're allowing people to cosplay as well. When you enroll, that makes you a political Indian, period. I'm just saying, for me and mine's, and I got, 157 acres for now. But I have land patents of over 18,000 acres of airland.
Thank you for the follow, Peer Goddess.
I'm trying to get rid of it. So,
all right, I was trying to say something to Gia real quick, if I can, before you.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, the shit. Okay. Yeah. And I actually do have some follow-up questions about the $18,000 the 18 acres of land you said that you had patents on. But Gia, I was a part of the last live stream where you were discovering new information about your family, and the process got a little emotional for you. And I actually have some sponsors of my nonprofit that give me the ability to provide some genealogy services for free on a case-by-case basis. Oftentimes I use this for like veterans or people who are on fixed income, Social Security, and sometimes I just pick people at random. So if you go to nativeblackancestry.com, get my email, shoot me an email, I'll help you with all that document that you're trying to sort through. Because again, I'm a part of the Muskogee Creek Nation, and I can point you in the right direction so that you don't get led astray. So I just want to make sure that you know that olive branch is extended. But as far as what Receipt Goddess is talking about, again, I'm a part of a tribe. Leela's a part of a tribe. Can you educate us? Did you say that when we got our citizenship, we became like beneficiaries, or the tribe became our?
No, really?
I was trying to understand his question. He seemed like he had a statement. I was trying to understand what. Mike, what were you trying to say?
What were you trying to say, Mike?
I know you got some petty moderators. I was just asking, what were you saying, that when we get our citizenship, we're like under the ward of the tribe or something? What?
No. Okay, so before the whole 1950 thing, we were never voting. I'm gonna tell you why. Why would you vote when you are the heir to the land? Okay, so when you have started to vote, right, and not just that, it was because of the birth certificates and socials and all of that stuff that basically automatically made you a U.S. citizen. If you are a U.S. citizen, that means you are a foreigner, a worker for the United States Corporation. Okay, if you are the original heir to the land, you are original heir to the land. You don't need to be a U.S. citizen for that.
Man, we weren't talking about U.S. citizenship. You said people who get tribal citizenship, the tribes
we're dual citizens.
SHIT.
It's a dual citizenship, and so it used to be you couldn't come to the Indian Territory without your, a U.S. citizen having a passport. So a lot of that, we understand that this has been infiltrated, and I just think even it wasn't it JFK said, "Ask not what you can, what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." And so there's going to be some people who take up that leadership mantle, and they're going to say, "How can I benefit the tribe?" And then there's going to be some people who say, "I want everything that's coming to me." So I'm going to keep going back to personal responsibility that it touches, or if it's got manufacturing on certain lands like in the Amazon. So but my thing is, when you say like it's a fiduciary duty and you're saying we're a minority and this is we're like wards of the state or whatever that if that's your perspective on it, that's great. But I'll just say that just to clarify, in Cherokee Nation, we have what we call members at large. So I don't live on the reservation. And so it's up to, we have a council person, a member at large who travels the nation and gives us information straight from the headquarters. So people are not confused about what's what. There's a lot of things that change. We live in a society, but at the same time, it's like, it starts with your family. So maybe your family should be having these discussions. It's okay if you have a dysfunctional family. Like, I hope you take this time to heal. But okay, but okay, it is what it is. People get along. There's personality issues and clashes. There's, everybody has their own personality, and that's okay. But at the same time, like, for me and my family, like, for them to not really understand what any of this means. There's people in my family that don't understand what any of this is. Okay. So it's up for me to take that and to assemble my family, try to keep the peace. Because, a lot of childhood trauma that had nothing to do with my generation. But I'm going to pick up the mantle and be a leader within my own family.
Right. So, I want to say this. That's what... See, it's like if anybody's going into this for a personal reason, for just their own self, that's cool. On these platforms, people need to know what's going on. Me and mine's, it's not just going to be for me and my family. It's going to be for every original heir. See, me, I'm 43 years young. I already know, I know who I am, right? I have children. So yes, they are going to be in those positional roles. That's what I'm saying. And when I was speaking about fiduciary duties and citizenship and all of that, that is a fact. I don't do what I feel, believe.
That's not a fact, ma'am.
Excuse me. Hold on, I'm talking. It is a fact. And I got the receipts for it. Please don't do that. When I said what I said, what would it benefit? Because I don't do ego. I don't do mediocre. I don't feel like I know everything. But if I'm going to sit here and pass along some information, you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to, actually. I don't want nobody to believe nothing I'm saying. The least thing you could do is look it up or ask me, where did I get this resource? Because what nobody is not going to do is call me a liar. You're not
lying. And you're not going to call up wards of the tribe.
Let me finish. Y'all know that that's rude. If somebody's talking, why interrupt in the middle of them talking? Okay? Like I said, when you sign up for tribal membership, it is a fact. You can do what you want to do. When you sign up for it, that comes with fiduciary duties. That comes with leases, private leases with other outside deities. That comes with these people having access to your stuff. Now, like I said before, I did not disrespect anybody that's being a member. But for those who want to know the truth, I'm going to give it to them if I have that truth at that moment. So you have a lot of problems and a lot of disrespect, Mike. What is so funny?
It's funny that you're not a part of a tribe, but you're claiming that we're wards of the tribe. You don't know what you're talking about. That's what's funny.
Let me say this real quick. First of all, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Instead of him actually looking up the information, he decides to want to try to discredit.
I've gone through
and what I don't do is I don't tongue wrestle with men. So when I'm talking and you want to laugh, do that on your own platform, sir. Because I didn't disrespect you and you're not going to disrespect me. Like I said.
He's not a real man.
So Mike, you gotta understand what she's saying.
Hold on. Did somebody just question my manhood?
I hope.
Hold on. This is I heard something. I heard someone. Hold on, Mike. What you fucking say to me?
Talking to Mike.
I was about to say. I was like, hold on.
I said he said not a real man. So
Oh,
receipt
my
God,
bad.
you good
All
talking
right,
to
nah,
us?
all
I
things
dropped
God,
this.
Mike, you're not understanding what receipt God is saying, and I do understand what
Yeah,
she's
so
saying.
shit. They don't even want
She's
you on here no
speaking
more.
within. She's speaking within the context of how tribes function within the Constitution with the government.
With
And
the
there is
with the law.
well, hold up. There is a truth to what she is saying. Now, if the emphasis on that truth needs to be heavily weighed, that's personal. But I don't really heavily weigh it like that in the
Yeah, you
context
got
of
an
what you're
echo.
saying it.
Yeah, you do have an echo.
Hold on,
let me just explain myself here. If you guys can follow me, if you have Telegram, if you have Discord, I can share the information with you. Okay. I'm not here for, I want our people to get uncomfortable with people teaching them their rhetoric. I'm not here to teach nobody. Trust me, I'm not. I'm just here in the presence to pass along the information because I love all my people. You know what I'm saying? So this ain't got nothing to do with me trying to point the finger and laugh at anybody for any choices that you ever made because I'm not perfect. So even with this talking point, Mike knows what I'm speaking of. He know I'm not being hostile. I'm not being disrespectful. So for him to do that, I'm not going to tolerate that. You're not going to sit here and call me a liar when I'm not.
To
Very
address
sure.
like this your second time being dropped by a mod. There's something going on. Right? There's definitely something going on. And I don't think it's anybody else that's the problem right now.
And then now he want to play victim. That's crazy. You just disrespected me for no reason. I think you wanted to say something, Keo.
Yeah, go ahead, Keo.
Yeah, what I was saying in general, right? Like there is what you're saying is it has a truth to it. It's definitely a truth to that, especially when you're speaking legalese, constituting tribes and how they actually do business with the United States government. So what you're saying is not incorrect. However, there is a context, and I think there's a conflation of conversations that are going on. I think that's been the problem the whole night. The conflation of conversation. So fair, yes. In a tribe setting, I got an echo. I don't, is it just
Yeah,
me?
you still got an echo. Yeah, I can hear it.
Do you got an echo now? Do I got echo
Trying to
still?
plug in.
All right.
Say something again. Yeah, you still got an echo.
That's when the person.
I guess my boss.
I think that's when someone's off the mic.
I guess. Yeah.
Hey, when a person above you, you got to turn your mic off because that's what's making him echo.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Like, hold on. How should you support Mike? Stop being a bitch, Mike. How about that? Now you want me to say something? Hold on, Mike. You want me to say something to you now? Stop being a bitch right now. I don't give a fuck about your followers on YouTube. I didn't even know you until you came to TikTok. So you're not as important as you think you are. You know me. People talk about me to you. Hold on. And people talk about me to you. Nobody has ever mentioned Mike TV to me. I'm popping on TikTok. I'm popping on Twitter. I'm popping on Instagram. I don't need a Mike TV cosign. So stop acting like a bitch, right? And learn some fucking respect. You disrespected people twice on here. You disrespected Samuel's ancestors. And I believe the goofy shit now they said about you in CR's live. Like, stop disrespecting people. Bum ass nigga. I don't give a fuck about a Mike TV. I'm Darvin. Hold on. I'm Darvin fucking Osiris. And you're in my show, sir. This is the Darvin Osiris show, not fucking Mike TV show. I'm Darvin fucking Osiris. Learn that shit.
Yeah, I like that energy, Darvin. Big Indian energy over there. But yo,
facts.
Yeah, big Indian energy. But yeah, like on some G shit though. Like in general, what I'm saying is like there is truth to what she's saying. However, the enrolled or not being enrolled, I look at it like this, right? You can be a person who tells everybody that you're Indian and you got genealogy and all of this shit, and you ain't doing nothing with it. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing passed down to you from it. You ain't petition for your land. You ain't fight for even the bones where your ancestors are buried at. Niggas ain't even there. You get what I'm saying? People ain't even fighting for that land. You're not trying to preserve it, not trying to conserve it. You're not doing nothing. You get what I'm saying? So if you are that, to me, you are just the same as a pretending. You get what I'm saying? Because you're not actually serving any cause. Now, that don't mean you have to be enrolled to do that, but you got to stand on who your ancestors are. I don't like to hear people talk about who their ancestors are and not actually honor ancestors.
But that's how it starts though. Like, you know what I'm saying? The information coming out. That's how it starts. Like us sitting here, the school system lied to all of us, right? So speaking out about it is a good thing. Even this conversation, even him, Mike, disrespecting me is good to see for me. Because I know I have the receipts to pull that out. So I get how you may not look at it in my terms. And just allow yourself, if you want to, look into it.
40K followers. Hold on, 45K followers. I'm shadow banned on TikTok. I used to do way more numbers back in 2020. Right? TikTok don't like me like that. I'm even shocked I got 100 people in here. Right? 45, but guess what? I keep growing. Right? My pages keep growing. TikTok, Twitter, I'm about to hit 25K on Twitter. What? When I first came on TikTok, I hit 10K in 2 weeks. Guess what? Once I stopped talking about conspiracies and started talking about Indian shit, they started silencing me. I'm one of the pioneers on TikTok when it comes to this Indian shit. When people were talking about Indian shit and genealogy, I was one of the first niggas on here talking about this shit. I heard about, a lot of people know me. I got on TikTok.
I found out about you on Twitter.
Yeah, I got on TikTok for a few fucking years. Every day on Twitter, I'm going viral. I'm going viral every day on Twitter.
I fuck with Darvid. Hey, listen, man. Darvid's that's about Brody over there. And I came across him on Twitter. But don't worry, Darvid, you came up in them Indian spaces, because Indian spaces always exist. They have always existed. But
I want to say something after.
Thank you, Venus. What I do like about Darvid is if it's something that he don't know, he's not ashamed to actually look it up. He's not ashamed to actually change his perspective. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people with egos and stuff, and they are stagnant in their information. But I just, you know what I'm saying, I respect you, dude. I remember you back from Instagram. And when I came on this app, definitely followed you. It's been about 3 years on this app for me. But yeah, keep up the good job. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I agree.
Appreciate it. I was about to say, people only popping on one platform. Can't tell me shit. You ain't never been viral. If you ain't been viral on more than 2 platforms, you can't tell me shit. I done went viral on Instagram. I done went viral on TikTok. I done went viral on Twitter. You can't tell me shit.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Leo when he said, we should, if you don't do anything with your genealogy, you're no different from a pretendian. I feel like that's still political Indian, because we should be doing things with our genealogy, but we don't have to if we don't want to. Do Chinese people do any stuff with their genealogy? They know they're Chinese. Whether they do something with their genealogy or not, they're still that race, they're still that ethnicity. Only political Indians have to do that. So your race, whether you do something with your genealogy or not. That's what I think.
I think you misunderstood what I said. If you're a person who is running around talking Indian stuff, but you're not standing on your genealogy, doing the work for your ancestors, you're the equivalent of a pretending. That's what I meant.
I just want to say something about that, if I can, because I want to be balanced here. Especially when you understand what your ancestors have gone through, some people are in healing mode right now. And so I just think, get your mind right. Like, get your circulation, get your health together. That's first and foremost. A lot of people need mental healing. A lot of people need spiritual healing. A lot of people have gone through things in their childhood beyond their control. So the thing is, like, not everybody's gonna, like, I understand people in my family, they're just not going to. So, for example, in Cherokee Nation, we have our heirloom crops. These things are being distributed right now. My uncles, they grew up as farmers. It's like I can't even convince them to get back to the farm life. They said being growing up boy farmers was tough. My grandfather had over 80 children, okay, with like 7 different women, and they all lived on a compound in North Texas. A lot of people don't want to go back to that. They don't even like the idea of farming. So, it's like they're tired. They remember, growing up and having to raise cattle and livestock and things like that. So, like, they just don't want to go back to it. And so I've given them the time, but I'm also saying, hey, we need to get back. We had a secretary, we had a treasurer in our family, like, and we kept our estate for over 50 years. We had property, but that was just my grandfather as chief overall, and being able to have 80 children and everybody living in harmony, and the women ain't arguing. I mean, it was a lot of issues, but like, since he's passed on in 1990, we've dispersed from that. So some people want to go back to that, some people don't.
Wait, can I say something before you respond? Because I'm about to be out of here. Yo, this is my first time on TikTok. I enjoyed this conversation right here. You guys are cool, man. But y'all have a great night. Darvin, it was great meeting all of y'all, and I hope to get back on the live again.
For sure.
Appreciate
y'all. Everyone, I appreciate everyone that been coming through. If I've been a little more I will say, I don't even know if I can say this on TikTok, but I mentioned in the comments, I'm a little more animated, passionate. There's a reason for that. But
it was really interesting. This whole I was trying to get off like 2 hours ago and I couldn't. So I'm like, y'all gotta tell it. Yo, y'all lit. So yeah, good night to everybody, man.
Good night. Have a great
Appreciate the time, man.
Many blessings, bro. Yeah. So Lila, I wanted to respond to what you were saying, because that kind of dovetails into what I'm trying to express. Is there is so much work that needs to be done within a tribal unit, even within a band, right? So or a clan, right? If you are part of a certain clan, and Lala just said there's like over 80 people, right? That's a clan. That's a lot of people to manage, try to make sure people are good, facilitate resources to. Those are the responsibilities that as a nation, whatever nation you belong to or tribe, that we should take upon. Not everybody is going to fill in the seats of governmental duties. However, there will be people who will. And when you're talking about your ancestors, your uncles who don't want to do farming no more, the truth is they should have been moved into a governmental position. They should have shifted from farming to a governmental position within the tribe, or at least tried to. Not saying they haven't, because that is the natural progression from boyhood to manhood. Hard work early in the youth develops you to be stronger, strong-minded, to lead a nation later in the future. That is a common practice within tribal units, and that's why it's very important, in my opinion, to establish tribal enrollment. And if you can't establish tribal enrollment, at least establish a clan, a band, and move towards tribal enrollment, or recognition as your own tribe based off of your genealogy. So I'm not trying to knock people who just have the genealogy and all they can do is talk about it. But if you have the genealogy and you're saying you're Indian and this, that, and the third, you're this tribe, this, that, and the third, then don't just say it. Act saying, protect your ancestors' bones. I just had a tribal meet. Well, not really a tribal meet. We have tribal meetings every month, and we have general tribal meetings every 3 months, right? So it's not twice a year. But I just had a little.
Thank you for saying that, because my family grew up with this concept of general meeting, and I'm a child. I'm growing up in it. I'm not understanding what this is.
Well,
But now, I still remember we had general meetings. We had it around Juneteenth because my family, Texas, we just celebrated Juneteenth my whole entire life, and I grew up in Kansas City, and between Dallas, Texas, Wichita, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri. That's my area. But we celebrate Juneteenth, and then we also celebrate December. And like I said, it was a big revival for us. My family was very super religious, but my grandparents met on a Muskogee reservation, literally left on foot, traveled on foot throughout parts of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. And so that's what I'm saying. So for them, we're still learning a lot of this. From what I understood, all the women that my grandfather was married to, not married, I can't say married, but was, procreating with and living with, and they were all Indian women. He being Kushada, my grandmother being a daughter of a Muskogee Cherokee, grandparents and all these things. So the thing is like back when they were coming up, that's when we were being removed. But my grandfather still had the ideology of self-efficiency, self-determination. So he taught his sons farming. They grew up, you know what I'm saying? So that was something that he had to do. He made a business out of it. He sold to grocery stores all throughout North Texas, Louisiana, the whole area. I mean, they were doing it. We very much wanted our own our privacy. So, but that was my grandfather as chief and how he felt the best way to protect his family. We didn't have to deal with all the stuff that was going on through the civil rights movement. Like my family didn't know who MLK was.
What year was your ancestor the chief?
So he met my grandmother in the 1940s, 1930s, 1940s, Oklahoma. 1950s, they were in Kansas. They traveled all throughout. All I know is I'm 1985, I'm Kansas City, so my family's there. But there was time 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, they were in Wichita Falls, Texas. So my family moved around a lot because my grandfather had all these children and all these women. He was
what's funny, Lila, you know what's funny? For real. I know a little bit of it because you might not know, but I've actually engaged with you all the way back in Clubhouse days. So I remember when you actually was going for your enrollment in that whole process, actually. So I know a little bit about your story so far. It's funny. It's probably 5-6 years ago at this point.
Oh, we were literally going through it together.
Yeah.
Like I
remember
telling
when
y'all when we actually got into Cherokee Nation, we shared our whole experience. I thought it was gonna be something inspiring. And so it ended up being something totally different. And that's what I don't like what Mike was doing earlier. I mean, I get it. People are in different fight mode, but this is not to be weaponized. I thought we were going to all use this. I thought this was going to be an empowerment tool for us.
I agree with you on that. Like, this is the thing.
Wait, can I say something? I've been talking for a minute.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to what Leo said earlier when he was saying we should be honoring our ancestors. I'm just gonna say it depends on what your ancestors want. Some of my ancestors wanted to be fairly recognized, and then some of them really didn't. Like my great grandma, she thought being fairly recognized was the same as having USA citizenship. She said she didn't want to be recognized by the white T man. That's what she said. So it really just depends on what you want currently, honestly.
Land. Like some people live near like the city of Los Angeles, but people want to live on incorporated parts of Los Angeles County. Like people have their reasons. It doesn't make you more Indian or not. But if, like I said, if you're gonna attack me, I'm gonna talk about me being active doer. Like I'm from the show me state. I love that we say, show us receipts. Like we're all about showing proof. But it's not, like I said, at my heart, I never wanted any of this to be weaponized. I wanted us to be able to find this to be empowering, especially as Black Americans. And we've been told we come from nothing. We have no culture. We have no X, Y, and Z. I'm gonna stand firm, and I'll fight with the Africans on this. But also at the same time, I have to question myself: why am I arguing with a refugee? Why, I wouldn't go to Africa.
You come from that reparations
tribal cards, so I think it's disrespectful. But I know we got a lot more work, and sometimes when we're arguing, it's people do want to avoid the work.
Well,
but you know
Mike
what I'm saying? Like, I'm
is the
telling
one
my
who
uncles,
weaponized
y'all
it.
may not want to farm, but you better be teaching your sons.
Mike is the one who originally weaponized the tribal card stuff. Nobody else was over here doing that. That was Mike.
But I think to be honest, right? Again, like what Lala was saying, right?
I look like Delilah. Yes.
Right. Well, Lila was saying there is a fight and flight response, right? And personally, I don't like to even speak on my tribal enrollment in indigenous spaces, because especially Black indigenous spaces, because it could be sensitive. It might, and just it could give the wrong signal. However, there are times where people try to weaponize different, like weaponizing enrollment against people who are not enrolled is weak, in my opinion. I don't agree with it whatsoever. However, what if you come from a position of attacking someone and then you find out they'll tell you, oh, well, I'm enrolled and this is what I know, yada, yada, yada. It is kind of a trump card, and it can offend people. It just depends on the context. But I do feel like there is an attack. Now, I don't agree with Mike's sassiness whatsoever, but on his position on tribal enrollment, standing on that, I fully agree with. 100% agree with it, because that is standing on your family, your clan, your ancestors.
Well, I just feel like if you use your tribal enrollment to say you know more about something, then that means nothing to me, because white people are enrolled. That doesn't mean anything to me. So
Share their experience, and I think it's valid for someone to say, hey, I've been in this X, Y, and Z, these are the cases, because people do want to know. But at the same time, like, we see what's going on with the Muskogee. We see what's going on with the Chickasaw. And so I can also attest that my family is very much advocates. We're the ones petitioning the Supreme Court. We're the ones fighting this all the way up. It's the possible way to get other people enrolled. So the thing is like, but again, that does not have anything to do with the Apache, all these other nations. We could talk about these 5 tribes and what we're trying to do. So I will stand up and speak for my brother's not on TikTok. I don't think he is, but he's Chickasaw. He's the one that's out there fighting, getting arrested and protesting and
what
trying
Lila
to
is saying is
get,
fact. Like, a lot of people who are enrolled are active in their indigenous community, and that is a major difference when you're talking to people who are saying they're indigenous, right? It's one thing to say you're indigenous, and it's another say that I'm indigenous and this is what I'm doing for the indigenous community that includes people just like you, right? I work with intertribal alliances, and I live in Oakland, but my tribe is in North Carolina, and I work with the Ohlone, which is the native tribe in Oakland, for different things that are connected to my tribe. That's all the way north. They're at their events, even though most 90% of them don't look like me. You get what I'm saying? I will support their things, because working within the indigenous community gathers a certain level of respect and support, and it shows a level of activism. So there is something to say about people who are enrolled, and I think that when people instantly attack those who have shown that level of effort in supporting the community, it can be offensive. And if you ain't been doing that, then you really can't say who and what. You don't have a position.
I think you can, because those people aren't indigenous. You say working in indigenous spaces is important. Those people aren't indigenous. They're pale skin invaders. They're not indigenous.
So are we
that's not
supposed
an
to
indigenous
cower?
space.
Are we
They're
supposed
not
to cower?
What
Like,
makes
my
you
thing
think
is,
they're
like,
not
my thing is, I'll roll up in KKK clan territory any day of the week, because I was raised to put them
Well,
in
Lila,
their
that's not what
place.
I'm saying. He said working in indigenous spaces are important, and then the pale skin people are not a part of indigenous.
But
That's
my
not
thing is
indigenous.
just like that's gonna be us in a lot of spaces. A lot of places we're gonna be the elite. I never see myself as the minority. I'm a woman who works in the sports industry. So am I supposed to leave the room or leave the board table because
Saying you're working within white tea spaces? That's not indigenous spaces.
But
it is indigenous
I work in white
spaces.
tea
You gotta
spaces
take it
as a
over.
woman working in the sports and entertainment industry. Sometimes I'm the only melanated person in the room.
That's not what he said. He said he works in indigenous spaces, but then he described people who look white tea. That's not
It's
indigenous.
a legal political classification as well. So if I go to Cherokee Nation and I see all those plaques on the wall and I see there's a whole bunch of people that don't look like me, now that I'm in, I can advocate against that. I can speak up against that. I can go to Cherokee Nation, and like I said, our chief has an open door policy if I have some issues. And so there's things that within the nation, we know it's been infiltrated by the Klan. We know it has been. Klan with a K. We know it's been infiltrated. So am I supposed to say, well, 20 years ago, I wasn't in.
Have a good one, Sam.
I've never been in the position, especially growing up in North Texas, to ever say, because they are here, I won't. Like, they don't get that power over me. So we know it's been infiltrated. We know colonization has happened. We know women are being attacked and kidnapped. We know that these things are happening. It's not going to shut me up. I have a lot of work to do. And at some point, it's like when I talk to people about this stuff, I'm like, indigenous status, I would have been where, and this guy, don't matter if he came from Germany or Russia, he would have married into the tribe. He would have used his benefits, his status as a male gender, and he would have did what he had to do. And that's how they got control of the oil. So they came in with a strategy to say, we're going to marry into these indigenous women. That's where all this interracial marriage comes from. Like, they were marrying indigenous women. Tulsa was the oil capital of the 20th century, and that's on a global scale. So where are we on getting our oil? Because they come in with a strategy, marry into the tribes, get these tribal benefits for their children so their children can have an inheritance. I thought that's what we're supposed to be doing. There's nothing wrong with saying, I'm going to marry this rich family. I'm going to marry into this tribe so our offspring, what we reproduce, can have tribal benefits. That's an inheritance. It's supposed to be passed down through the heritage. So I'm not going to ever, and I'm not saying that you're saying that, Venus, but the idea is I'm not going to cower because it's been infiltrated. Actually, that gives me even more reason to stand up, stand in my truth, speak on who I am, and I can speak truth to power. I don't see them as power. I'm power speaking truth. That's how I see it. That's how I approach it. So I know it's a new day, but this is what it's going to be. And so it's like, you can either join us, you either with me or against me. And I don't want to be in that mode. I want to say, look, stand with us, support us. We are advocating for all, but I understand within my generation, my lifetime, I'm only going to be able to do so much. And so I think it's beautiful that my nieces went to college for free. I think it's beautiful that I have nieces and nephews that are still K through 12, and they're learning what it means to be in the tribes. They're learning the language at a young age. There's something I wish I could have done, but isn't that what we're supposed to want for the next generation to be better? We can't envy the next generation and say that now we're jealous of children. I'm trying to instill this in the children. My nephew is already going to be so much more wealthier than I am because of the things that I've done to inherit him, to pass down generational wealth to him. I think that's a beautiful thing. Because I think I really think sometimes our generation is up, but I'm a millennial, so I still see hope for the future.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I was about to say that's that's why I tell people it's mostly people that look like us. I even showed them on TikTok. The Akamat. You got the Akamat, like Chief is Lyran is on here every day. Ain't no YT people in the Akamat.
I had gone to the Tuscarora one. I'm like, who are these YT people all over the website? I was so confused.
Like, there's tribes where it's mostly melanated people in them. The Yamasi. Like, Chief Sekou pop on here from time to time and speak. Shout out to Chief Natural and them. They be talking to him. Chief Warhorse. Chad was just talking about Chief Warhorse. Like, they get recognized. That's her family. So different strokes for different folks. Like, yeah, with that Mike situation, you got a little too sassy. Like, respect the women, dude. Like, respect people at all. Like, you disrespected Sam's ancestors. That shit. Now I believe it full-heartedly. He called people pretenders.
When Sam came up disagreeing, he didn't say anything personal. He kept it very to the point. He didn't throw around any insults.
So And then
People don't do that. If people feel attacked, they're going to. And like I said, that's just people got to learn how to deal with their emotional intelligence. They got to deal with their own temper. Like I used to be hot headed. I probably still am in some ways, but I also understand like I have so much work to do. Like I've put off the work that I think I've been meant to do for at least 2 years because I'm also an entrepreneur. You get what I'm saying? So there's things that I have to do. I have to dial it back. But I'm also asking at the same time, like I would love to learn a little bit more about what it means to be federally recognized. And then, but for a while, there were also people that are saying, "Oh, now you're in," and then I got called a pretendian for being enrolled in Cherokee Nation. And so I appreciate Darvid for being balanced and saying there's pluses and minuses, there's good and bad, and even accepting that. Because a lot of times people were like, "Oh, now you're in. You think you all that." I mean, that's so crab in the barrel. And I'm like, what? I'm sharing my experience as an empowerment tool and encouraging you all to do the same. So it was all good when we were all striving together, but damn one of us actually accomplish our goals. And I think that's foreign to a lot of people, but I've always been a doer in the world amongst all my social groups. So I don't know. I think I'm destined for greatness in that way. And I would appreciate the support. But I got to go rally with my family. I got over 100 family members in now, and none of I know, but none of them don't understand what it means. So I'm going to tell them, hey, I want to run for office. Can I count on your vote? Like, damn, if I can get my family's vote, like I'm going to go petition for other votes.
Hey, Lila, I think you will get your family's vote. I like what you're talking about because I'm going, and I want to make something clear to, I don't know, because I'm cold work. I don't know. When you go on Google and you type in a tribe and you go to their Wikipedia page and it says they are extinct, that just means the tribal government is no longer there. There's no longer a tribal government. It doesn't mean the people are extinct. It doesn't mean the people were killed off and just wiped off the face of the earth. No, it just means no tribal government. And excuse me.
Yeah, can I say something about that real quick too? Because they said the same thing for years. Cherokee Nation was disbanded. They said Muskogee Nation was disbanded. And when we argued all the way to the Supreme Court ruled that these tribes never disbanded. They never disorganized. That was the Klan with the K coming in and saying, "Oh, these things no longer exist. We in there now." What is this person doing next beside me?
I was about to say, what you doing, Fish? Like, what you got?
You weirded me out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
That is a
I'm
bit
just
forehead,
listening, learning, and listening.
okay. Then mute up real quick. Continue, Lila. Continue.
Good God, that was so scary. Y'all be scary. Y'all so weird sometimes. But I think what I was saying was that was part of the infiltration, is to get into these tribes, and then they claim to be the authority, even though they come from Scotland and Europe, whatever, England town. So they came into the tribes and said, "Oh, these things no longer exist." They put it all up. Anybody could put anything on a webpage, propaganda. But when we argued our case in the Supreme Court in 2020, the McGirt versus Oklahoma case, it was ruled that more than east of Oklahoma is still Indian territory. Yeah, and they ruled that we never disbanded, but it took going all the way to the Supreme Court. So I'm trying to tell our people, when you actually argue your case in court, like we've always said, this is the United States. We don't have to argue our case. We don't have to do X, Y, and Z. But when we do, we win. So maybe we should do more of that. So I think we got to fight this battle on both sides, U.S. and tribal.
Go ahead, Darby. You about to say something?
No, I was just listening. I'm actively listening.
Oh, well, Lila, I agree with you. And see, that's the thing, right? When we're talking about recognition, right? There's a difference between acknowledgement and recognition, by the way. But when we talk about recognition, you have to recognize yourself first. Even if you come from a quote unquote extinct tribe, right? You can reconstitute that. There are so many different avenues and resources that you can take advantage of based off of your genealogy, that you can put together and really get things. And the thing is, when you go against the courts, they can't win. They're not going to win. You're going to win. But a lot of people don't really put the time and the work in to doing it. It's sitting back. They'll tell you about their genealogy. They'll tell you this, that, and the third, but they're not doing the things that actually progress towards you establishing your status. Like you're not gonna inherit something out of doing nothing. Unfortunately, the way you still have to sign a unalive certificate. There's some type of work that has to be done. And within the indigenous community, all of us who are descendants of different indigenous tribes that may or may not be active today, you have to take it upon yourself to do your genealogy, figure out the laws of the land that you live in, you get what I'm saying, and work within the laws of the land that you live in, or you can take the more route. You get what I'm saying, and do some some other stuff.
And get deported.
I don't know about all of that, and I'm not saying all of that shit is gonna take you in the wrong path. I just don't know about
it's
it.
something.
You know what I mean?
Somebody had a question about, so is there benefits outside of the reservations? Yes. I'm in the state of California. California would tap into federal benefits because we're federally recognized. So, for example, if my nephew was going to school, when he was going to school in Los Angeles, we would inform the school that he's Cherokee. We would say, baby boy, baby girl is Cherokee. The school will then go apply for benefits. So even if it was just one, like my mom always told me, one would be spared. You know what I'm saying? The whole tribe would be spared if it's just one. So that, we approach it that way. So, okay, this child is in the first grade. That school will then go apply for federal Indian benefits. Now the school benefits. Now the school is getting more resources because of that one child. So that's how that works. They will go say, now they can put a threshold and say you need at least 10 children or a dozen children. But that one child being federally recognized, the school applies for benefits with the state will go get the federal benefits, and that all funnels back to the school's program. So now they have resources so that my baby boy, my baby girl, I call my niece and nephew baby boy, baby girl, so they can have benefits. Does that make sense?
Lila.
And that was in Los Angeles, I can say.
That is what I'm trying to land on. And I'm not federally recognized. I'm in a state recognized. So anything I need that I can get is only within one state currently. However, I do have access to benefits even through the BIA as a state recognized indigenous person. And I live in California, but my state recognition is in North Carolina. So I do get some help, but it's nothing like this, within the state of California heavily. Like I can't go to college or have my kids go to college, but all North Carolina, true, I can. So these different types of resources you can get access to right now. You can just put together the things you need. You can get on ChatGPT, figure out the things that you need to put together in your
brother, and we can open up for anyone else if they want to chime in. But I'll say this: my brother is Chickasaw. Yeah, he's so weird. Thank you. He was scaring me. So my brother is Chickasaw, and my brother, during the panorama, he came to LA and he lived with my sister. My sister hey now. Okay, Friday night. So my sister petitioned a local tribe. So sometimes the smaller tribes that are like state, they will get benefits. It's kind of like a CDFI. So they will or a nonprofit that receives money to disperse. So then the local tribe connected with Chickasaw on behalf of my brother, and then they paid like I said, my brother living with my sister, they paid rental assistance to her.
Lila,
on his
quick
behalf.
Question: Are you Oklahoma Cherokee?
Yeah, we're Oklahoma, but my sister's there.
So you're not
my
North
sister's on the
Carolina
reservation
Cherokee.
now. I'm not.
You're not Eastern Band. All right, so
No.
I'll leave you alone.
Yeah, so we Oklahoma, Cherokee, and like I said, I'm just happy that my sister, being a single mother, like goddamn, single mothers got my heart. Like it is tough out here with these children, and so anything that can give her some type of reprieve. But then she's also wanting to go get her law degree in indigenous law. She works at a law office. Cherokee Nation offers jobs. There's so many. Jobs, internships. Like we're trying our best, because if you think about it, these people came into the tribes and they took, and nobody gave to the nation. So if we want those dividends that come in from the casinos, then if I know I got some land, but even though it's under a lake, I'm thinking maybe I could put up a riverboat casino and be taking y'all money and taxing y'all because the house always wins. Like, I'm like, where are we talking about? And I think Jay-Z is about to have a casino in Atlantic City. I'm like, Jay-Z, like, get with me so we can build a casino so I can take y'all's money, because people have a gambling addiction. I want to take advantage of that. But we're not allowed to say that, because we're not supposed to talk about money. But I want money. I'm a Taurus. It's Taurus season. Like, can I talk about money and luxury and possessions? Like, I want all the resources. And that's just who I am. So it's like, when you understand who you are, like I'm all about the astrology and spirituality. I'm born in April. Like, that's significant to me. It's corn planting season. Like, all these beautiful things is seed planting. I'm all for that. I want everything out of this life. I love this song by Kendrick Lamar, Man in the Garden. He said, I deserve it all. My mother, my nieces and nephews, we deserve it all. Like, we should not be talking about taking away benefits. We should be talking about what resources we can bring to the table. And I'll just say this. We have something in LA called Chalagi LA. Chalagi, that's Cherokee. And we have classes. Like, the next class we're going to have is a doll making class. Some people will be like, I don't care about making a doll. We have basket weaving. Like, as a woman, I actually want to learn basket weaving. I want to learn doll making. Like, I think these things are beautiful, and it might seem like small. I mean, these things are, to me, it might be soft skills, but it's very much powerful. And so I hope we can continue to encourage each other in that way.
For sure. Yeah. Oh, damn. I'm about to hop off. I'm about to hop off of here. I've been on for 6
I'm
hours.
glad you're going live, and you're being so consistent and open up these spaces, and it's healthy. Even though if it seems like it goes crazy, I love that it can come back to a healthy conversation, because I think everybody has really good intentions. I think we ultimately want the best for one another.
Yeah, like hopefully people just learn some emotional intelligence, and just, you know. But yeah, Will ask Lala where the class is at. I'll pull up.
We haven't one actually nearby. Sometimes we are in Southern California, so it's Chalagi LA, and so we'll have it all dispersed throughout California. But I'm scared to put the information out, because I don't know if people are going to become with violence. But I will try to send information if you hit me up personally. And I really and it's so pretty. It's so interesting that when we sign up on the tribal shit, like we say, we're logging in, we sign up, and they ask, are you Cherokee or not? I'm usually the only Cherokee. It'll be like 30 people there, but I'm the only one checking, yes, I'm Cherokee. So if I was to say, oh my God, look at all these white tea people, look at all these, it's usually a lot of white tea people, but they're not saying that they're Indian. They're saying they want to be in fellowship with us. A lot of them like it. They like the little stick and ball games that they teach us the stick and ball sports. Okay, I will take a crack at it. I'm not into that. But just because I see a lot of white people at our events, they're not even claiming to be Indian. They're just saying, I think it's interesting to learn about indigenous culture. So they're there.
I never talked about events. I said people who are enrolled. That's what I said.
Yeah, but I want everybody to know, like, it's all of this is like interesting and we're learning, but you gotta understand, like, we can't keep treating like it's 1950, 1960. A lot of those people have passed away. And so it's up for us to determine what this will be. We get to say so. So let's just continue to fellowship and be in sisterhood, because I think that would be so beautiful if we could get that together and we can show the next generation how to get along.
For sure. But all right, y'all. I'm about to wrap this up here. It's been wild. It's been like damn near 6.5 hours.
All right. Oh, you got a lot of likes. 60K.
Yeah, 60K. I think we got hit to 100K one live. But
okay, let's make that the goal next live.
We'll see. I'll be back on live tomorrow. What time? I have no idea. But it depends on how the day's going. And will I be sober during that? Let me shut out. With that being said, all right, y'all.